Vainglorious Vanguard.
Knowledge born.
Yeah.
United Front.
Tell it.
What you want, what you want, what you want.
To the Knowledge Radio.
We in here. What you got? Doc.
Work hard as a slave to one day be your savior. The wave unwavering. This is a labor of love. Rise with a purpose every day. Invigorated. If we were on TV, we'd be 10 times syndicated. If we waited for validation, a paycheck or accolades, we'd be starved, already lost or ran away. But when you're square, solid, and you circle too, you don't need a place for silence. The concept is conquered through media, not areas of people activity. A mix that don't lose ethnicity, tightness that don't lose elasticity. Explicitly, this isn't where we give the novice regard. Nah, this is where knowledge is born. Last time that I checked, I'm undefeated. Deliver edicts, can't resist when the gods build and manifest freedom. When lines get crossed, they may push a loss, cause they get handed a check. We kick a can and cancel your cancerous gestures. A prophet vision, precision, the prescription for the sickness is to inoculate your fate with the winning. Arrogant beginnings turn to humble endings. And US with KBA is a win-win. 1K, 1K.
The man is not allowed to fly a plane in his own country. But you want to convince the world that this man is not only a threat to his neighbors, but he is a threat to the entire human family. You are a liar. Liar, and the people are intellectual cowards who sit down and suck up this filthy lie.
Man, I've been rapping for a minute, I don't see how niggas hate on it. Suave boss is the greatest, motherfuckers should wait on it. Even if my album drop 10 years from now, nigga, it's gonna be the hardest album out 10 years from now, nigga. The Suave boss, you niggas should see that shit. Whatever I am in the old niggas should be that shit. Whatever they say they gon' throw, I don't agree with it. Just had a couple of my old and come at me with it, man, it's Suave boss. The reason why these niggas get hard off, if 100 niggas die for this cause, it's a small cost. I'm trying to get my people on their feet again, nigga, but I'm back smoking weed, drinking Hennessy, nigga. And maybe that's why I'm not back on my shit. It's Suave boss from 2-6 who moved out to the bricks, hooked up with Bingo from 5th. Now we know we does shit, now they know they should quit trying to make it hood rich. All that bullshit on your mind, ho, I wish you would spit. Niggas know what I'm about, and they wish I would flip. Niggas ask about a track, they wanna hear that shit, but when they ask to do a track, they don't commit that shit, man. And that's the type of shit that I don't say, man. Niggas know from the go that I don't play, man. Coming straight from the streets, and I can't straight, man. They ain't fucking with him, cause he don't pay, man.
Why are the Europeans so insecure about other people in the world? And why do you, after everywhere you go, you gotta kill and murder the rest of the people of the human family? Your history is written in the blood of the black, the brown, the yellow, and the red. Why are you so insecure? Do you know what brings about insecurity? What brings about insecurity is when you have a false concept of yourself. And the false concept of self is white supremacy. They believe that they are better because they are white. And as a result, see, when a man has that kind of silly mentality, Hitler had the silly mentality that the white man, the Aryan, is superior. So then at the Olympics, Jesse Owens kicks up all the Aryans. Hitler is outraged. He's angry.
That's very simplistic.
Yeah. Well, you need it to be simplistic. You need it to be extra simplistic.
You see, they can't even take the
reality. I know they can't handle. You know, look. When you take a brick, and you hurl the brick among a pack of dogs, only the dog who gets hit yelps. Think about it.
Well, it's no shine in the tail.
Snapping off film.
This video is under fair use. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act in 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or purpose use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All rights and credit go directly to its rightful owners. No copyright infringement intended. Enjoy. Oh yeah, on your way out, make sure you like, subscribe, and comment, man. This is the Argument League. Turn up.
I just gave the winning lottery numbers, right? I said so much informative stuff, and I can't remember. Man, shout out, this the boy Suave Boss of Snapping Off Entertainment, man. AOY, S.V.D.L on the Argument League. Shout out to Solomon, the commissioner of the greatest debate league on earth. Only debate league on YouTube. Shout out to, Bingo on the track, Z on the can. That's Snapping Off Film. Shout out to Knowledge But Allah, Do the Knowledge Radio. Shout out to the AOY Goldmine Brand Debate, Wicked Radical, Ampu Pro Black. Ground Zero on My Baby Hurricane, Katrina, the King James 13, Anti-Bully Inc. Shout out to the judges, the peers, and the reason we here, the people of S.V.D.L. As y'all hit the like button on y'all way in, welcome to the Argument League. It's another one. Shout out to Kiana Perkins, Astro, Europe, Real Judah, Zegula Gutter, Truth TV. Shout out to you, Karate Introvert, Shay Love in the building, Spinny Sparks, investing out the blue. I like to see Shay Love and Blue in the chat together. It's so romantic and sweet, right? Shout out to the ladies at S.V.D.L, man. Shout out to the ladies at the Argument League. Saying black power to the dark side. I see you, big dog. Ebony Marie saying hello, everyone. Scar Beauty said good morning with the brown and the black hearts. Gotta know it. Butterflies 70 piece of you. Miss Witty Reads with the new Avi. If you're affiliated, hit that like button. We at the Argument League. Appreciate y'all. Real talk. Y'all Daniel in the building. Yes, it is Thursday. Congratulations, y'all Daniel, for hanging in there. A lot of motherfuckers are cowards, man. Shout out to y'all Daniel, man. Shout out to y'all Daniel. Yeah, sound, no sound. I appreciate it. No sound, bad. Poetic Empress, man. Shout out to you for representing. Thank you very much. Boop, 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 boop. Black Cloud Miami TV. That's hard. That's what's up. 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 Okay. Say winning numbers is 632. Hey, Tanjan, shout out to you. Now I'm upset because my phone was janky and I wasn't able to talk to you about how disappointed I was. I was up somebody's sister on this panel, and what they were saying, 90 was speaking metaphorically. Got a little bit of information out of that, you know? I don't think you transfer everything you trying to say. Let's see. Now I'm upset because my phone was janky and I wasn't able to talk to you about how disappointed I was of somebody's sister on this panel and what they were saying. 90 was speaking metaphorically. Shabo! Shout out to Shaybo in the building. Lilith Revenge. Nequa Bees TV. Campgrounds TV. YouTube Streets Unblocked. Moonflower Speaks. Couple of days to that interview. That's gonna be a powerful interview. I mean, it's no, like, everybody feels the same about Moonflower. She's a breath of fresh air. She is a breath of fucking fresh air. She's a female, right? She's of the younger audience. And not saying she's never wrong, but she knows what the fuck she's talking about. You know what I'm saying? The interview is coming up. She will be joining the league. And I can't wait to see some of y'all stare in amazement and not understanding how the fuck she is whooping y'all ass. Shout out to Moonflower, man. I encourage the females to participate in the league. I encourage the younger generations to get in the league. I encourage the older generations to get in the league. People, come on, jump in the league, man. Business 89 Asian business was shut down due to pandemic of black people not patronizing them, and that's how you do it to hit them pockets. Okay. Shout out to MJ in the building. Okay, I get your message now. I see what you was talking to. Domo saying yo. Whenever you can, bro, can you check out my video on Astro World and my tarot reading as well, Argument League? Absolutely, I got you. I'll do that because it is very important. It is very important, man. I appreciate you. AZ, shout out to you. All right. We in the building then. Blue putting his hands up and he don't understand. Man, I really appreciate y'all present. Miss y'all yesterday. Yes, me and Katrina had an anniversary. And I'm not gonna lie. I forgot. I didn't pay attention to the fucking date. My baby's such a boss, man. Yeah, so shout out to my baby, man, for being such a G when it comes to understanding the stupidity of a man. Powder Tickle in the building. Appreciate all the blessings for the anniversary. You know what I'm saying? I love life. Like, I used to be suicidal when I was young. You know what I'm saying? 3rd grade, 4th grade, you know. Got counseling in elementary. And never thought like that again. I love experiencing life, especially the little parts of life that it's up to you to control. Like, oh, there's no blueprint. Wake up, brush teeth, take shower, and get dressed, go to. No, this all on you. This is all on you. We've been together 4 years now, and it seems like I've lost time with her. I gotta agree. Yeah, I lost time with her. And it was, somewhat the pandemic. And we both was having like a major change in our life. We both moved to Indianapolis to start over. And, ever since then, it's just been a whirlwind of good times with her. You know what I'm saying? I've never had an argument with her I couldn't see past. We've never. No, the one time that shit hit the fan, I went live. Remember, I did it live and got it settled because that's what it is. Because usually it's what? Cheating and beating. I don't do that shit, and then that makes it complicated because it's a whole bunch of other stuff like, shave your head, brush your teeth. Not those things, but things that line up with, stay above a certain income, you gotta, you gotta do that, and it's just. So I really appreciate this time with her and experiencing her, man. He say Suave been with mine for 19 years. Enjoy the journey. Oh yeah. She's a queen. That's why Argument League. We know the mistakes, and that's a fact. And it was like, You know how y'all do? Y'all shut down. You be like, I can't stand it. Like, I'd rather you just. But I'm like, what's going on? Like, what is today? So now I'm like, dun dun dun. Your birthday, was October. I know your birthday. Oh shit. Our anniversary. And it made me laugh because I'm like, she's not like being a bitch. She's not like being the devil. Despite that, she was still like, okay, it's okay. You know? And I appreciate that because that let me know that um, I could genuinely, make a mistake. And a motherfucker won't take the opportunity to jump on you with both feet. You know what I'm saying? Because some people, they wait for you to mess up just so they could drag your ass. Some people just, like a lot of dudes want their girl to flirt with niggas so that they can act like the beast they is. A lot of girls want to catch their man cheating. Like, I've been in situations, women were bored because I didn't cheat. Because I did not cheat. Because there was no numbers in the pocket. Shout out to Sister Zakia and shout out to somebody else came in. Leonard the Yuta. Shout out to you, big dog. Where women would be bored because there's no drama. And I grew up in the house. I grew up in the town. Women watch soap operas. Those were the dramas. That's what they are. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Hey, bring me some orange juice. And that's what it was. They was attracted to drama. And if it was no drama, they was bored. I like a woman that like to laugh. I like a woman that like to laugh. Be suspensed. Avengers was great. Eternals is trash. Just had to say that. But, and I mean I know it's different strokes for different folks, right? But I like history. I like to watch documentaries. I like to watch things that study the world, things that explain stuff I don't understand. I like stand up comedies. I can watch stand up comedies and I might not laugh the whole way through, but it's funny. It be some things that's funny, and but was it enough for you? Yeah. Oh, love you, baby. Thank you. Everybody said hi, baby. I said a lot about you now. She coming back. She left again. Okay. Say. And it's hard. A lot of the women that I know, a lot of the women that I've been with personally, they like this is what happens, right? Wake up and you watch Maury. And you watch Cheaters. And you watch Jerry Springer. And you watch Bad Girls Club. You know what I'm saying? Then it's CSI Special Victims Unit. Then it's another hour or more that comes on in the afternoon. Then it's back to something Bad Girl Clubbish, where they just get drunk, look sexy, and fight. And I'm like, how can that be your diet of entertainment all day? How? Watching people cheat on people, watching people just get drunk, fight, watching people get raped, right? The Special Victims Unit shit, And I'm like, sheesh. But they making fun of me because I'm sitting up here watching A&E and shit. Like, look at this black and white watching motherfucker. Hey, Katrina, she's different. She has that. She watches her murder, But she loves to laugh, and I love to hear her laugh. I love to see her laugh. I love to see her smile. I love to make her smile. Moonflower would say, I love soaps. Ain't no drama for yourself. See what I'm saying? That's why I say, men, even if you're not cheating, every now and then you just gotta write a number and put it in your pocket. Let your girl find it. It just lets her know. You know what I'm saying? That she's still alive. Because if it's I literally had a girl say, "You think you the shit because you don't cheat?" And I'm like, yes, because I'm the only nigga I know that don't cheat. You know? Now that Bingo's in a marriage, he doesn't cheat. Um uh I just it just like being faithful wasn't popular. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't popular. Yeah, Leonard over here, Leonard been cool, fam. Who else said they love the soap operas? It was a dude, I think. Some snacks will do for now. I know women like that as well. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Queen Cascade in the building. Shout out to you. Let me see. Eternals was dope for Marvel Comics fans. The casual fan, not so much. I don't like fuck the comic books. Like by now, you could be a Marvel movie fan. I'm a Marvel movie fan. I was in the comics. I didn't collect them and read them. I had a couple. You know, like I had books. They were just books. But Avengers had me. You know, Guardians of the Galaxy, fucking Thor, Spider Man. You know, Ant-Man. You know, I'm going through it all. I'm going through it all 2-3 times. I watched Avengers 10 times. Eternal was trash, and I have to say I like it, right? I like it. Thank you, Miss Whitty Reed. Say me and Katrina a whole vibe. I appreciate that. I like it, but it was trash. It was trash for a few reasons. If you only watch the MCU and not the comics, you're not gonna fuck with the Eternals. But I went back, see, because the thing with me is things have been compiled. So I go watch the videos about the comics. I don't gotta really read the comics. I just go watch the background story, the Eternals. And I watch the comics that they came from. You know, people break it down and give me the scoop on it. Woo, this, that, and the other. Yes, Maury's still on. Avengers had one black man in it. And it was the dude from ATL that Donald Glover wrote. And he was like the rapper dude, the tough rapper dude. One black person on Eternals. And he's gay. And he's gay. Only kiss in the whole damn movie was him and another man. Like an Arab man at that. Like, I just get tired of the disrespect. All these fucking crackers in this movie. Even the Arab dude that was in there, he acted gay. He seemed gay. They could have easily made him the gay dude. But no. The big black dude that you know is the gangster dude from the other show is the soft, jumping at the sound of something crackling in the corner wife. It was disgusting. It was fucking disgusting. No drama, fun, travel, good food. Yeah, nice restaurant. Yeah, good chat. Yeah. Had to cut the restaurants out. Had to. Had to. And well, you had to change your type, it seems. What you say about that? And with a kid. Oh yeah. And with the kid. You know? And he's like, my child is in there. How dare you? My child is in the other room. Like, man, this shit is crazy, man. Back in the day, I was with a black woman that felt like I didn't have love for her if I didn't beat her. She would deliberately piss me off just to see if I would hit her. You have to get away from those. I talked about those before. I talked about because I used to argue like a pussy, you know? I used to talk to my girl like, but baby, listen, honey, you not listening to me. Understand? And she going, yeah, yeah, yeah. She grabbing anything she could think of and just saying it. And I'm like, that don't got nothing to do with the conversation. I'm trying to get to a solution here, you know? But I was ignorant of, women a lot back then. But yeah, it when I would get frustrated and I would say, motherfucker, then the motherfucker would like, oh baby, what's wrong? I'm like, what? When I was sweet, you was being aggressive. And when I get aggressive, you get sweet. Let me move the fuck around. Let me move the fuck around. Yeah, Z, it totally was. It totally was. Love and hip hop, yeah. Hey now, I like my police procedurals. You got to. That's all I'm saying, man. Women like drama. Like obviously men like drama, but I don't date men, so but I'm like, okay. When we sit down to watch something, what are we gonna watch? Drink tea, meditate, read, school, enjoy my family and work. That's hard. That's hard. GDAP 2012, shout out to you. So you don't watch that stuff? Shout out to MJ. S.V.D.L the best. I bet. No drama, dancing, music, reading, art and craft. Yeah, man. Yeah. Judge Mathis. Yeah, he was funny as fuck. The young and the restless, days of our lives as the world turns. Don't get me started. I'm getting depressed right now just thinking about it. It just reminds me of my stepmother, you know? It just reminds me of my stepmother. It was just a horrible part of my life. Hope you and Queen enjoyed your anniversary swap. We did. And we didn't do nothing. But I wish my baby would come in here and talk because I be feeling like telling her business, which is really not just her business. It's my business too, so I can share it. You know what I'm saying? Astro, don't cheat. That's what's up, man. Bald men don't cheat. It's always the niggas with the hair. Bald men just don't cheat, man. You get into niggas with hair, it's like, hey, my friends don't hide it. Like, come on, man. The dudes that was in relationships that cheated on they girl not dumb. Their girl not dumb. And that's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of the times I be feeling like that girl don't want them to be faithful. You don't get props for being faithful. You get props for being tamed. Women want the rough, dude, and they want to tame them with their sexuality. Tame them. They don't want the nigga that just, oh, I love you from the very first moment I saw you. Like, they'll deal with you, but they be on the dude that's giving them the resistance. Be like, what is it? What is it? And to me, that's unhealthy. But that's what I've seen a lot of women do. And it's healthy from that because I'm friends with a lot of women, right? And even my friends seem like that. Like I watched them deal with multiple men and the dudes that's ready and lined up, ready to get on their knee. For some reason, he just don't do it for them. But it's the one that bullshits, you know, that they be like, oh yeah. And I'd be like, that's crazy. But I've been saying that my whole life. Black love is a beautiful thing. That's a fact. Or should I say melanated love? You can say black love, sister kid. Suave, you love to get Katrina something nice made of crystal for your fourth. Oh, you have to get something. And that's so crazy because that is so crazy. You don't know how crazy that is. Because the clip that I uploaded with me and Katrina, shout out to Nyla, like, I wanted to get her a crystal off of that experience, off of that experience. Wagwan, my squad, I see y'all. Best. Hands busy cooking dinner right now. Uh-oh, what we cooking? Welcome to the New World Order, really. Dope Spill has dope comic books. See, it say, who was the bear? I'm sorry, y'all, I'm working. I'm doing Instacart today. That's hard. Trying to make this hot side hustle money, but I hated the soap operas. That's what's up. That's what's up. That's what they call a bear in the LGBTQ. Oh, shinity. Shinity. LGBTQ language. Let me see. My aunties and grandmama would not let us watch cartoon. I want to watch the Smurfs. They wouldn't let us watch the Smurfs. The Smurfs was my mother's favorite cartoon. Like real time. Yeah, she need help. Couldn't imagine with dealing all that energy. Yeah, you got it, you know. And I hate Bad Girls Club. First it was like a black and white issue, which I liked at first because you had black females beating up on white females. And I was like reparations to me right there. No, Tej. Hey, that's why I say, you know what? Women run the world. I have to eat. So I'm gonna cut my camera off so y'all don't see me. You know what I'm saying? Because Katrina just put this plate in front of me and I will be here till 6 o'clock in the afternoon. She'd be like, "Did you eat?" No, I did not eat. Oh, debates. Debates. Man create drama and swear they don't know how we got here. And I think, like so I said, like I swear, I'll be trying. I'm a solutionist. I'm a solutionist. So the moment you present something to me, my emotions might not line up with it, but I'm thinking how to solve it. And a lot of the times, even if I be like, okay, I have to cut my finger off right quick. Boom, finger gone, world is saved. That's just how simple it is with me. Even if it's a sacrifice or a consequence, all I need to know is what the sacrifice of the consequence is, and I'll be able to do it. You know? So, and a lot of times that's a bad thing, being a solutionist like that. Because a lot of times when people introduce you to their creativity, the first thing you do is be like, oh, you should do this to it instead of enjoying it, which a lot of people just want to should enjoy it. But I swear it was logical to me to have some type of drama in your woman's life. You know? Like, I used to make fun of my ex because all her friends would be on the phone. Oh, girl, that nigga got high on that coke. Oh, girl, he hit me. Oh, girl, he stole my car. Oh, girl, he stole my money. Oh, girl, I caught him cheating. And I'm like, I know they mad at you. I know you be on that wishing you had something to say. That nigga Suave came in at 11 o'clock last night. And they wasn't, like, it's not the same stories. He said, that's women, LOL. Uh-oh. Don't get y'all Daniel started. Um, the studies that I'm proud of you. Oh, shout out to Kiana Perkins. Like, no more drama by Mary J. I think men like drama. I think men it's yes. It's just I don't know. It's like men love to survive drama. You know what I'm saying? It's like women love to be in on the drama. I know, nigga. I know. I might not give a fuck. I might not do nothing, but I know. Niggas like to be like, oh shit, I got the chance to fight with a nigga at the gas station. He got the cap and fucking bit it up. What cap? For the rent. Because I ate it yesterday. It was bad. But it be cold in here at night. Yeah, and dudes like to be like, I could get into this shootout. If I survive this shootout, I'm the man. Niggas gonna know who I am. And women like to be around the corner like, oh, they shooting. Oh, they shooting. You know what I'm saying? Two things. Now, so I'll stop hating on men with hair now. No, men with hair are cheaters. And then, especially, like, men with hair not only cheat, but they want to be polygamous and shit. Hey, Charles ain't the drilling gang smoking on them dead eyes, bang, bang, gang. Shout out to you. HC Ball, one piece. Okay, that's the best thing I've heard in a long time. Bald men don't cheat. Bald men don't cheat. Bald men don't cheat. Long hair don't care. Bald men don't cheat. Okay, get the likes up, please. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. You say you a bald headed? Like, hey, Shabo, I don't know if you date black dudes, but black bald dudes don't cheat. Okay, I'm not sure about white bald men because they're maniacal. Them bald white dudes are maniacal. They just look, especially when they have like the neat trim beard and like I'm trying to seem regular. Men too, like the women, they can tell our trouble. Everyone wants to catch, but it catches what everyone else wants. But I promise, man, ever since I was young, I always been against the grain in that fashion. I never liked the people that everybody liked. I never liked the shoes that everybody liked. I never liked the activities that everybody liked. I never got into basketball. Never got into basketball. Never liked Jordan. Never liked the popular girl. I always liked the shy girl. I always liked the shy girl, the girl that attracted less men, that people didn't notice for whatever reason. You know, I've always, like, even in my raps, I rap against the grain. A lot of people like to rap about certain stuff. I rap about other things. My food getting cold. I'm sorry. That's the food you about to see for nourish our body. Please, if everybody's hungry, let nobody die of starvation. Let's hands prepare this food, my baby. But I just learned how to utilize that and not just be like, oh, y'all doing this, I'm going against it. I know I'm behind the schedule on the last stream, but I do not like drama. Sorry if you want to argue with me. It's the best for leave my house. I feel that, man. I tell y'all, you see like you like the aggressive peacekeeper. All y'all hoes better sit down and have fun. You look like you a local. Like, don't do that around there. Like, Tajon is the aggressive peacekeeper. Embarrassingly, because I'm eating rice and eggs, turkey, sausage. I do not like drama or cheating, and I get ghost, walk away and never return. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. I will leave your ass. It's a man's world. This is a man's world. No, women control the world, and let me tell you why. I didn't just come up with this. Yes. If men ruled the world, nothing would have gotten accomplished. Nothing. I know that there's innovators on both sides, people that just, innately be like, hey, I bet that tree can become a swing. Boom. But the men are the tools that's ruling the world. The women are the fuel. It's because a woman said, you gonna let that man have that land like that? You gonna let that man have more citizens than you? I heard so-and-so came out with a book. It's the woman in the man's ear that lets him know her standard of what she can settle for, but he gets up and say, man, let me wash my ass and go cut the grass and start a war and get this land, build a missile and threaten these people. I'm pretty sure it's a council of women that counsel the men that lead the world. Because men get to the point like they're satisfied. No drama, no reason to protect anybody. I'm cool. I'm cool. Let's party. Party. Bills paid, kids protected, women satisfied. Let's party. But it's the women that are never satisfied behind this men where they have to get $1,000,000, then $1 billion, then $1 trillion, then $250,000. Niggas was happy with $100,000. No, it was the women behind the men that made the man. I need a gun. I need a bigger gun. I need a faster gun. I need a gun that shoot more bullets. I need I need a drone. I need a missile. So let's argue, baby. Wait, isn't Steve Harvey bald and cheated on his wife? Steve Harvey was not bald when he cheated. He had hair when he cheated. He had hair when he cheated. He say, I'm about to cut my hair. I think men know they start a bunch of mess and it caused a lot of chaos. They noticed, so they start drama just to become the victim using the black woman as a bait. start the drama to become the victim. I think you talking like personally and within the house. I don't know. I see that type of man exist, you know. I be trying to speak like generally, like, you know, generally women do this and men don't do this. In that situation, I see both of them do it. Like men and women cause drama and then they want to be the victim. Say the lies you tell. By niggas who do cheat don't count. Yeah, cause they ain't all they could grow their hair. They could grow their hair. If they ain't got this full crescent moon right here, man. You feel what I'm saying? Like if they thinning, watch out for them. They not absolutely bald. Bald dudes cheat on or with their mama. The debates out today, man. Suave versus Battleaxe today and tomorrow. Hopefully Battleaxe shows up. I have faith in him. I have faith with him. I have faith with him. Black men are lucky that most of you look okay with the bald head. The melanin complements the baldness. Hey, you got it. Got to be in you, not on you. You know what I'm saying? Because all our hair is shaped crazy. But look at that side view. You see that? That shit get crazy. Like we look normal like this, and then as soon as we turn like this, that shit start looking like what they call me, Uncle Fester. Damn, that just reminded me to go buy some clippers. I gotta go with no comment that plead the 1, 2, 3, 4 feel. Men cheat, period. Hair, race, money, a bad bitch, none of that shit matter. I mean, in all honesty, yes. If you're gonna cheat, you're gonna cheat no matter what. You can be fat, ugly, and poor, homeless. You're still gonna cheat if you're a cheater. But there are men that don't cheat, which is like unbelievable. You know, just every woman. I know I could get her man, and that's like it's been abused and it's fucked up because a lot of weird shit has happened to women where we have to, you know, start defending. But that's like y'all natural fucking, you know, way. You know? Um. Oh, okay. I have some oyster fast feed. My go-to. Oyster fast feed. Okay. So what? Okay, nah, that side of that head, man. Shout out to you, big dog. Elder, y'all ride a building, judge, y'all ride to be exact. Queen Cornbread, I see you in the building. The verbal assassin in the building. Melanin royalty is in the building. True justice in the building. You'll debate that? Let's debate it. Jump on. Let's see what you talking about. Nerdy boys are the best. Man, you gotta keep somebody, man. That's just generally experienced. That's grounded. You know what I'm saying? That know how to be a nerd when it takes to be a nerd, know when to be the gangster when it's time to be the gangster, and doesn't abuse the two. You know? Yeah, men are motivated by women. That's just how it go. Said that was fake hair. So cheating makes you bald. You know what? If there was some type of consequence for cheating, that would be cold as hell, dog. Like if you just lost your mustache. If you cheat, you're gonna have that chomo lip at the top. Oh, you didn't ever take it? I mean, I'm eating. Got me in trouble. Men's egos are fueled by their perception of women. Their ego is fueled by women's perception of them. Anytime a man finna look weak in front of women, poor in front of women, stupid in front of women, niggas don't mind looking like that in front of other niggas. Everything men do is to please women. So, in my opinion, and I'm a black man, women are in the driver's seat and men are just here for the ride. No, men are in the driver's seat and women are telling us where the fuck to go. Nikola Tesla wasn't married and died alone. Look what he was able to accomplish. Facts. 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 Now just imagine if he would have had a woman. He would have been so much greater. If he had had a woman, she'd have told him, don't sit in the electricity, stupid. If women are never satisfied, like you say, then they are the reason the world is advancing at all. Facts. Facts. Men get content. Men say everything is protected, everything is provided, everything is cool. Let me play a game. But women are always like micromanaging and micro worrying. And it's like, no, day after tomorrow, though. The day after that, and you like, man, just remind me the day before, please. Just remind me the day before. And women are like micromanaging. That's why you have to have a woman in your life. Men like is, and I'm not saying a man can't be great or good without a relationship, because I don't feel like that with the woman too. I don't want to have to tell women, well, you know you need a man. But both men and women cannot reach their peak potential without a woman or a man beside. Like once you get a spouse, that's the person that gives a fuck about you, that's looking at you from the outside, and you always have to have an outside perception because, like, we're oblivious to the fact, right? We're us. We're looking through our eye holes, and for some reason, we accept us. We was just born us and was like, you know what? Let's go. And then your woman and your man be like, hold on, wait. You mind doing this first? And then we could go. So how long do you have to be bald before you're not a cheater? It ain't how long, it's just how bald. How bald. You gotta be bald from the front all the way to that little knuckle back here. Once that knuckle show, no more cheating. Let me see. Men just don't like calling their drama because they know how it sounds. Yeah, they call it beef and shit. Nigga, I had beef, nigga. But we used to use drama, right? I got some drama up the block. He said, nah, my head shape heat. LOL, the mugshot photo book be funny as with the side views. I thought you should eat shellfish while pregnant. Oh, I thought you shouldn't eat shellfish. That's crazy. Sweet doubleheader debate. No, not a doubleheader. Just back to back. I want to call him and say if he want to do one of them early today. Let's do one at 6 and then do the other one at 9. I hate putting that pressure on dudes. They always come back crying. All right, for sure, Jessica. I got you, man. Let me get that caption in this motherfucker. We both got to learn sign language. You don't know sign language? Yeah, hit the like button, please. Jessica Joel. Men like showing off, and that's not about all about women. Sure it is. Sure it is. Men like to show off to men because women are watching. Niggas don't give a fuck about niggas' business like that. The women do. So now niggas gotta be concerned about it. That's what that nigga Alpo knew. That's why Alpo had the women. Because he knew. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah. The white gangsters, the white bad boys that have you know, just the weird ass bullies, the real appropriate, intrusive ass. If we could get away with it, let's get away with it. If that's the case, why so many Dusties if all the women in mind? Because a lot of women are Dusties too. a lot of women are dusty too. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, we're the minority, right? But a lot of people are dusty. I don't know what else to say. Um, hmm. Shout out to the honest truth. Is that the honest truth that Taz was talking about? Funny. All world war began over women, not resources. Rocker guys with high IQ. I hear that shit. The ones that like rock, punk, and Eminem. Hell no, I break it down easier. Men want quantity, women want quality. Apply. Um, I could see you saying it. Like, I'm not like, oh, what makes you say that? I think, the quantity thing is like a safe mechanism. So, like I said, I can't disagree with you. It's a safe mechanism, you know. But like most dudes will be happy with one woman. Most dudes will be happy with one woman. You know, it's hard, of course, in this. Shout out to T Chanel in the building, the T Duck Killer. Shout out to the T Duck Killer, T Chanel. Well, I believe a real man will not make excuses. The Four Tops had a song called "What Is a Man," and it speaks true to the ones who's real. Well, we gonna have to check out the Four Tops to see if those coke snorting motherfuckers knew what the hell was going on. Don't know if they snorted coke. It was just popular at the time. QI. Elder Yah Robin Naz is not true. The entire world was a matriarchy before religious crusades. Women. It's still a matriarchy. They're just smart enough to put the men in the front. You know how you buy a black business, but you put a white person at the counter? Mm-hmm. Hey, well, y'all got the wrenches. I didn't know if that was the same one, but yeah. That's crazy. Motherfucker put it over here and fax some shit. Come on, some facts, nigga. The fact is, move your ass around. The religious crusades were the first wars against Nubian women to turn matriarchy into patriarchy. The religious crusades. Let me check it out. Let them talk. you want to see? You want to see what's up? Emery, sweet peace to you. I love peace and give him that. Just be transparent and let me know how you move with other women. It's my choice whether I stay or leave. And that's a fact. And that's what a lot of men aren't secure in knowing. The woman is gonna deal with you whether or not you tell her the truth. She's like, if you're honest, just be honest. Just be honest. It's the healthiest, most safest thing because a woman will leave you and then help your ass be what you want to be. Oh no, I can't be with you. But here you go. And that, and in that way, I think women are just natural solutions. But like I say, they micro worry. I could just see it in Katrina's head. Like, what are you thinking about now? What you worrying about now? What is it? What is it? What is it? What we got to do? What you want to do? You know? Yeah, stop lying, man. It's their decision. A lot of women will choose to have a relationship with you. But the thing is, men can't take that back. When you call her, she like, oh yeah, I'm with Reggie. Like, all right, man. Well, I'll let you, let it tell Reggie I said what's up. Nah, niggas don't. Man, I'm about to cut off. She with that nigga. She with that nigga. I tried to tell some of these mammies that when they said I don't need a man, the guys don't get it. It means I don't need a man to take my money, eat my food, punch my face. I don't need a man. Yeah, nobody fucking needs that, right? The nerve of that some bitch. That's a fact of history. Not up for debate. Those dudes be trying to cover all this stuff up by trying to make it seem like the woman just wants to say, I don't need a man without reason. There's a reason why women are saying they don't need a man. A lot of them. Some of these motherfuckers is just saying it because they heard y'all laugh. They say, where the link? Oh shit, the link! How dare y'all let me ramble like that? But, you know, the peers don't give a fuck. Oh, shout out to Domo. Okay, let me see. There go the link right there. Yes, yes. Who said that? Where's that comment at? Hold on. I'm going to give it all the way to men give a fuck what other men think, but won't say so because they know it sounds gay as fuck. Well, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to take a poll because to me, it's just like men just aren't concerned with what's not in their way. Things can exist outside their way. I think within a certain circumference of men, yes, they will be aware of you, but men don't go out their way. Like men aren't looking for men, like to be like, what these niggas on, what these niggas doing? Let me stay. Y'all right in the building, the killer priest judge, y'all right head judge, y'all right to be exact, and Domo one in the building MVP with
What
the
up?
smug look. He stay with that smug look on his face, man. Look, he trying to straighten it up. He always giving y'all the bedroom eyes, lady. That's watch him.
I
Watch
don't give it, nigga. It's natural. Niggas
What's
spend
good?
money trying to look like me. But look, speaking of niggas trying to spend money,
Uh-huh.
you gassing, bro.
Which
Niggas do what they do to impress niggas, bro. And
no, they don't.
that's a
Okay,
fact, nigga.
explain to me why. Because I
Niggas
don't
do
see
what they even when it come to women,
it.
that's another barometer that niggas use to impress other niggas, bro. That's another barometer when it come to women. Niggas
No,
like
that exists. That exists. That exists. When men definitely will use their women to compete with other men, women wise, right?
right.
Like that, yeah, that happens. But when all of that smoke and shit dies down, our motivation is okay. Now, what you want me to do? Now that I'm done out here playing, stunting on these niggas, what you need me to do? What you want me to do? That's what runs this shit. If women like dudes, how did men get into tight pants in pink colors? Was it other men like, you know what, this gonna kill?
Yes, nigga.
No,
Yes.
it was women liking tight pants and pink colors, bro.
For a certain group of people, man. For a certain group of people.
Yeah, for a certain group of people.
But mostly, I agree with you. I don't disagree with Domo, but I think mostly, like you said, like niggas don't go get no car, no 24-inch Rams mine, and no white. And man, niggas ain't doing that to impress no dudes.
Fact.
We going to the car wash, man. You going to get lined up. Man, I'm going to look good for my boys today. Hell no, you ain't. Oh man, hey, listen. They said it like they say like why I'm sour on women. I'm not
Like,
sour on women. I'm telling you, niggas go to war over women.
Oh,
That's recorded in history.
hold on,
We go to war.
y'all gotta watch how society evolves, right? So like just like y'all said, like haircut, like niggas don't get their hair cut, bro. If you notice that a new phenomenon with young niggas is wave checks. So they
But
like
see,
niggas
that's what I'm saying though,
walking
Mo.
around like, hey, let me see your haircut. So niggas is comparing their
Yeah,
waves to each other waves.
that's what I'm saying. But you know what? That's another argument for another day, bro. But I agree with you, though. I agree with you, bro. I agree with you, bro. That's why phenomenon is the right word because that's new shit.
That's new shit. You
That's
right.
new shit, though.
Like you right.
Yeah.
Like for example, you know what I'm saying? Like my mom, because I used to wanted to grow my hair out when I was younger. Like I grew up in the, you know what I'm saying, like the early 2000s. So it's like shit, nigga. That's when niggas had braids and niggas had twists and niggas was doing all type of shit with their hair. You feel me? And so I'm like, Mom, I wanna, you know what I'm saying? I wanna grow my shit out. You know what I mean? Like I wanna, you know what I mean? I wanna have braids too. My mama
Right.
lied and said that she said she felt like I was too young to have braids, right? But that was just her way of saying women gonna find you like you look better with your haircut, with waves, with a fade, with like that. You look better like that. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like for me, yeah, that's what it was. It was like, okay, I look better like this. Even like when we talk about like, you know what I'm saying, wearing certain colors. Like my mom used to tell me like, shit, my skin look good on lavender and peach and that type of shit. So shit, I'm thinking, okay, you know what I'm saying? Women want to see me in that type of shit, in that type of vibe. You feel me? Yeah. So it was a shift. You know what I'm saying? For a lot of niggas, it was about, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it's all about the sisters. You feel me? But it's been a transition to a point where niggas is doing it, you know what I'm saying, so they could literally impress other niggas. You know what I mean? I mean it's a balance. I will say that it's a generational thing. I think the younger niggas are more likely to want to impress other niggas than older niggas. You know what I mean?
I think you can find that crowd at any point in time, but it's a very minuscule crowd. This is probably the largest that crowd has been. You know what I'm saying? Like, like I don't speak in absolutes, but the majority mainstream, you know, is men trying to make sure that the women accept them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could beat a nigga into accepting me. Oh, you don't think I'm cool? You're cool now, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. It's just different. It's just different. That's the thing about pickup.
Yeah.
That is a boring
I
ride.
think it is though. I think it is a generational thing, a societal shift. You know, like because I will say this. I do see younger guys, but not even just younger guys. I know some older guys too. 30s, 40s. That's you know what I'm saying. They feel like their appearance is just as important as a woman. You know what I'm saying? And so they be checking other niggas like how they look. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, you know, like like the clothes they wear and the shoe. Now like we are like we laugh at what's our boy name Westbrook. We laugh at that nigga because of the clothes he wear, right? But it's a lot of cats out here that like the way he dressed. You know what I'm saying? They like the way he dressed. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna catch me in that shit, but you know, it's a lot of cats out here that like it.
Yeah, man, that shit is weird. Go ahead, Domo. Yeah, we hear you.
All right. So I do want to point out what Queen Cascade was saying, right? What you gotta understand, like, cause Queen said it was your mama that told you look good in those colors, right? Well, you gotta understand though that as a young boy, you know what I'm saying, being raised by my mama, you know what I mean? Like that's how niggas came to understand women. You feel me? That's not to say that I look for women like my mama, but when it came to like what women thought, my mama would tell me, you know, hey, women like this, and my mama, my grandma, like they would just be like, this is what women like. You feel me? Like this is that type of shit. So it's like, so really, it's like I get the criticism that like a lot of niggas like go out looking for their mama, that type of shit. I'm not necessarily saying that. I'm just saying that in terms of like what looks good on me or what looks good in general. I'm on the same mindset as Suave. Like what women, like I tell my wife all the time, what do you want to see me in? Like I don't really care about style. I don't really care about what's the hot fashion and none of that shit. What do you want to see me wearing? You feel me? That's all I give a fuck about. Like when we go shopping, do you like this shit? You know what I'm saying? Because if not, then why the fuck am I buying? I'm not about to waste money and you like, why'd you buy that? So waste the money.
My niggas like it. Damn.
Good fuck with niggas like it.
Hey, Melinda in the building. Shout out to the queen. Yeah, so I'm hold on, because it was a comment. Somebody, oh yes, and women do it for women. Women do not get dressed for your ass. They're trying to murder each other with the bags. And the hair,
Yep.
and the heels, and the nails, and the lashes, and the makeup. They try to put each other under the dirt. I say,
For real.
yeah.
Yeah, and look, and that's why niggas don't get when it's like, you in the club, she looking good, she's vibing, right? She doing that little dance by herself or whatever. And you walk up and you like, yo, what's up? Like, niggas is surprised when she like, I don't know. I'm cool. Nigga, cause she not doing that for you. Like
And she doing this for you to get this. She doing it for you to get this. So other women be like, damn, she turning men down. Yes, I love the thumbnail. And that is the debate that I got coming up is the black woman God. So, shout out to East Africa. Subscribe. Fuck with us. Yeah.
That's why you put that thumbnail. That was an interesting thumbnail.
No, I was on my phone. I didn't make the template for my computer, and I didn't have any pictures in my phone of the argument league symbol. So I just used that because it was in there.
Yeah. Hey, but listen, niggas better stop talking about this woman and man shit. You know what?
The who?
Niggas get scared. You better stop talking about this man and woman shit. Niggas get scared and not want to pull up, not show up to debate.
Man, yeah, man. Shout out to Free Spirit Judge, Free Spirit Infinite Soul. It'll say, ain't nobody that insecure. Give me a break. Nobody's that insecure. Nobody. No, I get your expression of thought. I get your expression, but yes, people are that insecure. I'm not like people. Don't compare the 6 celebrities, ordinary normal black sisters. Kinda lost me there, but women dress for other women, but they follow men's desires. Instagram thoughts came from men losing their minds over Kim K.
This is what niggas got
That's not my lane. That's not my lane. That's not my lane.
This is what niggas got it fucked up. Women don't follow men's desires. Women control niggas' desires. That's why. The idea of a quote unquote Instagram thought or Instagram model, however you want to do it, comes from the fact that when you look at her 1 million followers, when you look at the 100,000 likes in 5 minutes, niggas, she's getting paid off that. She's winning based off of the fact that I know if I post a thirst trap, all these niggas is gonna show up and I'm gonna get another $15,000 check because you niggas is thirsty. They don't follow men's desires. They manipulate. They control it. That's why niggas be feeling so small and so minuscule because women control so much.
Niggas was satisfied. That's what y'all don't get. Niggas was satisfied. Like we didn't need the lingerie, the negligee, nothing. We wanted the body. You put the negligee, and then we had to like the negligee. We had to like the heels. We had to like all this stuff that we didn't need in the first place. But somebody said it in the chat. Most of the clothing designers are gay men. And that's a problem too. That is a problem too.
Why?
What?
Why?
Because gay men have a perception of what they want to see men in and how they would like. I guess that's the part that I can speak on. Gay men want to see men dressed attractive. They want to see them look good. Like anybody that's designing you, they want you to look good. So what does a gay man think a man looks like good? You see what I'm saying? Like, this is the type of man I'm attracted to. This is what I want my man to wear. So they make the clothes and people buy the clothes, not knowing that. But all these gay Italian designers with the no-waist jeans, the low-waist jeans so they see the cut and the crotch. Niggas ain't thinking of that. Niggas ain't thinking of that. The tightness of the pants so they can see your ass.
I guess the better question is, why are we letting gay Italian designers dictate what we think look good?
I don't think we're thinking about that aspect. We're not. A lot of times when we buy clothes,
you're right. I agree. We're not thinking about that aspect. But
it's popular.
You have to understand. But that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't think it's a question of the homosexual aspect. I think it's a question of the classes elitist aspect. Because these ain't poor gay white people. You know what I'm saying? These ain't poor gay Italians. You know what I mean? And these ain't poor people. These ain't poor people that's able to wear these clothes. You feel me? People go poor trying to wear these clothes. You know what I mean? But I definitely think that's a question of elitism, bro. Like that's why I think that has to do with. I think that to be for real, I think that got more to do with whiteness and the how we understand what elite means and how what we think is high class as a more than negation. You know what I'm saying? It's really more of a question of, well, these shoes are ugly as fuck, but I can say that they cost $600. So if you call my shoes ugly, I'll just tell you, these running 600, nigga. How much?
Ain't nobody gonna call them ugly because they know they cost 600. It's like, what can I do to not be picked on today, to not be pointed out today? Holly is in the building. Shout to you, sis.
And that's why, but that's why I'm saying it ain't damn, I forgot what I was saying. But yeah, damn,
I'm sorry.
I lost my train of thought.
Men appreciate lace and satin on women, but remember, you started off naked, which is what the men ultimately like. See what I'm saying? Yes, once you put it on, we was impressed by it, but we wanted the fuck out of the way. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you remember that episode? You remember that episode of Fresh Prince? Where he got it was a chick from In Living Color, Regine from In Living Color when she was on Fresh Prince. Nigga, and she walked in and like they had got married so he could take her virginity type shit. Yes, this was the Fresh Prince back in the 90s. And she walks in. I got something special that I want to wear for you. And then she walks out in this white, you know what I'm saying, sleep nighty thing or whatever, and he's like, "Oh, damn, baby, that's beautiful." Now go ahead, take that off. Stand up off on you.
Dave, you do look good. You do look good. Don't give a fuck. Holly, peace to you. And Queen Cascade in the building. Holly, the floor is yours. What's on your mind?
Good evening, everybody. Good evening.
Holly, I think you got to get up on your mic.
Can you hear me? Can you not hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Queen Cascade. I'm talking about Holly.
Okay. Peace to you, Suave.
Okay, there you go.
Queen. I agree with both of you, and I disagree with both of you. I definitely believe that, that men, there are certain things that men are doing to impress women, and there are certain things that men are gonna do to stunt. I'm not gonna use the word impress, but they're gonna try to stunt on another man. But Suave, you are completely wrong. We are not buying negligees and heels and everything to feel better about ourselves. We're doing that stuff to impress y'all. Trust me, those 6-inch stilettos, they look good on us and they hurt our damn feet. Okay.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna be honest, because I didn't say that y'all wear it to make yourself feel better about yourselves.
No, I threw that in there.
Oh, okay. Because you said I'm absolutely wrong, and that was not my sentiment or expression.
No, you said what you said was that we do it to murder each other. Now
not the negligee and the lingerie.
Well, no. Yeah, but no. I mean, certain outfits we going out, we gonna make sure that hair is right because we want to make sure that all eyes are on us, not the next chick. Yeah, I do agree with you and some points on that, but you mean stuff like those heels and like I said, the negligee. Trust me, we're thinking the same thing you are. We buy those type of things because we think that that's what y'all want, and to hear you as a man say, no, like that's real cute, but can you take it off? Like in my mind, I'm thinking I just put this on for it to come off. Why? Like, why am I doing this? But you do it because you think that's what your man wants to see.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think and I mean it's out there, right? I don't have to make it up. Like we see who designed the lingeries and stuff like that. Like once it came up, it was purchased, and men were like, "Ooh, that does look good." But I mean, it wasn't like men that was like, hey, cover your body with this. Like, we just wanted to stare at your body. You know what I'm
Okay, can
saying?
I jump in for a second?
Go ahead, Queen
Yeah,
Cascade.
I think that might be the case now, but going back in history, when we look at, say, for example, the way that religion has influenced the Black community, covering our heads, having in certain, churches, dresses down to your knees, not being able to wear trousers. I think we forget the fact that how many years ago how women dressed was based on really and truly what your husband liked and your husband preferred, or what
Mm,
your partner preferred because you were a reflection of them. Do you get what I mean? Like,
uh-huh.
think about the way that trophy wives exist. It's because they want to look a specific way, and when you look at certain, what you some people class as high value men, some other people may look at them and say they're not in the best shape, they don't have the best looks, but other men give them respect because they've got a good looking woman on their arm that's dressed a certain way, that's wearing those heels, that's wearing those dresses, and behaving a certain way. Now, I do see now we do have, over the last how long, a push in terms of women's understanding and self-esteem, and women starting to dress for themselves. Do you get what I mean? And even in regards to what Domo was saying earlier, Domo, think about this for a hot second. Yes, there is that point that you made in terms of fashion and within the LGBTQ community and fashion, but there's other parts where it hasn't been. Well, personally, I don't think there's parts of it that have been elitism. So, for example, yeah, for how many years women have been, I've heard numerous women say in different generations say to men about the what do you call them, the baggy jeans, the baggy pants, showing you boxers, doing things like that. Where did that historically come from? Prison.
That's
Because
not true though. That is not true.
you
People
don't believe
really
it's
took
true.
off with that. No, it's not true because prison culture did not. If like prison culture did not run the streets, the house. It just didn't. Like niggas was not coming home from jail with tips on how to dress. Sagging came from hand me down clothes. You got your big brother clothes. Once grandma died and wasn't no hem in the legs, wasn't no seam in the waist part, you have to do something to make it look cool, to make it look like you're not poor. They're not sagging because they too big. They sagging because that's cool. That's where sagging came from. That whole sagging was a prison thing. That's a scare tactic to try to get people to pull their pants up because it was playing on the men's insecurity. Hey, do you know that's gay? Like it didn't come from prison, and that's just something that really got popularized so fast. Sagging came from hand-me-down clothes, not gay men in prison.
Say it didn't. Okay, say that's true, that it didn't come from prison or it came from hand-me-down clothes. The
Mhm.
fact is, generations and thousands of women I've heard over different generations in different countries saying the same exact thing about the sagging pants. And then even when it came to now in this last sort of decade or half a decade where we've seen these skinny jeans, do you get what I'm saying? And having doing the opposite, going to that extreme. I'm constantly saying every year, let's leave these skinny jeans on men in 2000 and whatever it is that we're in. So I don't. So I hear part of what you say, but in terms of certain dress, certain types of
Well,
dress, if it was really about women in that sense, then and you wanting to do that for us, then if you, what's the word that I'm looking for? Other men think it's cool. Most women don't think it's cool. So if it was
Yeah, we
really
definitely
about
don't.
us, then that wouldn't be the trend. Is what I'm saying making sense?
yeah, but we didn't do it to be trendy. Like it wasn't like we was like, let's go buy some clothes and buy them big. We literally got given clothes and we made it cool. Like we didn't go out and buy baggy pants to sag them. We got it, and then it became the style So then, yes, you would have dudes say, I need some room. But you know, they did it for other reasons too, because niggas like to keep their gun on them and they want to put a pack in their drawers, all type of other shit. You know, it was to a certain culture. But it didn't start off like, you know what, this gonna kill it. Like, no, it just that became, you know, not handing down that, what's the name, where it came from. Because a lot of our parents, a lot of us never got in the sack. You know, but people look right past that to the sagging because it's a lot of fucking sagging. But because those people weren't honest and say, I sag because I got my brother pants on. The kids grew up like, hey, this the style. They're like, no, it's not the style. Get pants that fit you. We did it because we was in poverty and we was tired of putting strings for belts and shit like that. And of course, each person personalized it depending on what they, you know, where they from and how I go like that. But I look at it like when dudes got enough money to buy their clothes, that's where it leaned to. It leaned to what's popular, what's famous. What can I wear that people not gonna question? What are those? And they're going to go buy the rocker jeans, the crotchless rocker jeans that's not built for black people. Because black people have asses and thighs and shit like that. And it just sticks because nobody's talking about you. Nobody's saying, look how tight that nigga pants is. Like, everybody like, damn, you look cool. You look good. You look nice. That's the new rocker jeans. That's the new, you know, Baby Apes or whatever the fuck. What was it? Drunken Monkey or Red Monkey or whatever it was?
Bathing Apes and Red Monkey.
Yeah, like once I start seeing them clothes come, and the meal was like 2007, 2008, some shit like that, where dudes started bringing rocker jeans from like New York. I went up to New York. This is what they wearing out there.
Yeah,
That,
but you know that, okay, so I used to live in Japan. I lived in Japan for 4 years. And you know, to your credit, what you're saying, you know, you're talking about Europeans that are making the clothes, and we're talking about definitely two different types of body styles. And going back to that Bathing Ape is actually a Japanese clothing brand. It's an Asian clothing brand, and their bodies aren't built like ours,
right.
but they're a high-priced item. Still to this day, if you go on the Bathing Ape
Are
website,
you serious?
oh, absolutely, absolutely. You know, like you're still gonna pay, you know, $300 for a T-shirt, not a sweater, or like for a T-shirt. That it's still expensive, but you know, you're talking about, you know, two different types of body styles. But again, you know, like you said, you know, like you and Domo said, I want the people are wanting to. You know, wear that high price stuff. So they're not being picked on, or they're saying, okay, well, you know, they're admired or whatever, because you can afford this stuff. But I also want to speak to something that Domo had said. He said that women, that we are the one who, like, we create what men desire, and I don't think that that's true. Queen Cascade just said, you know, said something to bolster, you know, what I was saying, and I'm going to piggyback on that, on her piggybacking on me. We are doing it because of you guys, and she started from, you know, like in going back in history, women that okay, they've come back. Those corsets, if you look at those corsets that women were wearing back in the day, that have come now back in style, that we are wearing them again, just like those heels. That shit hurts, but we wear the stuff to make our you know, that 36, 24, 36 that Sir Mix-a-Lot was talking about. You know, we're trying to, you know, make this body type that we think that y'all like, and we are literally killing ourselves.
But we both got fooled by
Yes.
mainstream perception. Once they put it on the billboard, because the thing about the negligee and the lingerie, it was a public display of sexy. Like, we all knew our girl was sexy. Nobody else knew because she didn't wear form-fitting clothes. You see what I'm saying? Men wore suits, women wore church dresses. like all the time. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what leisure dressing was back in the day. You know, you had on church shoes, you had on some slacks, you had on a button up.
Stacey Adams.
You feel what I'm saying? But once we were able to take the overclothes off and they put a woman in public with her underwear on, it was like, yes, men said, wow. Wow. Because this is like, this ain't 2021. This is like, whoa. You know, people have concerns about this. Is this okay to show this lady in his bra and panty set? You know, the bustier, whatever it is, this, that, and the other. And so men's reactions to that public display of lingerie made women say, got him. Got him. I'm going to get his ass. You know, so I could see that play to the fact it was like, of course women are thinking this is what men want because look how they're reacting to it. And it was like, you know what? I do want that. I want that right there. I got the security of knowing how my girl look, but I want other dudes to know my girl bad. Or I want to have a bad girl, you know, or I want dudes to know my girl is bad. I want them to know my girl is bad. And a lot of times that trophy wife is a sign because you can't have a trophy wife without having money. So they know, even if you don't like her, she's a trophy wife. Even if you don't like the new Lamborghini, it's small and it drives horribly. But people will respect you and accept you because it's a sign of having money. Go ahead, sis.
But you know, the flip side of that is that, you know, women, we can always tell that a man has a woman by the way that he looks. If he steps out and, you know, he's wearing a nice smelling cologne, I have a thing. Like, I love a man that smells good. And I always can tell that he has a woman when I ask him, what's the name of that cologne? You know, I really like that. I want to buy that for my husband.
Mm-hmm.
He does not know. That means that his wife
bought that shit. She asked some other woman, some other man, what's that? So I can buy my husband some. Yeah. Men, when the women bring you these clones out of the blue, just know.
You know, if
When you
I look
saying
down
Suave
at his
about
shoes, or you know, he's got on nice shoes, and you know, but he has no idea that he's wearing, you know, a pair of Ferragamos, you know, or that um you know, his hands are, you know, beautifully manicured. You're looking like this man has got a woman, or he's got plenty money and he's trying to attract a certain type of woman.
Somebody in them. It's somebody. He got sisters. He got a mama. He got exes. He got something. Or he was very attentive because a lot of men don't get that. Because people project. So men are like visual, right? Oh, that look good. And a woman smells a scent, and something that don't look so good looks good. And we like, what the fuck was that? Once men understood that science, yeah, cologne time. Because they control themselves. Boom, boom, boom. Queen Cascade, go ahead.
I just want to speak to the assimilation, because like you said, in terms of billboards, but it wasn't just the billboards. There was a lot coming through, different dynamics, whether it's the magazines for women that would say about, you know, cooking and cleaning and wearing some lingerie for your husband when he comes home from work and all those kind of things. You have to remember, going back in the day when you had Jet magazine, Essence, and even before then when you had the white magazines that were around that would have the cleaning section, the home cooking wear section,
They had a
and
whole
then
one, Home and
there'd
Garden
always
with Queen
be
Cascade.
the what do you call it, the doctor or the woman that would give advice in the advice section, or a man giving advice to women about keeping their man. So in one sense, you have to remember, well, we're all sort of pre-programmed, but I think to a certain extent for women, we're pre-programmed in a way that maybe you don't understand, because of the fact of a lot of us having fathers, or those that not having fathers around, their uncles, their grandfathers saying, you know, sit like a lady, wear heels like this, make sure your dress is to this extent, make sure you're covered because of, you know, elegance, being ladylike, but also the danger elements of the male gaze. Do you get what I mean? So a a lot of us have been pre-programmed that way to make sure that there's safety. Well, I think men think there's safety in women dressing a certain way and not understanding that that piece of clothing doesn't necessarily save you from being attacked. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
years have progressed. So now, coming into this new period, because I think every so often, because there's a period where women have a sort of enlightenment, because back in the 60s you had the flower power and what was coming in with contraception and hippieism and all the stuff that was going on back then. But then obviously in the 90s you had all the stuff coming out with gangster rap. It would be earlier for you guys, because obviously parts of England, certain things were banned for a long time. So it was seeing things on MTV and 106 and Park. And for us, for a number of years, unless you went to certain department stores or you were traveling to America or you knew family that was coming over from America, do you get what I mean? There wasn't certain things that we here were able to access. So we had a lot of women going through pattern making dresses. Do you get what I'm saying? There was like the punk era, but you also had other eras within that here. So I think in some parts, some men are aware, but others aren't aware of the impact of the male gaze and male attention when it comes to fashion and how it's been directed for a number of years for women.
Yeah, that's an easy one I can see. I kind of, I just think that, you know, we trying to we looking back on a lot of stuff, trying to piece it together, you know, make it make sense, make it make sense, because you know shit is fucked up, and things are changing so fast now, and oh, okay, that is TCL, okay, and things, I still think that might be T-Dot, I don't know, but things progress so fast now, and the reasoning for it, and it's not as easy to speak on things as it used to be. You know, because there's conditions, situations, you know, then people are projecting. And I think, you know, to step back and just take an honest look at it, like the sis said, all of these things have a play in it. You know what I'm saying? Just whatever and what gravitated y'all to it, because the point is the same, it's just different ways of getting there. You know, some people, you get them to do something you want to do by telling them they can't do it.
Okay.
I bet you can clean your room up, and people are like, what, ugly? And then some people, all you got to do is say, I would like for you to clean your room up. And they'll be like, oh, well, I want to make you happy. I'll do that. So, you know, I can see it all. I just really think, clear, cut, and dry, we both have been influenced to like things that in the end we weren't willing to stand on. But the other side is propagating it now, and we got to move in accordance. We can't just turn around and say, like somebody just said, men glorified strippers, and I mean, I get that, but no, we didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't. We didn't.
When you think back at, sorry, Holly, go ahead. Sorry, sis.
But no problem. But Suave, how can you say that when you get like men and like rap, like let's just say Magic City. Magic City is it's a strip club, but like it's as big as, you know, a nightclub in, you know, a major city. Like the strip club and the strip culture has been heightened, glorified so much to the point where again the influence of that on the men are influencing the women to where women are in record numbers have been going out and buying stripper poles. They've been taking the, you know, the classes and everything else because you guys are in the strip club. So it's like, okay, well, I can do this for my man and I can do it at home and he don't have to go to the strip club and spend the light bill money anymore, you know?
And the smarter women knew not to do that.
Well,
I don't
you know what I'm saying? Like I gotta say, like, if your dude's going to strip club, you buying a strip pole is only gonna make him like you on a strip club, but it's not gonna take him out of the strip club. He's still gonna go. The dudes that don't like, I don't like going to strip club.
That's you,
Like,
Suave. But if we
I'm
look
sorry.
at men as a collective, that's you, yeah, and there's
Yeah,
probably
but I think a
men
lot of
in
these
the chat.
men are boys and they're doing what they're told to do. Like,
Okay, hear me out.
like a lot of men are getting their role from the mainstream. This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to, and it's like you're lame if you don't do it. And a lot of dudes are too insecure to be considered lame. But like the strip club to me is a cool environment. Don't get me wrong. It's a cool environment. You get the clothes, you get the women, you get the music. There's a bar, the lights, and all of this stuff. But to go there and just be a perv, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's different for me. Like, let me see if I get in the back. I got $100 in this. Like, no, like I will have a drink, enjoy the visuals. I'm cool on all the other stuff. It's just an ambiance. That's all it is. Like, I don't even need to show me attention directly. You know what I'm saying? Like, just create
That's
the
going back to what you just said, though, Suave. How like both genders are being misinformed. You all are being told that this is what you need to do to be cool or to to catch the women, and we're seeing you all do these things, and we're thinking, okay, well, this is what we need to do to get and or keep our man.
I think there's part of that, but then on top of it, okay, going back, you've got Meg the Stallion, you've got oh God, Cardi B, you've had Little Kim, you've had Foxy Brown. Most of these artists, and I remember seeing research ages ago, I'd have to see if I could pull it up, where it was like groups choosing outfits, men in terms of looking at the visual styles and what they preferred. That's why a lot of the music industry with the female rap artists has gone towards doing the sexier outfits and the stripper type clothes and all those kind of things. I think now it's slightly changed, but the lead up, like Biggie dressed Little Kim because he wanted to attract the male gaze. He wanted you guys to find her sexy, not just because he understood that the lyrics wasn't enough. She needed an image that matched it to draw the attention. So moving forward, that's become a thing. I think like Hollywood, think about oh God, what's his name? Big Pimp. He had that mansion and they had the bunny ears. What's it
Hugh
called?
Hefner?
Yes. See, you've got Hugh Hefner and you've got Playboy. So we can't pretend that this hasn't Playboy magazine has been around for how many years. We've had our own versions over the years. That's been influenced by what men want. Do you get what I mean? Those women wouldn't have, most of those people now, I think people are doing it for themselves or out of a need, but back then it was more so for the attention to be able to draw men in. If we look at things like Baywatch, Pam Anderson, Hollywood, them getting those things done was so that they could get, further their career, because Hollywood was mainly men telling women how to dress, how to look, how to perform in front of the camera. Even in terms of my experience in being in the photography industry, when it comes to modeling and the way that they want them stick thin, that didn't originally come from women, that came from men. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, the mainstream, the system is run by men. Yes. But black men's reflection has never been mainstream. We adapted that. Like, we're underground. Our culture is underground. Like, it's just different. It's easy. You put a half naked woman out there, yes, you're gonna get engaged. And then once you find out, well, when you're dealing with these corporations, that's what they're willing to invest in. I got a Lauryn Hill rapper, and I got a Little Kim rapper. Which one is gonna guarantee my money? This is what they use. Which one is gonna guarantee my money? And there is a sex lane. You know what I'm saying? Like in any culture, there's a sex lane, whether it's prostitution or stripping or modeling or whatever it is. Yes. But our culture has only been allowed to flourish and embrace that. The Talib Kweli's, the Lauryn Hills, the Erica Badu's, all of that stuff is not popular. Those were things that broke the glitch. You know what I mean? That broke the matrix. It was just easy to say, hey, if you're gonna be an artist as a man, you have to be tough. You have to be threatening. You know, you couldn't be no peaceful talking ass dude and giving women flowers. Like Common is not a marketable rapper.
Mm-hmm.
He's not.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you do as a man? Would you go in the Common position or would you go in a Tupac position? You'll go in a Tupac position, even if you want Tupac. You know what I'm saying? You would make sure by the time you got in front of those big heads that this is something marketable. That's something that, because once you accept it, they got you. It's hard to say, man, we don't like this, but this is what you propagating. But it's about a bag or it's about comfortability. To me, a lot of times it's about acceptance. Black people are not accepted as doctors, but we're accepted as drug dealers. We're not accepted as judges, but we're accepted as criminals. And so that's where we flourish more mainstream. But if you look at what we struggle to put forth, there's a lot of positivity. There's a lot of women with their clothes on. No, I don't think so. Even though it's old as hell. There's a lot of women with their clothes on. There's a lot, you know what I'm saying?
No, don't get me wrong. I think now, like seeing how things have evolved, like for example, I'll give you an example. So, for how many years? Probably over the last couple of years, I've worn makeup probably a handful of times. Yeah, I conducted an experiment. I think it was like 3 years ago. It's before the pandemic, anyway. So I wanted to see if this was true. So I wanted to test drive it. So I spent a week wearing makeup, yeah, dressing a certain way, yeah. And then I spent a week without makeup, but still dressing the exact same way, yeah. The reception was different to when I was wearing makeup and when I wasn't wearing makeup,
Yeah.
or when nails done, all those kind of things. So I noticed that when I wasn't wearing makeup and the nails weren't done and certain things in terms of high heels, I'd still dress up, but I wasn't wearing the highest heels, like, the stilettos and all that. The way men treated me was very, very different in their behavior, in their acknowledgement, in their good mornings or good afternoons. And I got a lot of criticism for not wearing makeup or asking me if there was something wrong with me. Now, for the last how long, I'd worn makeup basically, practically every day, but that was more to do with my work, to do with my job, dressing a certain way. And I think even in that, as people, as Black people, we code switch in a way for our jobs, for our careers,
Of course.
and even that in terms of, what we've had to go through with hair discrimination. And a lot of women, I think people forget the history of where parts of wigs have come from in terms of protective styles, and the fact that the workplaces won't accept certain things and schools, are against the natural hairstyles, and we've had to fight and are still fighting for acceptance. Do you get what I
That's
mean?
wild to me. Like, and it got turned up recently, like within the past 7 years or something. It's been turned up against natural hair. That is crazy to me. Like, that just showed me how much we still got to fight for. When in 2021, I'm talking about in 2021, there's a movement to express natural hair.
I think it's
Like,
wonderful.
no, get a perm, hot comb your shit, do something to make you presentable to me. Like, no, that's not what we're here for. We're here to do our job. And if my hair goes past my shoulders in a fro, if my hair is in dreads, a fucking box. You get, and I don't know if it's insecurity or if it's just, no, I'm showing my dominance. You know
Yeah,
what
now
I'm
I
saying?
put my foot down for the last how many years. Like, I realized with England, it's very well, for the areas that I've been through, it's very, they want to define you. Whereas I'd be myself in certain levels when I was outside of the country and express myself differently. But now, I think probably about 5 years ago, I got to the point where it's like, no, I'm dead set. I'm dressing the way I want, being the way I want, talking the way I want, building my confidence and self-esteem in areas where I thought that there were holes in it. And the amount of criticism that I got
Come on,
for
man. I'm
just
gonna take you
wanting
out.
to just be me and not typically wear the typical dresses or wear the like some of my high heels have been sitting in a box for a couple of years, and I still get men, especially like the older generation of men, the elders, that are like, oh, remember when you used to dress like this and wear the skirts and wear the things? Why don't you dress like that? Why are you not doing it like that? And I'm like, this is me. This is what I've evolved to. There's nothing wrong with it. Plus, it's interesting now to watch men turn around and saying that they like seeing women with no makeup, that they like seeing women with natural hair, because for a while that wasn't happening. I don't know if it was happening in America or it's just the circles I run in, but that wasn't happening for a good while.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
that's
don't think, like I
because
say, it's not. Oh, go ahead, Ali. My bad.
no, that's because how you were saying, like Suave, in the past few years, you've seen attack on natural hair. But that's because all of us of a certain age, as far as Black women, we've started to push back and say, hey, no more. I'm not going to relax my hair. I'm not doing all of these things. I'm going to, be natural, especially with those of us those who have daughters, because, we're trying to show those little girls, hey, you're beautiful the way that you are. But
Exactly.
mainstream, going back to what you said, Swab, mainstream is saying, hey, you are pushing back against our beauty standards. This is not pretty, and we're not going to have you pushing back against, what we say is what's beautiful. Your natural hair is not pretty. And they're putting our little girls out of school for wearing their natural hair, wearing protective styles, for wearing their braids, their twists, their afro puffs. They're doing all of that, but it's a pushback from the mainstream, because they're saying, we don't like the fact that you're pushing back and trying to
You're defining beauty.
reset your standard of beauty.
Yeah.
Yes.
It pisses me off. When I saw that girl had that problem in school, I saw a dude have to cut his hair on the scene to stay on the wrestling team. Like during a wrestling match, stop the wrestling match to cut his dreads.
I remember that.
And I'm like, whoa, this is crazy, man. But like I say, it's about acceptance. We're social beings. It's not popular to holler at fat girls, even though men like fat girls. It's not, you have to wait till everybody's not looking to be like, hey, yo, beautiful, what's up with you? So when dudes, when you put on the makeup, Queen Cascade and stuff, dudes like, okay, this is what I'm supposed to be hollering at. I just look at that as weakness, man. Like as a man, I don't want to be pulled in every direction just simply because a woman is walking past. No matter how gorgeous or beautiful she is. I don't want to be that victim where it's like, man, I couldn't control myself. Damn, look at her. Man, like, no, those are the goofy niggas to me. Those are the goofy niggas that do all this desperate stuff to get their attention. And then the girl end up wondering who I am because I show her no attention at all, or I'll just speak, I like your hair and I keep it moving. And they'll be like, whoa, what, I just don't like that. But I feel like it's just, men are going to move like that because it's the safest route. If Kim K walked down the building, somebody used her as an example, which to me is a horrible example, but I am weird. But when she walked down the street, it's like none of the men are going to look at any of the men weird for wanting to holler at her. If you don't want to holler at her, you might get some pushback. So like, what's wrong with you? You gay? You know what I'm saying? It's Kim. Look at them hips. Look at them thighs. Well, once you gain experience in life, it has nothing to do with those. Peace to you, Holly. Peace to you, Holly. Peace to you, Holly. You already know.
But then at the same time, she got a whole heap of tension because of the situation with Ray J. And then on top of it, it became a thing where when she was having the BBL that people didn't realize was a BBL at the time, she got more popular for assimilating to the Black woman's figure. Do you get what I'm saying? And now, if people notice, she's ended the relationship with Kanye. It looks like she's completely slimmed down. She's trying to get her lawyer ethic on. So she's redefining her fashionability now with how she's presenting herself, because she wants to cross back into that lane.
Nobody want to be seen naked. Like, that's the win right there. Nobody's okay with just being naked. But that's the real you. And you're ashamed of it. That's how I know I win. All of this stuff, you could be louder, flashier, richer, smell better, but I know. So that's just the fakeness that will always be present that let me know that it's not the truth. I don't care, because the Ray J thing came out with Kim Kardashian and she blew up in mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
I still wasn't giving a fuck about her. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know who she was, this, that, and the other. But a lot of dudes, it was like, oh, you're supposed to like Kim K. And I hate that men are those type of followers.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. Mm-hmm. I really do. I can't wait for men to say, you know what? I don't. Let me see. Who's a good example? What's the old girl been pissing y'all off? Went to the basketball game with an ass cheek.
Lizzo.
Man, we should be on Lizzo trail. Pissing the world off. Look at this fine, sexy dime piece right here. That's what we should be doing. But we sit with the surgery woman, the Botox woman that can't come outside because my face ain't on woman. I have to contour my chin so it don't look so goddamn bold. Contour my cheeks so they can look more feminine. Like,
everybody's got their own journey of self-acceptance and growth, and in terms of maturity and the choices that they make. At the same time, I'm going to push back, and I'm the exception to the rule. I ain't got an issue with being naked. If it was a case of my thing is this: I came into the world naked, and I'm gonna go out of the world naked. I didn't come into the world with clothes on. I wasn't born with clothes on. Okay?
You could die with clothes on, though. You know that.
You could die, but your spirit isn't gonna. Do you get what I mean? When your spirit leaves your body, the clothes is on the actual body. I don't know what heaven looks like. Okay, so my thing is this, and you can ask my daughter. I'm basically a nudist when I'm in my yard, because that's my body. I'm in my home. If I can't be myself anywhere else, it should be able to be in my home. I'd love to be able to walk around the streets naked, but England's cold, and I ain't about being done for indecent exposure. I'll let the people that are running around.
But you know you winning though, right? When you look out at the rest of the world, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you winning. You're staying true to yourself. What you're gonna have to pay for won't be what they have to pay for. These motherfuckers gonna have to pay for some shit. When this fake ass life end and the real shit kick in, and you sitting there watching your life movie or whatever happens at the.
I think we're all going to have some embarrassing parts. I know I've got some embarrassing parts, but it's been a part of you get what I mean? It's a part of the experience and it's a part of the journey. And now I'm like at this age, and like Holly's saying about, when we have children, when you've got daughters, and even today, like I was having a conversation like last week with my daughter, and we was going out, and she was saying to me, "Mom, can you wear a specific outfit, blah, blah, blah." And she was going to go and off and dress how she wanted. So I'm like, oh, so it's okay for you to dress how you want, but now I'm expected to hold to a certain standard. I'm growing a leader here. Yeah, I don't follow what other people say. I'm going how I want to feel comfortable. And if you don't like it, then you don't have to look. But I paid for these clothes, and I pay for what you wear too. Okay? If you're gonna ask me to be acceptant of who you are growing into as a young woman, you also have to be there has to be a certain amount of acceptance for how I'm evolving, because I'm still growing as evolving. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
and they shouldn't be mad at Lizzo for wearing a sheer dress if Rihanna wearing one. And like I say, that's just the popular thing. It's popular for me. Men are accepted saying Rihanna is sexy. But then men get attacked for saying Lizzo is sexy. Lizzo is sexy. And I'm more interested in seeing her than I am Rihanna. Like, and I think a lot of men are. I think a lot of men are just really trained to go with the mainstream because it's safe. It's safe. But how many 14-year-old girl body women are you gonna fucking look at and be impressed? Skinny girls, at the skinny girl, at the skinny girl, at the skinny girl, at the skinny girl, at the skinny girl. Eventually you say, okay, I want to see something curvy. I want to see something with some bumps. Tejan in the building, love yourself.
Hey girls.
Yes, hey, Linda in the building. Also, the floor is yours. What's good, Tejan? Your signal fucking with you today? No, you say? Your phone still doesn't like it. Okay. Melinda?
Yeah,
okay, hold on. I think she there. Hold on.
I'm in the building.
Hey girl.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. The floor is yours. We can hear you.
Okay, well, I want to say something real quick in defense and calm. Y'all gonna have to lay off that press and calm. The press and calm was not the black woman's enemy. If y'all can hear me, I'm gonna say this. The press and calm was the white woman's enemy. Okay?
Absolutely.
The press and calm, again, was the white women's enemy. Press and calm straighten the roots, giving the roots of the hair room to breathe so the hair can grow. The press and comb grew the hair of the black woman, making it thicker and prettier. It didn't look like what white women were perceived to black women in the plantations and all them other times. See, when you now they did something against black women because that press and comb was taking care of our hair, but now that perm became the black woman's enemy. I don't know who told black women that perm was better than a press and comb because you want to avoid having a little bit of burn in the back of your neck.
On the back of the ear and shit.
That perm and that chemical that men were using back in the days when they were performing like Cab Calloway, that was eating up the heads, the scalp of the woman. That's what they wanted. See, and even though women were still sporting the perm, they still was it still was eating up that hair. The Jerry curl, all that stuff was eating up the heads, the scalp of the woman, and making it hard for her to grow her hair. But that press and comb was our best friend when we needed to comb our hair because you don't realize when you gotta comb that hair, honey, the scalp hurts and everything because you.
Sandra, you still going, sis?
I think she's
finished. Sis, I have to disagree with you about the press and comb. Excuse me. Because our hair in its natural state, it's supposed to be, a coil. Now we're supposed to keep it moisturized, but the press and comb was more about, it wasn't to help the hair grow. It was more about vanity. It was, and I can understand why they did it. When you're in a culture where your hair is told to be covered, your hair is made fun of, but you have the best hair on earth. But so again, I remember getting my hair pressed when I was little. My great grandmother would press it, and she'd be blowing on it, put it on the fire, and burn your ear and stuff. I mean, that was miserable. Heat to your scalp like that did not grow the hair. That was actually damaging. Anything that we did unnatural to what we were supposed to do to our hair was not good for it. Because even just that heat coming off of it, that wasn't good. Your hair would break. That's not our hair. We weren't supposed to process it because that's just all of that is processing. But I think I was gonna go back to the first thing. What was someone told me to come up to say? Oh, what was it? I forgot. Dang it! I should have looked at that first.
Was it about Lizzo and them?
Yes, Lizzo. Oh my gosh, Suave. Thank you, Suave. Okay, regarding Lizzo, I want us to all kind of know this because with agendas and especially things like with liberalism, this is that kind of everything goes, nothing is wrong. Children are smarter than adults. So when they promote things like when they say, first of all, what they'll do is they'll say you're fat shaming. First of all, Lizzo's a beautiful woman and she's talented. She's very talented. But I think that again, our people just continue to be, just used as a prop and as they're just used for the agenda. But this is what we should. That's not even like us to promote anything unhealthy. I'm not saying an obese person is necessarily unhealthy, because I've taken care of people who have perfect blood pressures and they're large. Their blood levels all look great, but the further you get away from your skeletal frame, the more you're going to run into problems. But again, with these agendas, they go to the extremes. So what's going to happen is normal is going to be abnormal, and then the most despicable setup is going to be looked at as normal. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, right is wrong or wrong is right. Yes, I agree. Brown Sugar in the building. What's good with you, Queen? The floor.
Hey, how you doing, Suave? I just wanted to let everyone, first of all, big, little, skinny, fat, what up? I'm a big woman. And my ex-husband tried to destroy me. And it took me 5 out of the 10 years to get myself back together, to know that I'm beautiful inside and out. But society has its say. Oh, and by the way, you're right, Miss Nurse, ma'am, the lady that was Miss Melinda. Yeah, you're right, because I'm very healthy. Everybody is not meant to be the same size.
That's
Everybody is not meant to be the toothpick. If I was to even try to get down to a small size, guess what? My bone structure is not going to allow it. If the Lord, anybody believes different, if the Lord wanted us to be the same size, we will all be the same size. If a person is going to love you, they're going to love you regardless. And I had to learn that. And I'm 46 years old. So to say that is, thank you. But, I know I look good. You understand but how far that brought me? From being with someone since the age of 25 to the age of, yeah. And then, that person say these things to you all those years on top of marriage. Then you get a divorce. And then it take just 5 whole years for you to find yourself and say, I look good. I don't care what other people say, regardless.
I'm sorry you went through that, sis.
It made me stronger. But
and it's gonna make other people around you stronger, and it's gonna say them. It's gonna
stronger,
and it's gonna save them a lot of time, right? Because you went through that, and you gotta go through that to actually know for certain.
Yeah,
I got it. I'm me.
Yeah.
Like you can never rely on the external, because a lot of the external attention is conditionary. It's because of this condition. It's that if you don't got it yourself, if you don't know yourself, if you can't look and say, I want to get up, get dressed, do my hair, get my nails done, this, that, and other, get my beard shaved, mustache, whatever people do. Like you gonna get. I'm trying to find a say, but
you're gonna get ridiculed regardless.
You open yourself up for shit. Yeah, that's fact. Because I'm the type of person, I ridicule dime pieces. I ridicule clean ass niggas. That's me. When you come in clean as shit, I'm on your head, boy. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny.
That's
You know
part
what
of
I'm
your
saying?
personality, Suave. That's a part. You have a jovial, humorous sense.
He
You know what I
does,
mean?
right?
But
In your
it
sense of
doesn't matter if
humor.
I'm sorry, Queen, go ahead.
No, you
No,
good.
no, no,
You
no. I
got a
was
point.
finished. I was finished. Go ahead.
It's a matter of class, dignity, intellect. It has nothing to do with who got a big ass, who got big titties, who got a big stomach, who got big legs. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
for the
But can
most
I
part,
add something? Oh, I'm sorry, sis. I'm sorry.
go ahead, knock yourself
Oh,
out.
I was gonna say this, y'all, because I want y'all to realize this. We are we're an amazing people. Because let me tell you though, I went to an HBCU, okay, and I when I was going there around our people, I noticed that we do have an attraction to flair. You know, we like what looks good, and
Yeah,
so I was kind of shy and stuff. But I was buying a lot of clothes. You know, going to the mall a lot because I wanted to be dressed up all the time. I wanted my hair done, but when I noticed when I kind of after I got out of college and was just around kind of everybody, I could kind of tone that down. I started to feel more comfortable. You have to be in a place where you feel comfortable with yourself,
absolutely.
and that's what I know. Because sometimes we can kind of we will take things to the edge, but that's not bad. It's a good thing. That's just who we are as a people. But but I noticed that.
We like to experiment as a culture. And just in terms
Yes.
of what you were saying, Sister Melinda, I remember the same thing with the hot comb and getting burnt on the ears. So I hear what the other sis was saying that was on the panel that's dropped off, because in some ways lightening the hair here and there, but the amount that I've seen it happen in hairdressers and going every few days or going every day, or do you get what I mean? I think it's about the
Yeah, and
amount.
that's what I say. Nothing it's really hard to say what's right and wrong. It's the overdoing.
It's the
It's
overdoing.
when you totally disregard your real hair
Mm-hmm.
and you have 14 wigs sitting on the dresser that you wash every day and
That's
clip and do all
retarded,
this,
yo.
and then your hair just in cornrows
Hey,
for
stay
4
off the
months
wig,
at a
Suave.
time. Like, no, I'm
That is
on
the
the fact.
craziest
Yeah, no.
No,
But
thing.
what I
it's
was
the
gonna
fact
say, Suave,
that
was
you disregarding your hair for
Oh,
4 months.
exactly. But then that
You know
comes
what I'm
from
saying?
this whole culture. So black people are hard on each other. I have felt more comfortable around other
Like
people.
dudes with gold teeth.
Well, now the gold teeth is different because when black people used to
Because
say
niggas
gold is the
ignore
best thing for your mouth.
they
Gold is the
ignore
best thing for your mouth.
they ignore their real teeth and think they can keep popping them gold teeth in.
No, it don't work that way.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna go with that.
Suave, and what Melinda was saying before, it was for
Mhm.
me. It's more of a case of now, because we are seeing this. I don't know if you want to call it revolution or this awakening, this self-awareness. We, back in the day, it was the old school hot combs on grandma's fire.
Mhm.
Now, you know what I mean? You've got the different accessories and what you call them, tongues and straighteners and different
Curlers, hot iron.
chains and stuff.
And
And
I
obviously
don't
we're
put none of
learning
that
more
stuff in my
about
hair anymore.
curl textures and the way that our hair is, and more products are becoming more available. Do you get what I mean? So I think now that there's more
I
awareness.
disagree.
With
What
what?
you mean?
Melinda, I disagree with
Okay.
you.
Yes,
Oh, with
Sister
Melinda.
Tanjanzu. Go ahead, sis. You disagree with the hair with the hair comment? I disagree with.
I think she
Well,
might be having a bad
I
network.
disagree. I disagree with you, Melinda, because there's no way in history, and not my grandmother, my grandmother, my great grandmother. Like, listen, and during history, we talking about during history. Now, maybe your great grandmother, she was a little harsh. My mother, she was impatient, but we knew who to go get our hair and pressing combs. We knew where to go get our hair done and pressing combs. My grandmother, she was all that. But let me tell you something. If you can't hold your ear and sit still, yeah, you're gonna get your little ear burnt by the little pressing comb. But we're talking about compared to chemicals where people are throwing perms in the hair. That's the
But sis, what
chemicals
I'm
on the
saying is
hair was burning your scalp. Okay, not the pressing comb. Now, if you got certain grease that you
The
use on your
pressing comb
hair,
still
but
does it
it
too.
never took your hair out. It never
I
took my
think
hair
I
out.
think
Actually,
she
it
was
does. After
saying
years of getting your
I
hair
think she
pressed,
was saying that all of it
my
it
hair
damaged
wasn't
was
our
my
hair.
natural
own
to
hair.
our
My
hair,
hair
sis.
was
That's all I'm
growing.
saying.
It was thick.
That's
It
what
was
I
I shouldn't have
pretty.
figured.
to hold my ear because we shouldn't be putting that
But
kind
we're
of heat
not
next
talking
to us.
about
But
the
So
everybody
natural
has to
state. It's supposed to be
remember
like this
that
because back in the plantations, they was called pickaninny and things like that, and that's fine.
No, it wasn't
well,
fine
but
then.
we could, but
But
protecting,
we're
like
not
saying,
talking
plaiting it up,
about the
plaiting it
fact
up at
that
while
night and
you're
putting a little
saying it.
scarf
we're
on
not
it.
talking
It will
about
save us.
the fact that we were all just so scared of our. We loved our hair thick and all that stuff. After our hair being pressed and blow dried and stuff, we loved our thick hair. We loved it. We
No,
I
I
think
loved
hated
it.
it.
When I saw my hair straight. When I first got a perm, I wanted my hair straight
Yeah,
like
but
white people's. I
and
did
we didn't
not
have to comb our
appreciate
hair
the
for like
natural
2 or
way that
3.
my hair
We
expressed
didn't have to
itself
have our
on my
hair
scalp.
can
So
I
no,
say
my
this?
I
hair,
Let
think
me
I think
say
that's
this.
more
that's coming from
creative.
Let me
another
say
for
this,
place.
weeks. So
ladies.
we everything was cool.
Straight
And I
hair
think
was
it
not who
gave
we
it a
were.
break.
So
So
Ladies, I
But
think you have
but
to
our,
remember that
our
our
One at a
we
experiences,
time,
were
because we
masters at
can.
hold on, no,
all
no,
of
no,
our
because
experiences have
Tanjan,
been
remember
hair.
Tanjan has a delay. She can't really hear us. Hold on, Tanjan, 1 second.
oh,
1
I'm
second.
sorry.
Let us get a chance to reply to you. What? Because one thing that the perm, white supremacy, all of that stuff can't blind you to the fact that women have straightened their hair in ways for thousands of years.
Right.
It wasn't new because white people wanted us enslaved. We want to fit in over here. Um, like we had a bunch of hairstyles. We had a bunch of the micro braids, the one hairstyle like where it just looked like a nappy fro, but you just cut it and people used to shape they naps into.
Yeah, throw up.
I was
Yes.
Yeah,
like, yeah, that shit
I've
I've seen
used to
worked.
busts
press
of
my hair
people
so
though, but
well.
they were Egyptians were wearing wigs and stuff too. And there've been a bust of those people with afros. So yeah, I'm sure we had processes where you could make our hair more manageable, but to change, but to kind of change the what would it be, the protein bonds in your hair by straightening it, that's a different thing.
But a hot comb won't do that. Like if you're just like severely burning your hair, like we said, too much of anything is bad.
Can I
But
say
if
this?
but if
I
you
think
put a
that
little heat on
You're
the
right.
comb,
It's not
with
about
the
the hot comb,
ladies
y'all. What
here.
I'm saying is the deeper part. It's about how my hair expresses itself from my scalp biologically.
Yeah.
It does not come out straight. I'm just saying, can we just admit that maybe we some of this was some social conditioning? That's
Can I
all I'm asking. And
yeah.
there's nothing wrong with it. I
But
got my
everything
hair
that
pressed.
has
and
been
I want to
talked
go to
about
Queen
I didn't get a
Cascade.
perm in a minute. So
No, I got you, Melinda. I want to go to you, Queen Cascade. But the thing is, we can't be so aware of social conditioning that we don't accept our own culture and start
But
turning
y'all
on
don't.
ourselves. Like,
Not you per se, but y'all don't.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like the hot comb. Like, come on, the hot comb.
Well,
that's
we
not
don't.
necessarily our culture, Swap. It was
You know what I'm
something that
saying?
just like wasn't black men perming their hair and putting lying
But
stuff
the
in it.
hot, that's what I'm saying.
That's not natural.
The hot comb and perm is
Could
two
I?
different things. We
can I say
can't let
this?
the awareness of the perm make us look at anything that straighten us hair as equal to the perm. The hot comb was not equal to the perm. It was introduced before the perm. Like people being had. I don't know how it was the picks and hot combs are ancient. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
right. But I'm sure putting different little things together and people been putting stuff on their hair, um, potions and stuff and on their hair too, but maybe not as much as
Yeah,
like a
well, that's probably unhealthy. Queen, I'm gonna go to you. Q out in a bit. I'm gonna go to you, Brown Sugar at the Queen Cascade, and I'm gonna go to Q out.
I agree with both ladies. I sit on the fence. Don't get me wrong. I understand and I do agree with you, Suave, about what you're saying in terms of the chemicals and the lies and the different ones that have been brought out over the years. But I think the sister that's dropped off, is it Tanisi? Am I pronouncing it?
Tanjan.
Tajan.
Yeah.
I think we forget that there's different generations within the panel that's sitting here, and we're all in different communities seeing what's going on in our communities as well as our own experience. So what works for Tajan might not work for Sister Melinda. Do you get what I mean? Because of our experiences, because of our hair types, because of the curl patterns in our hair, what worked for Tajan might not work for Sister Melinda. Do you get what I mean? A lot of us have had different experiences of good hairdressers and bad hairdressers.
It's not about the hairdresser, sis, because I don't mind a perm or getting my hair pressed if I have, go to get a hair pressed again or getting a perm. I still
I
do
ain't going
that.
no
What I'm
chemical.
saying is, it's the reasoning behind it. That's all I'm saying. I'm
No,
just
I
looking
agree
at
with
the
you on
root,
the
the root
reasoning.
cause.
I was just speaking to what
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Nisi was saying in regards to not agreeing with you. I think both of your points are
Right.
valid. There's validity in everybody's
Okay.
experience on the panel
Yeah.
because your experience seeing women in your community, seeing your grandmothers and how they dealt with it. Do you get what I mean? And
But it doesn't matter who pressed my hair; it was still gonna burn. It's not about the
women in your community, seeing
stylist.
your grandmothers and how, like, carry on, Melinda. Sorry.
QI, peace
Yeah,
to
what
you.
I wanted to say is let's not forget that Black women didn't choose to just want to come out and get a perm to say look like another race of a person.
That's my point.
Let's remember that Black women, you couldn't get a job unless you had straight hair. And still today, it's like industry standards. Like if you work in corporate America, you're expected to look a certain way. If you work in the music industry, you're expected to look a certain way. And, basically that has been based upon, media and media defining what beautiful or what normal or what successful.
They don't define it. We have to accept
I have to
it.
disagree with you with that, sis, because we made a choice to put chemicals in our hair. We still, like everybody is saying, even before the hot comb came along, back in history, they still found some type of way to press their hair at that point in time.
I agree that perms are cancerous. Like a lot of these chemicals and stuff are cancerous. I agree with that. I'm not promoting perms.
No, I was saying we had a choice when you that's all I'm saying. The chemical, when the chemical came along,
you had a choice between getting a decent job, or getting a nice paying
that don't have nothing to do with the perm, though.
Women were still wearing frozen. It was just the way. It was just about y'all. People didn't not get a job because of hair. I saw this. My aunts in the 60s, 50s had afros and stuff.
You can wear dreads, like still to this day.
Okay, but they weren't. I'm talking about like I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about like years ago. But again, it's about. I think sometimes I don't know how many incidences, how many can we think of where people literally were not able to get a job? You said it like a corporate job. Today, today, Black women can wear their hair like they want to in corporate. I have a cousin who's a lawyer. She wears her dreads are down past her butt. People aren't on that like they used to be.
Not like they.
I don't even know if they used to be like that with that. I don't know.
Not like they used to, and not all jobs are still, just liberated. So there does need to be more of a movement and speaking out about us being able to be natural and still.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen that though, and I'm 48 and I've been in the professional. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
But braids and dreads have been spoken of a lot of times. A lot of people have lost their jobs due to wearing braids.
I wouldn't agree with that. How many people lost their jobs? But I do know people have. I do know it happens. I do, but I just want to see how many.
Yeah,
I never heard of the
all right, y'all. I'm dropping off, and I love y'all. So if I come back with someone say, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Go ahead. Who was that? Sugar? Who was that?
Yeah, that's Sugar.
Go ahead.
I don't even remember what I wanted to say because we done jumped to so many.
Hey, that pot iron.
Hey, and I ain't there yet. I keep this too early.
Well,
but
Miss Yolanda's thinking.
Well,
this is what I wanted to say. The best thing
hold on. I got you.
The best thing I did, honestly, was stop putting chemicals in my hair. I don't know if all women know this, but you can still apply heat to your hair without damaging your hair when it even comes to processing. You could get a steamed flat iron or a steamed curler. It's different nowadays versus back then. We don't have to damage our hair. We don't have to apply chemicals in our hair. If you see my picture on there, that's pressed with a steamed flat iron. I don't put chemicals in my hair anymore. Now, when I finish going through my, heat flash and all that good stuff. Was my hair back, poof and wait? Yeah, it was. But that's just like with you putting chemicals in your hair,
Yeah,
correct?
I also wanted to say that, like, when it comes down to Black women, there are so many things that, like,
Yeah, hair is the last thing.
that, Black women are judged on and expected, just like we have colorism issues, we have all types of
Yeah,
issues. So my point in saying it is that, like, we can, we're speaking about the effects of issues, and see, and and really that's only being unfair to, certain people, just like Lizzo is out here, she's making statements because she's in the music industry, so
but
she's
she don't have to go showing her body parts to make
she's
the
making
statements that she want to
well
make.
I mean,
well
she really do though. It's at
right,
that point.
as an artist, she's like,
I understand for society, but still hold some type of class and dignity for yourself
there, see,
as a
that's what I'm
woman.
saying, that's what I'm
I don't
saying.
care how much money they pay.
But see, we're not saying that about the other way. We're not saying that when it
Thank
comes
you.
down to Beyonce. We're not saying that
Thank
when it
The
comes down
devil is a
to
liar. Yes, I
No,
Nicki
we
do.
Minaj.
not. We not. They literally
We're not
kicked
I
the
saying
mean,
Lizzo.
that.
y'all don't. I'm saying I do. You calm down, Paul.
No,
Let
no,
me
no.
stand up.
Okay, okay. So this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. When not nakedness, but even form feminine clothes, right? People say,
It's
well,
fine.
Lizzo need to wear clothes that complements her body. What?
Mm-hmm.
What? So that
Lizzo,
right
Yeah.
there is letting you know, like, well,
But I could wear something the same type of way and not show as much and be sexy
and
as
I
hell.
get
my point is this,
That's
because
what I'm saying.
this fake ass illusion of the tight body. I know there are women, they're healthy, right? Like they ate right,
Right.
they
mm-hmm.
weren't
Right.
stressed, and they look
Right. They just
amazing
thick women.
for that
Right.
for their age and
Right.
for stuff like that.
Right.
I know people get into age. I know a lot of slim women that had 5, 6 children, this, that, and the other.
Don't look like they had none.
Um, but the point is, women look like women have stomachs. Women have
Yeah,
hips. And for us to sit up here and hold this fake illusion of the perfect body to the point that women are dying, trying to get
to look
That's
surgery,
perfect,
crazy.
to
trying
look
to
That's
bootleg,
perfect.
crazy.
that's
That's
where all this
crazy.
shit go out the window to me. Fuck
Right,
Beyonce, fuck Rihanna. Where's Lizzo?
because
That's
Women,
we
it's
gotta
crazy.
look at
okay to
skin
look like
bleaching.
this.
Miss
People are doing
Yolanda.
skin bleaching to look lighter. It's
Yeah.
all kind, because there's this fake level of perfection, or what the perfect person should look like, when
Mhm.
really, and we're not able to be natural. Like he's saying, a fupa. Like they're out here judging a fupa. And Lizzo, if Lizzo was to wear some stripes, or she was to wear like some tights or something with a long shirt, they would still be talking about she's too big for that. Like, there's certain clothes that big women shouldn't wear. So, like,
Now, can
so
I
the
clean that Lizzo situation up before y'all go too far? What I was saying was, if she would have the same see-through tights that she wear when she's performing on stage, with the leotard, it still looks natural, like it's her. If she would have had that under that when she went to that basketball thing, my girl, you understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
but
But
see,
that's
why
based,
are
Because
Miss
we
Yolanda, can I say
why
this? When you talk about integrity, class, and elegance, yeah, your standard of integrity, class, and elegance is different to what Lizzo's standard of elegance,
this,
class,
thanks?
and do you get
And
what I
who
mean?
are we to
Everybody has
define?
their own definition in their head
but
of what.
is it really? Because she gets
Yes.
on social media and cry about what people
See,
saying about
see,
the things that she doing.
people.
So is it really?
Yes,
Well, when you've
because
got
people are
millions of
trying to
people
validate
attacking you and
themselves.
trying to send you death threats and doing a whole heap of things,
I
that's
mean,
what
I understand, and then I get all of that, but
And
I'm
what
people are
leads
trying to
saying
somebody to panic.
validate themselves. People are trying to validate
That's a
themselves
fact.
based on what other
That's a
people
fact.
think of them. And we need to get away from that. Like
that's
And
what I was
Lizzo
trying to
and
get to the
Lizzo
whole
and
thing.
everybody
That's
should
what
have
I
a
was
right
trying
to
to
be
say.
their own self and to love who
That's
they
what I
are
was trying
naturally.
to say.
and know that Lizzo is threatening society's view of beauty.
Exactly.
She's a weapon.
And for
When she get up there and she say, "No, you're going to like this part of me too, and this part of me," like
Then
all
she's
these
making a
women,
hell of a
all these
stand
women,
for
all
us
these.
heavy
Hold on, hold
women.
on, hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
1 second. All these women that's dying in the gym, dying on the surgery table, they're mad at her.
Right.
They don't understand how she could get up there. Girl, if you ain't got enough money to go get the tummy tuck, you shouldn't be dressing like us.
And see, that's what I wasn't trying to
What?
knock that. I wasn't trying to say. I was just saying
No,
that
no, you're
outfit
not. You're not saying. You're not
itself.
saying that. You're not
No,
saying that.
I'm not saying that. I'm
I'm just.
on Lizzo's side 100%. I
I'm
was
just
just saying the
broadening the.
body there in our generation versus their generation.
And
Yes,
she's just
I'm
making
just
a
letting you
statement.
know. I'm letting you know who's sending this you echoing. Because when you sit up here and say Lizzo is unattractive, you're calling yourself unattractive for a lot of women. A lot of women are calling themselves
Never
unattractive
said that.
by holding her in that screw. And I'm like, damn, so now you just legitimizing your man to look at you and walk away and say, like, no, women look like this. Like, I have a problem with trying to stay young forever.
Yeah.
Get out of the young people way. Let children be children. Let young adults be young adults. You can't be a young
Grown
adult
folk be
forever.
grown.
There's a beauty, there's a respect in being a mature adult. There's a beauty in being a handsome or beautiful older lady, older man.
Facts.
But,
Love
but
who
we
you
can't even
are.
appreciate that because we dyeing our hair black, don't want the grays to show. And I mean, we did a horrible job of taking care of ourselves. You know, we ain't got to sit up here and lie. We had it over to do it. Everybody be eating cranberry and
You know
fucking,
what, Suave?
So
you
everybody
know.
doing something
When it
different.
comes to during the pandemic, and during the pandemic, seeing all the gentlemen and the guys with their salt and pepper was so refreshing, because even like I love seeing the guys with their salt and pepper hair out and rocking their beards, and like it might not be for everybody, but come on, we've known for how
I
many
echo
years.
those fucking sentiments. Cascade, real talk. I appreciated seeing humans that look like humans. Because when I
Exactly.
was young, humans looked like humans. Like when I looked at now, humans don't look human. Everybody look trans.
Um,
Everybody look like it looks trans
Artificial.
something. Yeah, like no,
Artificial.
that ain't you. That ain't you. And to the point that normal regular society, dumb people like me will sit up here and think, damn, that motherfucker look good for their age.
but catch the joke, Suave, because even with that, yeah, remember, I'm in my
Mm.
30s. I've got a teenager, she's just turned 15. So us who have been around a hot second, when like the comedians and B.B, even though I don't like his ass, when everybody started just their barbers wasn't around and they weren't getting dyed and they were showing their grays and stuff like that, I thought it was wonderful. But for my daughter it was really weird, because for the last 15 years that's all she's seen is dyed this, dyed that.
Yeah,
So it was an awakening for her, for her to see this is what these people naturally look like. They look like us average people. Do you get what I mean? When they're not getting all that stuff done, and that's okay too. Do you get what I'm saying?
And
Yeah.
we assume that just because a person is bigger than what society has shown us that the norm, that they're unhealthy. That doesn't, because a smaller
But that's
person can
not
be
true.
unhealthy. A smaller person can be unhealthy too. So
Yep.
we're assuming people's health based on their sizes off top
It's
automatically.
and it's not. It's about sexuality. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all. People use health and they use this and the other because they want to, touch an emotional string. But women are upset at Lizzie because it's a sexual conversation. You know what I'm
I'm
saying?
not upset with her. I
And,
think she
and
stands for us very well.
no, not you. But they heat her up in it, and I hate to put people on blast, but they're saying, you know. But the thing is, Lady Gaga went to the wars in a meat suit.
Okay.
And they like that
Yes, I
dumbass shit
remember
because
that.
she's Lady Gaga.
And they
Okay.
was doing the WAP challenge. Now, where was all that heat when they were doing the WAP challenge?
Do you remember
When skinny ass fucking Miley Cyrus was up there twerking,
Okay.
and her whole non-vagina was just right there on your screen. Like there was no thighs or butt cheeks to hide it. It was straight
And
lips.
Beyonce does
That's
not
what I
dress.
have a problem with. Big,
Beyonce
small,
does not
little,
dress
what
like a
it doesn't matter. That nakedness. You can't hate
Beyonce
each other.
dresses extravagant herself. You know, Beyonce, all of them, all of the majority of the women in music, in you know, in music. I'm not gonna say rap, but in music, have dressed you know, like extravagant.
Yeah, yeah. That's I just see that larger picture right there, man.
And
Where it's
that's what
like
I was saying. I
shit
think
got
it
so
would go
fake.
further if she didn't show her body parts in
Yeah, but
America.
that's not the game
I
she in.
wasn't
Like
saying
And
it
she's
was
a
an
singer.
issue.
She's a singer in America. Female singers in America show body.
it
She
just
shouldn't
does,
have to be an acceptance. That's
and it
that's the game. Go
and
ahead,
I
Keon.
and I'm up here to say it ain't even just, you know, like in that industry. It's just like black women are hard, and that it's hard. You know, it hurts me that black women are more crucial or critical towards other black women, because even when it comes down to politics, even when it comes down to the media, like Oprah Winfrey gets fried out here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like any black woman that has any successful position, you know, they get fried. But then if it comes out, and it's not to say that, you know, everything that they do is right or wrong, but when it comes down to like the black males or whatever, you don't get that same heat. Just like Lori Lightfoot is getting ate up. What's the mayor in Bottoms? What's her name? Keisha Bottoms up in Atlanta
Keisha,
is
yeah.
getting ate up. You know, it just doesn't matter. It's just like
But
anytime
I
that
mean, and Cold Wicked is it a bit of, but you don't see that with Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. They are not getting ate up. They haven't been getting ate up historically.
Oh, for years.
yeah,
Like
they have, but it took,
No.
you know, it took them to do a lot to get to that point, because you know
And that's why we here now.
people
We
still
gotta do a lot
people
because
no,
we
but
still
no,
fighting from
no,
day one.
nope, nope,
Okay.
nope. Because I see the bigger picture. Because I've been looking at it. Like it's a bigger picture to this. It's just like really black people do not want to see black women in any type of leadership position. When it came down to
I
Jesse
beg to
Jackson for the
differ.
long time, he held the fort. You know, like a lot of people, you know, especially the older generation, they still respect Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson can still get a march or a rally together right now today.
and I mean, I hate to seem like I'm going back and forth with you, but so can Oprah and Lightfoot.
And Lizzo.
Lightfoot and Keisha Bottoms. I'm just saying. And then with Lori Lightfoot, let me just get on there real quick. Let's just look at Lori. She inherited those problems. You
What
know,
look
but
like
they
Beetlejuice?
expected her to come and just have it, just, you know, all of a sudden wave a magic wand and clear it out. But you know, the violence is no different from what, you know, from Mayor Lightfoot's term in office than it was before, when what's his name, Raymond, whatever his name was, the mayor before, you know. And then just like with Keisha Bottoms, it's like they went down there doing the what you call and start burning up everything, and they want to blame it on Keisha Bottoms. And no, you know, no, like Atlanta has progressed a lot, you know, since she's been in office, but it's like, you know, all the blame comes to her. But then when we get, you know, like a male in office, it takes, you know, them to do a lot before we hypercritical towards them.
Yeah, because of the fact that we've been taught subconsciously to protect black men.
Right.
Whereas I've seen within the community, when it comes to women, we're being told as women that we need to hold other women accountable. But we have to understand there's a difference between accountability and responsibility. We have to understand that there's a difference between criticism and constructive criticism. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right, because you know, any of us that goes, and we think that, you know, we think, and I put myself in a position too because I'm collective. You know, we think that we're exempt from that, but it ain't gonna be no difference if I get a position, if Yolanda gets a position, or if Queen Cascade gets a position. It's gonna be the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to cross the two conversations. That's definitely it. That's definitely.
Can I say something as far as my experience in life?
Go ahead. Of course.
I worked for the government up here in the city. I worked for the local government. I had more issues with my own color as being the superior, wanting to see our color achieve or even be on the same level, more so than I seen any other race.
That's what I'm saying now, sister. That's exactly what I'm saying now. We want
But
better. We want progress.
everybody don't think the way we think. Just like because I was saying something about Lizzo being nude, it had nothing to do with the fact that I stand up for everything she stands for. I just said something about the nude, but a couple of people was like, "Well, no, I don't feel that way because she's standing up for this, and I stand for everything else." I was just saying about the nude.
And she
But
has
that's my opinion. Do I get up and make a protest about it? No. Do I talk about her about it? No.
Because she wouldn't get noticed. It's like this. Like, it's a shame today that in order to get noticed, you have to do outland. It's like people do the most outlandish things.
And I gotta be careful with that because it's who we want the attention
Shaka
of.
Khan was noticed, and Shaka Khan was a big woman in the industry.
If you do the work and you stay consistent, you get what you put in. But we always want the fame. We want the attention of people. We want the attention of the ignorant motherfuckers because they loud and they support their people. They roll around and they shout them out. They roll up down the street, bumping
and they are the majority. So everybody gonna go along with the get along.
There's somebody just saying, "Thank you, QI, for the good job you did," and then going home. You got that attention, but it's not broadcasted, and people want to be broadcasted. So we think we gotta, hey, breast, hey, good. And then we finally get the attention of the ignorant, loud people, and that's how you get popular, whatever. Wicked in the building, Code. You want to say something? QI, finish your point though, because I did cut you off and then go to Code.
Let Wiki go. Go ahead and let Wiki go.
Appreciate you. Shout out to Wiki in the building. What's good with you, bro? Stop I say.
I would lay. What's that? I just said what's up. I heard you talking about some hair on here. I had to get on here to talk a little shit.
I was saying how bald men don't cheat and men with dreads cheat and won't.
You know
See,
what?
you gotta stop this. This ain't number
polygamous
relationship.
You know what? I don't like the joke, baby.
Don't get mad because you ain't got no soul glow up on top of your head, bro.
Let's talk about how you niggas with dreads all want to be in polygamous relationships.
In polygamous? No. No, I'm good with one. Just one woman. That's all I need.
That's a whole nother topic. Don't get me started.
Please don't, because I wanted to say something so bad, but I'm holding my tongue.
We got the sisters on the panel too, man.
I'm working real hard to hold back. I'm working real hard to hold back.
All right, well, let me move it around there. Debates. But we do got a debate tonight, man. Suave Boss versus Battleaxe in the conversation of, let me put it up so y'all can see it. Shout out to Taz, the highlighted debater of the month. In the conversation of, is the ovum alive? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Is the ovum alive? I got an uphill battle. And pray for clarity of mind. Yeah, man, this is gonna be a wild one. What y'all want to say about that right there, man?
What
time is I know it's not your fault. I know it's not your fault, okay? And thank you. That's why I do like you. I love you, Suave. Like I said, you're not the norm. You be trying to speak for the collective when you're not the norm. I love you because you will take on the battle, for us, and then you do, try to be balanced and see both sides. But we know that's not you, but this is really interesting.
This is wild. This is wild. And it's kind of embarrassing for me because, like, I want Battleaxe to be cool, man. Like he's crazy. He has challenges. He has challenges. And but I swear
See, I'm there now, Suave.
he seemed hella genuine. Yeah, I can tell. Hold on, let me see who this is. Hello.
Yeah.
I want to beat up Battleaxe.
Can I say this, ladies? When we were talking about the conversation before in regards to Lizzo and
Flowers.com.
that I think also in certain aspects we forget that it's difficult when you're a trailblazer for certain things.
Right.
So one person that popped up into my head was Missy Elliott, because for a lot of
That's
time
my
people were telling her before she actually slimmed down. You know, for a lot of years she was a curvy woman, and she had to fight to
and
just
I
wear
rock
the
with
styles
her.
that she wanted to wear, just being who she was, because they wanted her to dress sexier. They wanted her to do something the way, that they dressed other people.
And look how far her talent got her. That's what I was saying as far as
And then even
Lizzo.
after she,
And having to
went
show her
decided-
body, for that attention, because it's not good.
I mean, you never know what Timberland made Missy do. I'm bullshit.
But we don't see
But
it
look,
as society.
no, but that was.
And I'm not saying as adults. I'm saying we got little children that love Lizzo as well.
Yeah, I mean,
That was a
that's a
child's
whole
basketball.
other conversation with me also. But Missy was one who, like, she wrote, made beats, danced, sung, rap, like, you know what I'm saying? Lizzo is gonna have to show a little skin. She's kind of Missy.
She gotta do more than play a flute.
And with Missy, we were me as a man. I was confused. It was like, because I didn't know if she was trying to be sexy. Because at times, to me, she would come off very sensual. Very sensual. And it was like, am I supposed to be liking this? You know what I'm saying? Like, who is this for? So, I guess when you're the consumer, if the woman doesn't come out and say, hey, this is for the men, you would say, well, Missy doing this for the women.
But that's the thing. We're always trying to box something instead of letting just
as consumers, as stupid consumers, you have to put the colors and the shapes for us to be comfortable enough. And no, we will stand in the aisle in the store for 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the consumer mind, but that's not the mind we in when we're creating. We're leaders. We're critical thinkers. But when you go to a movie theater, you're purposely dumbing yourself down. That's not Denzel. That's Malcolm X. You see what I'm saying? Like, no, that is a man. A man is no longer even here. And so a lot of this stuff didn't happen. But you're purposely doing it to yourself. So
with the whole, remember back in the early days, Malcolm X used to perm his hair. He used to do certain things. So when you're a trailblazer, like when I was talking about Missy and Lizzo, in terms of their fashion sense, they're different. Lizzo's at the beginning of her career. Missy's been in it for 30 plus years.
That's why I said the difference
sides to Lizzo in terms of she plays 7 instruments. She plays the flute. She songwrites and other things. I'm not saying her talent is on par exactly with Missy. What I'm saying is, in them being women, in them trying to find their way in the industry, in their growth and finding their way through the different dimensions. You know what I mean? We've come to accept Missy for who she is, and it's taken time for that to happen. And I think the same eventually will happen in certain respects with Lizzo.
Well, society tries to put creativity in a box. You're not allowed to be as creative as you can, period.
True.
And that's where it's wrong at. That's what I'm saying.
There's only so much pushing the envelope society can stand, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, no, let me do this right now. Well, it's not, and that's when you get in my conversation about the separation, because it's like that's been my experience. I've been dumbed down to keep other people comfortable. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's the general thing with black people. Like, that's just it. We've been dumbed down to keep non-black people comfortable. Like, when I can't source it, and I've been trying to find it, but it's in the whatever the medical book is that I don't know if it was Europeans, what word they use, Caucasians have a mental disorder for the first 3 years of their life. Like, this is like where they can't learn or this at a certain speed. Not like they just slow, but they could tell a certain inept or a certain handicap in them when they're young in that first 3 to 5 years. And I'm like, we're picking up and burning, you know what I'm saying, rubber at that time. Like by the time I've seen our kids,
we are sponges at that age. I'm sorry
yeah,
to cut
you
you off,
know what
but
I'm
we
saying.
are
But we have to
sponges.
back it all the way up though. By the time you get to after kindergarten, because let me tell you, like in first grade, I used to look out the window. I would hear everything the teacher said, right? And then, and when it came down to doing, like my written work or whatever, I wouldn't do it. It was too boring. Okay,
But
but then
at the end of the year on them tests, top 10% of the nation, top 5% of the nation.
During the year, and then so they had me tested. They said I had ADHD, right? And my mom is a nurse, so she didn't want me to take, because back then all they had was that Ritalin.
That sister's retired.
They were telling her if she gave me the Ritalin, they were gonna put me in the gifted classes. If she didn't give me the Ritalin, then they were gonna put me in the special needs classes. So for about a month, I had to go into special needs classes. And like other than the first group of special needs classes that I was
That's
in,
not T. Chanel. You just cost T. Chanel her ranch, T-Duck.
but like when they put me in it was one not the first. I went through levels of it because I didn't know it was levels of the special needs classes, but the second level, because they had me with the real bad people at first, the real, I don't even want to know, severe people. Then the second level, I really couldn't stand that because that was way different for me. I could, but then the second level, it was like I liked that because that was just, people who had issues with reading and writing. And I loved that because I could answer all the questions I always wanted to read. I was like, oh, this is easy. They didn't like that, so then they put me back in normal classes or whatever. But the thing is, I was supposed to be in gifted classes, and they wouldn't do it because my mom wouldn't put me on the medication. So it's like they dumb you down, like it starts in school. They like suppress your creativity or suppress, your mind.
May I ask where you from? Where were you at? What state was that?
In Mississippi.
I think we have to remember also that over a period of time, for example, like whether it's ADHD, like me, I have dyslexia, I've got dyspraxia. There's other things like autism out there.
And then you want to know something? Because this is what I'm saying. Keep asking white people to tell you what's wrong with you, and they're gonna tell you dumb shit like that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, real talk. I would say your ass had ADHD too if I could learn as fast as you.
But
I would make something wrong with it.
I think because there's that with the white people, but we have to remember that things have changed in terms of parts of education, like how they used to diagnose certain things back in the day with ADHD, with dyslexia, with autism. There's now a wider spectrum because more tests and more studies have been conducted on it. Do you get what I mean? So when I was young, they knew something was up with me, but they couldn't fully understand what it was. So, going to African Caribbean schools and them helping me on the weekend helped keep me up. It wasn't until I was in my 20s that somebody was watching the way that I operated, and they turn around and says, I think, you're dyslexic, go and get tested. I got tested when I was in university, and they were like, yeah, the spectrum's opened up. You're a high functioning dyslexic, and this is where you
what is dyslexic? What is dyslexic? Just for the people.
Okay. Hold on a second. This is the thing, because there's a whole spectrum now. Let me bring up something. Because dyslexia is to do with the way that your brain operates, but it's also like the average person. Which is the side of the brain that is it the left for? No, is it right for creativity or?
No, T. Chanel is T. Duck's girl. T. Chanel is T. Duck's. I don't know if they together, but she has children by him, right? So I gave her a wrench because he timed her out. He hit her or whatever. But now he has her phone typing under her account. The whole time T. Duck was just in here talking, T. Chanel was quiet. Soon as T. Duck got blocked, T. Chanel pop up. Can't you leave T. Duck alone? Like the dude is like playing a girl right now. He's playing a girl right now. Instead of jumping on her account saying, this T Duck, stop timing me out. He's acting like he's T Chanel.
Lord.
Weird.
And he's disrespecting her. You supposed to, that ain't how you supposed to do your wife.
Yeah, you got her motherfucking wrench took. But this is what I'm saying, because like my point with the dyslexia, we read right to left everywhere else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the Western society reversed so much stuff, and I can see the natural of it. Like, you know, they say they flip the map upside down. Well, you got to think, if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, the way you put the map, you're going to be the center of it. Now that you're in America, you flip the map because you're the center of it. So yes, it would flip it, because when you're in on the East would be at the top. You would be like, oh, this is where I'm at. But a lot of these things are things that we know genetically, that we know naturally, but because they don't match up, because they conflict, or because, you know, they exist in the system where things are being taught to go this way, and you genetically saying no, this way, then there's a condition that they put on you where they say something wrong with you. But we've been reading right to left for thousands of years.
Yeah, I agree. It's like people with ADHD, like I'm hyper focused. There's two types. There's ADHD, then there's ADD, then there's hyper focus, and then there's lack of focus, you know. And I'm hyper focused, and you know, dyslexia, ADHD, autism are.
But you the one just gave the testimony about not doing the written work during this school year, right?
Right. But
okay,
we're because I was bored. You know,
but that's how I was. I would stare, and I want to speak on that because dyslexia, like I say, man, they're just covering so much. It's so much stuff being swept under dyslexia, ADHD, and all type of other like.
I think a lot of it is the fact that we all learn, like now over the last, while I was working with social services, I learned that we all learn differently.
Right.
Like over time, I learned that I'm a visual learner. I learned through tutorials. I learned by physically doing things. That's how I store information.
Thank you.
Get what I mean?
So why y'all letting society give y'all these different characteristics
we're no
and
longer
own
doing
them?
that. We're no longer doing that. It was like when we were younger, you didn't know, like you didn't know.
You don't know no better.
Right. And if it wasn't for my mom being a nurse, I probably would be you know, like a drug addict because of the Ritalin.
Yeah. But
Right.
it was
I'm just saying, everybody that says something about having something wrong with them, they dyslexic. I don't know who said what, but if you ain't feel that way, you should have said, well, they I think a person should have said, well, they classify me as this, or that, but don't claim it. You understand where I'm coming from?
These days, I am ADHD, and I like being ADHD
because I
found that by being ADHD, that's actually a talent, a skill, and it makes me super intelligent. So you know,
but you was there anyway.
When
you was there anyway, they just didn't understand it. That's what I'm saying.
And they define.
So if you gonna claim something, why not? And this is what I used to tell the children: why not claim something positive? Why are you claiming the negative?
It's not to say that it's not positive.
Yeah, that's
I think it's about the way it's perceived.
Right.
I think, yes, white people have given us certain things, but in me finding out that diagnosis
at
the time, it gave me a wider understing of how
to some positive things, correct?
And how I can learn at a different speed in comparison to other people. Do you get what I'm saying?
Because we all learn different. We all on a different page. But I'm saying when they start putting stipulations and giving things names, like back in the 1800s or early 19, who had dyslexia? Who was ADHD? Who was ADHD? You understand what I'm saying?
Back then, the school curriculums were different because that's why I'm
that don't have nothing to do with a child's DNA.
Yes, it
the
does.
thing is, back then they would just give your ass a lobotomy, right? They just take out your frontal lobe. You know what I'm saying? Like,
years ago, they used to put you in the corner
let's be
with a
thankful that they coming up with these terms and trying to understand these conditions. Because
And
before
that's
they would
why I
say,
said, but don't claim what they coming up with. Claim
I
the
mean,
positive of the overcome.
that's more of a sentimental thing. If it helps you mentally, it helps you, but it doesn't change the conversation. I can say I'm classified as ADHD and dyslexic. I can say I am ADHD. I'm dyslexic. It doesn't change the situation.
And you know what I say? All of
more
us
spiritual.
are, because all of us have been through a struggle some kind of way or
Right, but
another.
it holds
We
some
just
truth,
all
but
haven't been diagnosed.
it holds some truth, but it's not bad. Because I was diagnosed with ADHD, because my mama didn't put me on the medication, I had to learn how to self-manage. And
I
that
get
taught
it.
me, that got
I'm
me to
not
look.
saying it's a bad thing. God
But
knows I'm
listen
not
though,
saying
that
that.
got me to look more inwardly on look at myself and look at how I
So
learned
you
how.
became more positive with instead. That's what I'm saying.
Right. It made me
But
look
when
at.
the doctor told you, I'm sorry for cutting you off, but when the doctor told your mom that you had that, she told you, well, you have ADHD. You went to school and they said, well, you had ADHD. It was like a downfall. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
No,
I believe you the same woman that said that you went into a slower
But
learning class when you should have been in
something.
a higher learning class.
But I think you personally projecting. I think you projecting personally because that wasn't her experience. I can see what you saying. The doctor say you got something, and then you go home and you say, "Damn, I got something." But that wasn't her experience because it gave her that insight. Like, I knew I was different. I knew I was different. You know what I'm saying? And she went home and she did something healthy with it. I myself, I never got classified as ADHD or nothing like that because I didn't let them. But hours outside the window. Like, I would get done with I would get done with my schoolwork like that. I would get done, but like earlier in the school, like third, fourth, fifth grade, where it was just read these pages, answer these questions, or do these math questions. Like, my grandmother would have me 300 math questions. You know what I'm saying? So when I get to school, 30 math questions. You got all
Because you
day.
already passed that.
And
So
I'm in that.
that's what I'm saying.
And
It
I'm
was
in there.
boring to you.
Hold on. 1 sec. And I'm in
I'm
there.
sorry.
Bam, 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 staring out the window. Stare out the window. Stare out the window. And I'm out that window living life. It wasn't torture. Like, I really was like out that window. And to me, a lot of times, that's meditation. I don't know if y'all into that, but that's like going in, letting your mind go.
I remember when they was talking about Groundhog Day. I was looking
Could I
out.
tell you something,
I looked out
Suave?
the window. I looked
I
out the
think
window
that was
all
Suave
day
talking.
looking
We
for the
was just
groundhog. I
alike.
was not gonna
That's
miss
how
the
I grew
groundhog.
up.
Hold on, sugar. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go to you. Let Q. I get a point out. Go ahead, Q.
Yeah, I used to look out the window too because I was visualizing the stuff that they were saying. At the little, I was, it was in my head. So they was talking about Groundhog Day. I remember looking outside. I'm like, I'm not gonna miss this groundhog. I wasn't gonna I was like, where this groundhog is? And I ain't never seen no groundhog. Have anybody ever seen a groundhog?
I've never seen a groundhog. And if I did, I didn't know it was a groundhog.
I'm starting to not believe in a groundhog.
Go ahead, Brown Sugar. Saw you. Oh, she dipped off. Queen Cascade, you want to say something?
Yeah. Like, some people will allow certain things to define them. Do you get what I mean? Overall.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever tried to use it as a crutch. It just gave me a deeper understanding of how to connect with myself on a different level. And when I was younger, I always had a different, like, when I'd come to the teacher about things, I had a different way of getting to what everybody else got to, but it took me a different path to get there. And then I found, like, in university, they were the ones that were trying to hold me back. They were the ones that were using, like, my analysis and on the spectrum to say, oh, we don't think you should do that. We don't think you should do that because you're dyslexic. And I always turn around and says, no, I'm capable. I'm going to do it. And I'm going to show you how it's going to be done. Do you get what I mean? I'm going to do it my way and I'll get there. So I've never tried to let it hold me back. I've always found a way to get to where I needed to get to at that point in time.
And a lot of the times, it was important for them to constantly remind you about the process, about the steps, follow the routine, follow the steps. And you see, you don't know, but now you see that conditions you for a bigger thing, right? To stop you from critically thinking. Because it was like, if you figure this out, like, I literally, look, I was like, Nines, like nine times 2 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. So to me, nines was the hardest thing to multiply. And I created a system to symbolize it. 9 times anything is 1. The first number is 1 less than what you multiplying it by. And the second number is whatever it takes to add that. So 9 times 7 will be 63. You see what I'm saying? Because I already knew if I'm multiplying it by 7, the first digit would be 6. The second digit will be whatever make the first digit 9.
And
I
that's
came
what I
up with that
said.
system on my own, and that's how I taught my kids how to do multiplication by nines, because nines was the hardest thing to fucking multiply.
It's
The other
because the
thing,
system
Suave,
is
is
off.
That's what I was saying, Swell, before I got cut off. I'm sorry, y'all. But
And
I learned the same way, man. So I found my own way. That's why I was saying, not saying anybody on here weak minded, but for myself, I started looking at things on a positive note and start saying positive so I could tell the younger generation positive and told them fuck with these, old fuckers say this is what it is. That's what I was trying to get around to. Not to diminish anybody for anything. Because
But
we
now
all
they're
are
actually
different.
saying,
that's not it
now
at
they're
all.
actually saying
We understand.
that people who are dyslexic and ADHD and stuff like that are somewhat geniuses, and people who have autism are
Oh,
somewhat geniuses. Now they're saying that.
Yeah, because Richard Branson's dyslexic. This is the thing, I think people forget that in life, like you were saying, there are so many different types of people, and all those different, like like the way I am being creative, it adds to the melting pot. You've got the people who are logical, you've got the people who are creative, you've got the people that, do you get what I mean? It all
yeah.
works in the greater scheme of things if you build on working on yourself. I think the other thing is, because of the way the system is with having kids at different levels, I've seen it through the years where you've got children that they might not be at the state level or the government level, and they've wanted to put them on medication. And I've said to them, you
And
know
that's
what, just let's hold off for a year and see what happens with that child, because sometimes it might take a year for them to develop what it is that they need to get to that place. So you know what I mean? Sometimes they're very
Yeah,
quick to put everybody on medication, and
because it's
sometimes there's
about how
a
you learn.
development delay. Do you get what I
so
mean? And
get the
Yeah,
person
it's
what they
about how you
need.
learn.
Don't
It's
diagnose them as something and set them in the corner. That's because it make
But
them
now
feel
they're
bad.
bringing in more visual and auditory, what is it, auditory or auditorical?
yeah,
They're bringing in more variations because everybody learns different. Something like you were saying earlier, and you have to find out the way that that person learns or retains information.
and that's what the parents do. And that's why the doctors can't tell the parents shit. You're not gonna
Wow.
tell, because they witnessed this child do genius shit. And
Yeah.
then you tell them the reason that they not doing good in school is because they have a mental condition. And
Yeah,
you like, come on, fam. That makes them go back and look at it. And then they gotta admit, okay, the fact that he has to write his words down is hindering him. You know what I'm saying? The fact that he has to use a calculator is hindering him, because a
right.
lot of this stuff is done telepathically. A lot of this stuff is like a sound, a shape, a
Right.
sequence of letters, a sequence of numbers.
Associations.
I got it. I
Association.
did it. Now, how can I translate it to your ass?
Right.
Oh, you need me to
Association.
write it down? Okay, well, here you go. I guess this is what you need me to do. That's just something that I've been on, because I'm very pseudo in that area. I believe that we were telepathic people. Like, our brains are all the tools that we depend on now. We used to be able to transfer data from brain to brain. We could retain way more. Like, we can access any memory we've ever experienced. We can
Yep.
add it to a detail. I'm
I
talking
agree.
about to a but we just so out of touch with what the human body is.
Right.
We're janitors, we're teachers, we're
so
car operators, we're machine workers, we're all of this stuff except for the soul that we actually are.
We're
they're saying
assimilating.
that we're using
We're
10%
learning
of the
more and
brain,
more.
and then dolphins are using, what is it, 25% of their brain, because that's how they're able to do the echolocation and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? I
I,
agree with you, Suave. There are
further reaches to the brain. It's about us training,
Because
becoming more self-aware,
Queen,
opening up those channels.
I don't even believe their statistics anymore, honestly. I think so many of us are so far gone that that's why they try so hard to dumb us down,
Well, see,
and they
we
can't be
think that they
stopped.
know.
you can listen to music without your phone, Chris. Like, just think about it. What is that voice in your head when you're not talking? When your mouth is not moving,
Mm.
what is that communication going on in your brain?
Right.
And then we're so flesh. I'm trying to learn how to work this computer. I'm trying to learn how to work this phone. If you realize you're not the flesh, you're the soul, you're the energy within it, and the actual machine is the flesh, then you would study on how to be the peak operator of this machine, the body. The body, not these external things. We relying on chips to save memory for us, so now we can't retain as much memory. We use writing systems to communicate and to retain data, so now we can't remember a lot of numbers that we used to be able to remember. You know, names, this and that. It's just relying on external tools. Just dimmed your own
Limits us.
intelligence
They
inside
make
your
it
body.
limited.
Yeah. You know what I'm
They're
saying? And you
conditioning
can
us.
see it because when people are put in the fucked up situations, that's when miracles happen. If you go pay attention to a lot of these people that don't got access to the technology we got, you will be in wonder of how they do some of the stuff they do. You won't, you know, oh, I'm living like that or this, that, and the other. But even people in society, there's been people that in modern society that cut themselves off purposely to seek how to control their body, and they've done shit. I'm talking about people that healed themselves. People, it's this one dude. I mean, we could debate it, we could dive into it. This one teacher knows how to set fire to things, and
Right.
people been trying to debunk it, but they can't debunk it.
This is the thing. We've got so many gifts, as well as has anybody, like, I've got certain relationships with people, and the relationship and the connection is that deep that they know what I'm thinking, and they're able, before I've even said what I'm about to say, they've come out with my sentence.
That's a
Or even
form
my
of
relationship with my
telepathy.
daughter, she picks up on my temperament and my energy and stuff when I'm, you know. So what is that if it's not a form of telepathy?
And body
That's
language,
what
knowing
they
how to
are
use body language.
afraid of, y'all. That's what they are afraid of because we are learning all this stuff,
But body
and they
language,
can't. You know,
we
it
don't.
can't be dumbed down. It can't be hidden anymore. It can't be none of that anymore.
There are
And
so
so
many
now, only thing that
sciences.
they try to do is keep us divided. But
There are
listen to
so
how,
many.
like, man,
There are so many sciences that they don't teach us and they don't introduce to us that are very vital to life and survival. Like you know, just like body language. You know, just by knowing how to read body language is amazing. Or
yeah,
you know, like that's and that's like what your daughter does is a form of body language along with telepathy. And then the mind. Now, how is it that like okay, so I was going to debate T Duck. I then I got in there and realized that I didn't know how to do the difference between a premise and an opening statement. So I finally figured that out. Then
Shout out
after I
to
found out the premise statement, I was gonna send it to Suave, and then I went and saw T Duck somewhere acting crazy, and I was like, oh, I don't know. So I guess I'll just go ahead and tell you what the debate was going, what I was going to my premise. Okay, a part of my premise was the mind. There are different parts of the brain that we don't know about, just like you know our subconscious brain. A lot of people don't know what the subconscious brain is. They don't know the subconscious mind is, and they don't know what it does or how it operates. And the subconscious brain is very vital to what we feel about ourselves and our reality.
Then we forget
Because you know,
also that we've got you know, I've got people in my family that are very gifted in terms of having premonitions, that are very spiritual, that have had out of body experiences. Like what you said about body language is one thing, but there's been times like I'm at work or my daughter's at school and something's picked up in my head and I've gone to send her a message, or I've had a feeling, an overwhelming feeling. I don't know exactly how to describe it, but it goes deeper than that the connection that we have in what we're able to read from each other when we're not
in the same room.
And that's hard. And too many times that happens, and then we walk away and go watch TV.
Yeah,
Or go
and
cook.
just
Or
even
get back to
ghosts,
work.
even ghosts or what they call extraterrestrials, or even what they call aliens. People be tripping on that, but like back in the day, older people used to say Hanks, and I've experienced, I've experienced that myself. You know what I'm saying? And like it was, and what's bad about it is only certain people you can tell about it without them thinking that you crazy or something.
Some bullshit. Fact, whether they respect it or not, whether they sit there and look at you and not laugh, and they and they walk away like never the fuck again. I don't know who's gonna watch my kids now, but that's what I'm saying. Like, why do you sleep? Think about that. Like that fucked me up one day. I was thinking about it. Like, what is the use of sleep? Yeah.
What's the
You
purpose
don't like.
of living? Have we ever even answered why are we here living?
Hold on, before we kick it out that far, hold on, because that's where we are at. I think that's where we're all at right now. You see what I'm saying? But I'm like, when you go to sleep, you don't plug into nothing. You don't lay on a charging mat, but you wake up refreshed. But yet, everything you needed was within you. You just had to be still. You see
And
what I'm saying?
is sleep life or is sleep death? Because it seems like the most of what in life happens during sleep. Because this is like we were saying, like this is why my stance was going to be on simulation. Right now we're awake and we're in a simulated world, but when we're asleep, that's like the closest to reality I feel that we get.
True, because there's so much technology now that this generation and what we've got into over the last how many years, we're being stimulated by technology instead of which is a good thing in certain aspects. Do you get what I mean? You can either use it for good or bad or the in between.
Exactly.
But there needs to be also a self-reliance on expanding our minds.
Because it's like, why do you live? Why do we wake up? Because look at what we do every day, and it makes no
You
sense. You
learning
get
now.
up, you go work for somebody else, you eat, you cleanse your body or whatever. You go, then you basically take care of family, do whatever. Then you go to sleep. So why are we doing this every day over and over
And
again?
you know that ain't what we supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? But we in this thing. We is not finna stop this. We finna continue going to work, pay them bills, make sure we retire with some. You know what I'm saying? And you know this ain't. That's why I take it to where I'm taking, because sometimes it gotta like Lizzo booty. Sometimes it has to be taken there for you to get it.
To think
Everything
about it.
can't be. So it's like when I say shit like, okay, when people are born, those are souls coming through the womb. Someone has control of that. That's not okay with me. I have to report the souls coming in from wherever souls come from. Here you go. And then name it, register it, and then send it to the school, send it to the work, send it to the retirement home.
That's why
Send it to the grave.
like Henry Kersey, it's this politician from Mississippi, Henry Kersey. He said that the most educated are the most susceptible to appeasement. And he is right, because in my opinion, and we do need some things that we get out of school, but the majority of it is about programming. It's about conditioning. It's about, and that's where we go wrong. And then when you base it upon, when you start looking at these ancient systems and the way that the ancient people taught, their curriculum was broader. Like spirituality was taken out of the schools. And spirituality is vital. And I'm not talking about religion when I say spirituality. I'm talking about the spirit you all.
For existence. Yeah, you.
Yeah.
You. Studying you. You know what I'm saying?
This whole conversation is about how people are not in touch with themselves. People are not allowed to be an individual in a society. And and we talk about freedom and liberation. You're not truly free or liberated until you're allowed to be who you were placed on this earth to be. And then did we not all come on this earth with a mission and a purpose? And some people never find theirs. You know,
Bridget.
I've somewhat found mine, but it's like something, you know, like what is your God given or your higher what is your higher mission and purpose in life? What were you put here to do?
To experience y'all.
I think
Like,
this is why we all are here to try to figure all this out. I think we all
what?
thinking the same way.
I think personally, for myself, it's about knowledge and learning from others. Not in the way that society deems, but like this in terms of having the greater conversations and evolving and growing self-awareness.
Right.
As well as I feel like one of my gifts is being what people would know as a muse. I feel like everything that I've been through over the last how many years, it's been building up the tools and the skills that I need to get to the next part of my journey, to combine all those things. Do you get what I mean? But I understand part of my gift is being a muse and inspiring people to get on with their purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the Holy Ghost? Not the terminology, the definition for, but what is that action that happens when Black women go to church and leave their body? And
go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to go into detail in describing it. It's okay. Go ahead.
You know, I think that when we say holy, like words, I think we learn a lot through words, right? And when you look at the word holy, they spell it Holy, right? But you put a W in front of that. That means whole, complete. You know, then you say ghost. Basically, what a ghost is a spirit. So, in my opinion, it's a complete spirit.
And so how can women do that and then go home and watch TV? Like, no, I want to do that again. Like, you know what I'm saying? Let's all go home and fucking do this and see what we can use this for. There's
But
something to that.
That came from my ancient culture because, just like, because I don't want people to think I'm always overly bringing up the Indian culture, but you remember,
Bring it up. We're gonna get used to it.
Okay, but like in Indian culture, you know, like I and all that, those were meditation chants, and they had a different meditation chant for everything, everything, like a war chant. You know, just like Alcorn State University, their fight song is the Cherokee War Song. You know, so we chanted for different things because that's another science we don't get into is semantics. Now you do, Suave, because you're into music, you know, and there's a deeper learning, a deeper understanding of that. Just like they have us on 440 hertz now, and we're supposed to be on 432. You were talking about those nines earlier. The number 9 means completion. So the number 9, the numbers matter. Numbers are a language. Number is a frequency. Number is an energy. And so, you know, they have us on 440, which is an 8. And we're not supposed to be resonating on the 8. That's why now people fight in clubs when they play Lil Boosie. That's why, you know, now, you know, like everything is about, you know, bang, 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 you know, versus back in the day, love.
And we ain't shoot none of the people oppressing us. We shoot each other.
That's
we ain't
way before Lil Boosie.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't one song. I made a song called
the 80s. I'ma just say that. It was way before today. It just got out of hand.
Family reunion. When was the last time a bunch of people had?
No, I made a song called "I'ma Kill Me a Cracker." I'ma kill me a cracker because we could rap about killing niggas all day. But as soon as I say I'ma kill me a cracker,
it's gonna do.
You see what I'm saying? Oh, boy, what is wrong with your brain?
Banned.
But I can say I'ma kill me a nigga. You still let me raise black children. You still let me around my black parents. So I can't express. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why I'm gonna kill me a cracker. You know what I'm saying? I'm just not gonna leave it up to you. I'm coming out with that song, and I guarantee you, out of all the music that I do, this song will be the one that I'll be known for
The
And
most controversial.
yeah,
But
you know what I'm
it might
saying?
not be in a good like now you're gonna have to have your statement ready for that. You're gonna
Oh,
have
I
to
do. I do. It's gonna start the conversation. Y'all listen. Hey,
I buy it.
hey, I appreciate it. Yeah, but that's just
And hold up, one of the guys back, one of the island guys, I believe he was Jamaican. But then they say kill the white people. Oh.
The closest
Yeah, come on, see, Suave, you laughing. I know I ain't crazy. I don't want to see. I'm not real familiar with all his music, so I don't want to say that. But you know, it was one of them.
Bob Marley.
I believe. I don't quote me. That's what he said on. I just learned that part, and it stuck with me all my ages.
He said, I heard that loud and clear.
I'm just saying all this.
Yeah, man, but I like these conversations. Thank y'all for having these conversations with me. You know, because that ain't you know.
Our ADHD, my ADHD needs the mental stimulation.
Man, that's hard. So yeah, see, y'all make me want to get into some deep shit.
Go.
Nah, because I'm just because okay. Because now we're talking about life, right? Life, what is life? Death, what is death? Boom, 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 boom. And they're both beautiful. They're both beautiful. We've just been so traumatized by life. We scared of everything. We scared of life. We scared of death. We scared of everything. I just figured that, like, okay, I got proof that people are born, right? So to me, that's what happens. People are born, people are die, people are born again. Y'all believe in reincarnation?
I believe something happens after death. I haven't figured it out. I've been looking at a lot of the ancient systems trying to figure, trying to figure out, because people have like the Mayans, they believe in 13 levels of life. So,
well, I believe no one would never know until you get there. So
but I think they did that. But when we look in the ancient times, people dealt with death like we deal with construction. They really did it. And we look at it like weird, like, why would they kill 300 people? Because they were studying death. They were studying life. They wasn't ignorant on what's on the other side.
Right.
They weren't ignorant on what came before we was born. You see what I'm
saying?
But did any of those 300 people come back and tell them what it was on the other side?
That's what they're saying. That's why they named people certain people. They say, oh, this is the same dude. This was the experimentation. And a lot of these coaches, all these coaches didn't do this for that. It was multiple reasons. Some of the coaches, like I believe, like the Mayans, they were doing it to come back at a certain time. It was something like that. Like they knew if we pass during this constellation, we'll return during this time, and that was their own agenda. And some people
still believe that though, because
the adversary says, as far as the minds, you got to get into their belief system.
But we
in order to understand that.
Down, though. Some of that is passed down. Like you got to think about some of the things that the older people said, like, life and death happens in threes.
Yeah.
And they go that 3, 6, and 9 again.
3, 6,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But even what Suave was saying in regards to
over time, you found it's true, right?
In regards to the Mayans, look at the Egyptians. They were being buried with all their stuff because they were waiting to cross over. You know what I mean? There's been different historical contexts where they've understood that there's another plane. There was something in terms of a documentary that I watched in the last few years where they're trying to do the same thing in terms of weight, trying to see how much the soul weighs and how much weight we lose when we die and stuff like that. So they're trying to work it out themselves at this moment in time, how it works on this plane for this generation.
And when we look at those people who used to be buried, those are the ones we found. Remember, a lot of these places were empty.
Yeah, because
no sarcophagus have ever been found in the pyramids. You see what I'm saying?
our bodies go back to earth, or you know, they was talking about, y'all was talking about oil on one stream. You know how oil
The
is basically,
anointment, Messiah.
yeah, it's produced. You know what I'm saying? So how oil is produced, and you know, and then you got to look at like life cycles, just like they
How
say
do you
when
know
a
that
tree
though?
dies. When a tree dies, a mushroom is born. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? Like
Butterfly
life
effect.
cycles. You know, life cycles, and that's the kind of stuff that we don't study enough that our ancestors know. And right now they tell you, in order to even get into that, or for that to even be profitable, you gotta be in the field of science. And then they got
Or you guess what? You gotta worship the devil.
Thank you.
That's the thing that get us right there. They say anything other than what? That's the devil. No, it's not.
no.
That's not a real thing. The devil is a privileged thing. Like I call white people the devil. The devil don't exist. There's no devil. You're the devil or the God. We're the devils or the God. But I'll say this: when we look at it in times, back in times, people came back. I see Asiatic Line say nobody came back. People came back.
The soul came
And
back. You don't
and
come back in the same body because
not in
that's
the
an
same body, yeah, but that energy was recapitulated into a body, and people remembered their past life.
right.
No one can do when a child is telling you a past life, you're dead. You're dead on that point. They've been here before. That's something that we always said. Oh, that child been here before. Another thing is woman intuition. Another thing is she read your mind. All of these things, this
Deja
wasn't
vu.
goof shit.
Deja vu.
Yeah.
So we believe, that's what I'm saying. We believe all that stuff, and now we're to the point we're trying to figure it out, right? How do it get to that point?
No, they're trying to keep us from figuring it out
No, no,
because
no, no. I ain't said what they trying to do. I said we
we
us
are,
on here,
some of
we
us,
are now trying to figure it out.
some
Right?
of us are, but you know, like at the same
Yeah.
time, we have a lot of limiting systems.
Yeah.
You know, limiting systems, just like, you know, school is limiting, religion is limiting.
But your mind is not. I'm speaking of the people on this panel and everybody, that's listening. That it starts somewhere. That's what I'm saying. We doing that right now, right?
Oh yeah. Well, like
You
Suave, I feel
understand?
like
That's
yeah.
it. Got to start somewhere.
Yeah,
And this is
it
what we're
started
talking
before
about.
we even knew about it. And I'm glad
Yeah.
it did because we wouldn't know a lot of the stuff we knew if other people wasn't keeping it going. You know what I'm saying?
This is true. So we gotta keep that going until we learn more about it and say, well, that's the truth because we know and we experienced or however we find out to be true. Right?
Melanated asked the question. She said, "How do you know that soul is energy? Everything has energy. Like if you go, like that's why they be saying there's something magical about hugging an oak tree.
Yeah.
But you know, like if you just tune
Get out the
in.
program.
If you pay attention and tune in, just like if a person is mad and they're around you, you can feel that energy. If a person is has bad spirit and they're around you, sometimes you can feel
True.
that
I
energy.
wanted to say that earlier when you was talking about body language and this, that, and the other.
Mm-hmm.
Your body is made of cells.
Right.
My body is made of cells. Those cells communicate. And when I'm in the room with somebody who have an attitude and I just get an attitude out of nowhere, I look for that source. Like, who the fuck gave me this attitude? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because I need to help them. Because they might take it somewhere else and do something, give it to somebody, and that person might go home and do something crazy.
Have y'all
So
ever
Think
felt
about it,
spirits
Suave.
around
Look
you?
at all the situations where they've had to do exorcisms on people because of
Mm-hmm.
spirits. Kids, when they're at a
Yeah.
certain age, they can see spirit from other realms, and you see kids sit there talking, and they're talking to a spirit. Do you get what I mean? So
Now, the
these things exist.
only thing I say you have to be very careful about is what they call magic today, or like I don't think that all voodoo is bad, but I think that you have to have a better understanding before you tap into some of that stuff because you never know which spirit you're conjuring. So I think
What?
that
That's why. I'm sorry for cutting you off, but that's why I said this is the perfect dynamic because you have people in here with different nationalities, different religion, different age group. You might even have some Caucasian people in here creeping. Who knows? We don't know, you know, and they might feel what they're saying just too scared that, you know, who knows? I'm just saying. But, or any other nationality. You know what I'm saying? But we trying to figure us out now. But it's so much deeper. I don't want to say so much more.
No, we here
I don't think everybody go.
And that's why I when people like, oh, white people can be part of the nation. Yes, like you're crazy. Like people think in cartoons is stagnating. You know what I'm saying? Like if America, hold on, sister. If America was given the blacks right now, what would America do with the whites?
Right.
What would you do? You see what I'm saying?
Create war. It would be like, it's like, when are we gonna stop creating war and learn to make peace? Because we keep like the more, like, we got to think that you can't. It's an effect to whatever we do. So, you know, like if you like, it's just, and we'd be no different from them. You know, like if we do something, we'd be no different from them.
And that will prove their point. That would prove their point. That like literally, like my brother's wife called. Well, my brother called me with his wife, and they asked me, what would y'all do with white people if y'all, you know, got liberated and, you know, mission was accomplished? I said nothing. Stay out of y'all way. What do you mean? Like they thought it was like, yep, time to kill them, line them up, burn them. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, it's I'm in the future with it. Okay,
you know that's what they are so afraid of, though. A lot of Caucasian and I'm gonna say a lot of different nationalities are so afraid.
Can I go deeper though?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go ahead. Afro-Asiatic in the building. Peace.
We just got finished talking about how when we die, our bodies, you know, our bodies go back to the earth, but it's our soul, our spirit, you know, that lives on, right? Mm-hmm. And so earlier I was gonna say, like, you might come back as a dog, you might come back as a tree, you might come back, you know, what if you were to come back as something like that? Just like most people are thinking, okay, well, I'm gonna reincarnate as a, you know, I'm a man now, I'm gonna reincarnate as a man. No, you know, you might come back as a woman. That's why, like, a lot of, you know, times we got to be careful of what energy we're putting out here, because you might have to come back to this earth.
That's why I got on the panel the other day gonna say, is your soul a female or a male? And I'm like, neither. What are you talking about? How do you give energy a penis and a vagina?
But
you know what I'm saying?
But God, though, like, you know, that why is God a man? You know
why? That just blew my mind. Like, hold on, Phil, what's up?
And then why are we limiting? Why would you limit God to a physical being?
Exactly. Why? To a name. To a land. The creator of the universe told me his name is Earl, and Lansing, Michigan is his holy land. Get the fuck out of here. That's a man all day. That's a human. That's a human. Any nigga that'll give you some small ass shit like that. I created the universe, and then I cared about this group of people and this land. Nigga, no. You've been had. Afro-Asiatic in the building. I want you to get your thoughts off, bro. The flow is yours. Moonflower just hit the panel. Peace to you, sis.
Peace, y'all.
Go ahead, Afro.
Peace, family. Peace to the ladies in the chat on the panel. Yeah. I was just thinking about when the sister had mentioned the part about energy. It's a lot of research out here on that somehow or another it is energy. What they call it, what their nomenclature for it is biophotons, bioluminescence. It's light in our DNA that they know is there. They are confused about what its source is, where the heck it comes from, you know, and all of that stuff. Mm-hmm. But they do agree that it is light. You know, so I agree with the sister on that much, that it is indeed energy.
Right. And just to sum it up to what we've been talking about the whole day, it's like when we were talking about the ADHD and stuff, we're assuming that these people know everything when they don't.
No. We're watching the baby.
That's why I was saying don't give yourself the label. Just think say to yourself, like I said, we gotta change.
Hold on. Let her get this placebo pill out because this is important to her.
Go ahead.
She will get in front of all the information to make sure that you don't sentimentally call yourself something. And I get the thought, but we're mature than that. Like words and shapes and sounds ain't doing it for us no more. I can say I'm black and I feel like, Civil War 2s, I'm a dead person. Like, no, I can say I'm ADHD and I feel like I'm cuckoo. I can say, you know what I'm saying, all this stuff. So I can understand if you are the type of person where these things will weigh on you, just know that you can play with the vernacular to put yourself in a different mental space about what you think
how we think creates our reality. You are what you think. I am, I am because I think I am. Okay, but it's like what I'm not saying that. See, the difference between them and us, and I don't mean all of us either, but the difference between them and us is basically we've given them the authority to study before us instead of us studying for ourselves.
We'll get it back because the thing is, our studies, we did it. Like we were on to studying death and other stuff like that. Like they're uncovering our artifacts and having conversations.
Right.
And then they go into study. A lot of us don't know it, but they go study the indigenous people. They go study tribes.
Right.
They go study the tribes, the people that don't give a fuck about cell phones or taxes or PlayStations. They go study them, and then they get the spiritual information. Now, pseudo, a lot of the way, which only means can't be proven, but we have all of our studies within us. Everything we ever knew, we still know. We just not looking inside. We looking out, waiting on. We're watching the babies of the earth stumble across things and learn things, and we're all with them because we've been cut off with our greatness. But it's in here. It's in here. Like people have had got hit in the head, went into a coma, woke up, learning how to play the piano and speaking French. It's in you. It is in you. It's in you. You just have to get very, 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 very fucking spooky and bring it out. Moonflower, I wanted you to get the floor. You jumped on. Shout out to y'all, Daniel. Peace to you, big dog. Appreciate it, Campgrounds. Hit that like, y'all. What's good, sis?
Yeah. I just wanted to say about the part where you said people come back in different bodies. I saw this one video of a little white girl. It was on the news. She came back, but she knew all this information about a lady who recently died and her children and all that. So now the little girl and the children of the old lady have a very strong connection because she knew about their childhood, knew how they grew up, how they were raised, and a lot of things that she should not have known. And she was only like 9 years old.
Yep. I saw a little white boy came back he used to have dreams, violent dreams of crashing in the airplane. And they found out in his past life he was an airplane pilot. Okay. And they asked him, he knew the name, he knew the family members, he knew the room, he knew his room from his past life. Like the shit was weird. And his mother would say he would always brace up in a certain position, and whatever he was screaming, it was like in a crash position. I said, that's crazy. Like it's people that the only logical way you can say they know this stuff is that they've been here before. That's it.
And I believe that's why people used to worship cats, because they say cats have 9 lives. And in ancient Egypt, they used to worship cats.
9. There go that number 9 again.
Exactly. Yep. But
I ain't fooling with no cat.
Spiritually sensitive. They pick up on certain types of spirits. That's also why the Egyptians kept them.
Is that why they so sneaky and spooky?
My cat not sneaky and spooky. She's very sweet. She don't bite or scratch.
And then we don't look at animals as having souls. I realize that some people don't look at animals.
I'm stuck on that.
I don't. Their own individual soul. Animals have their own, even wild animals. That's why back in Native or American Indians, we were able to connect with animals because of the simple fact that we look at, and I do it today. It was inert in me, I do it today. Like, you know, like birds and stuff come around the house. You know, like instead of me butterflies and different things like that, instead of me looking at that like an animal or insect, I look at that as a being, and you can connect with that insect or that animal. You know, you can connect with them.
And I'm gonna correct you because somebody corrected me. It's innate. Inert means the lack of the ability, and I've been saying inert for years.
And I was going to ask with the
Nobody corrected me to this month. So thank you, whoever that was. But yes, innate means from birth. You're like, yeah, but I definitely get the point. Yeah.
No, I get it now. I just thought it was a word I didn't know.
Oh no, inert means the lack of something.
No.
And Asiatics right in regards to energy, because even if you think of us as melanated people, like we talk about the comics and say, for example, like Superman, but think about it in terms of us being melanated people. What is the sun for us? We need the sun in order to get our vitamin D, to activate certain minerals. You know, that's energy. That's a form of energy.
Yeah, we're electromagnetic as well. Just like they be talking about 5G. If you eat right, and things of that nature, radiation doesn't, because we're radiant. We're naturally radiant people. Radiation and stuff like that won't, like affect us. Like our bodies adapt.
True. That's why we need water. You know what I mean? Being made, our bodies being made up of water to be cell renewal, as well as conducting, the electricity.
Because we're natural conductors. We're natural conductors of energy. That's one reason why we can say that they cannot wipe off all melanated people, because melanated people are needed on the earth just for the earth to sustain.
Yeah, and that's easy to prove. Then I want to go to y'all, Daniel. It's one of the ways, the friction from your bloodstream. Like your blood flows so fast through your body. The veins in the average human, right, an adult human, your veins and artery can circle the earth twice, 2.5 times, if we laid it all out in one line. But your blood travels that, and what's the rotation of blood through the body? The time. How long?
8 minutes.
Okay, 8 minutes.
I think
you know what I'm saying?
Full circuit.
Okay. Say that again, Afro-Asiatic.
I believe it's 8 minutes for a full circuit for blood to travel fully through the body.
What's that thing called when you there used to
be it takes 1 minute for blood to circulate from the heart all around the body and back to the heart again.
1 minute?
1 minute. But your veins can stretch around the earth 2.5 times. That's friction. That's a conductor. That's a conductor if I ever saw one. That's why you're so warm.
Well, I don't know if anybody knows this, but when you used to rub your hands together and you separate them to a certain extent, and you can feel the energy between. Does anybody know what I'm
Absolutely.
I remember that. I remember that.
You can even produce static electricity.
There you go.
That's what you're talking about.
We cycle with the moon, we cycle with the tides when it comes to our cycles and things like that. Do you hear what I mean? So it's all interwoven.
Damn. Susie, I like you too.
It's funny y'all said that. You said that because that's what got me to the point of, being involved with all of y'all for real. Because y'all understand. You know what I understand. You get what I'm saying? Different aspects.
Absolutely. Y'all, Daniel, the floor is yours. What's on your mind? Big dog.
Hey, yo, peace to the panel. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. I just came up here to explain what I mean to melanated goddess. One day I was in deep meditation. I'm talking about like scary deep. And next thing you know, I see myself outside of the earth, but I'm looking at myself outside the earth as myself rise. It was nothing but pure energy. I'm rising. And as I got to the top,
astro projected.
Right. As I got to the top, boom. It's like I was in this dark void. I mean, completely dark void. And the only thing that was in this dark void was like a basketball-sized globe. I went over there to look at it. It's the whole universe. I mean, everything.
Comets, you were outside planets, the universe.
Right. Comets, planets, everything. So at that point, I felt something inside me was scared. I mean, I was really like frightened inside, like my spirit was frightened. I turned around, and here's this damn tall ass 15, 16-foot dude with his arms crossed, looking at the globe, and he had a scowl on his face, like, "Hey, I'm ready to fuck some shit up." So as I'm standing there, like, you know, like a scared little girl and shit, I'm just like, what the fuck, you know? What am I looking at? Boom. I'm back right where I'm supposed to be. Now,
But
that
you
was
know
one
what?
of...
You said two things. You said scared little girl, and then you scared little girl. One, hold on now. Scared little girl, and then the other thing was you said you feared, you started getting scared. So what
Yes.
happened was you regained conscious, you went back to your you were in your higher mind, and then you went back into your
Kind of woke up.
he went to that subconscious mind, because in the subconscious mind, that's the only way you're gonna know the difference between male and female. You know, like just like you said, scared little girl. So you presented that, you know, girl is inferior. You're not
Now,
inferior.
let me correct that. I'm just saying that now as kind of a way of saying, you know, scared little girl. But at that time, I was too scared to even think about anything. You
Why
get what
you
I
didn't
mean?
say scared little boy though?
Scared little boy, girl, animal, I don't care.
Girls get
Because
more
we're
scared than boys.
supposed to be
Boys don't
scared.
get
I don't
scared.
care.
Yeah, come on now. Snakes
I
and
don't care
snails cover
what you
their
name it.
tails.
You
And
could
I'm
name
just
it a
pointing that.
bug, or you could name it a boy. I don't
Right.
care. I was scared
No,
as
I
hell.
get why you saying it, because that was your conscience. You wouldn't have been able to link
Subconscious.
that if you was
Right.
still out there. I get
Right.
what, you're not saying don't call girls inferior because you got to.
Right.
No.
Even
It's
though we, but
subconscious. I'm pointing out I'm pointing out subconsciously and how we're taught. The simulation that, you know, the simulation. How we are taught defines our reality.
it was a sphere, right?
Yeah, fear,
Oh
false
yeah,
evidence,
but
No, no, no. I said a sphere, a sphere, a sphere.
oh,
The Earth was a globe, right?
round.
who, me?
Earth is a
Yeah.
sphere.
Yes, you, y'all
We're on
Daniel.
the plane.
So you can debate flat
The
earth.
Earth is more like a snow globe, man.
A
Oh
sphere.
shit.
Oh, you
I
mean
try to
flat
tell
under the
But
people
that's
Is
why
bottom?
they
this what
say
you
don't
thought? Hold
travel
on.
too far from your body
What he
when
said, a
you do
snow
an
cone?
astral projection.
So
Huh?
you astro projected and you saw the snow globe Earth?
it's a snow globe, man.
No, I'm asking you, did you see that in your astral projection? Or did you go straight to outside of the universe? Did you actually see Earth?
I got to see Earth as my body was floating up,
Okay.
but
All right.
that was maybe about 30 seconds before I was in this damn void.
And what you said it was? It was round.
No,
It
he
was
said
like
Yeah,
it's flat.
It
It is
was
flat with
think
a
of
a
dome
sphere.
over it.
it's
yeah,
like
think
Oh,
a
of
okay.
snow
a
globe, but
old
it's
fashioned
round at
snow
the
globe.
top.
No,
I know
I
you
know
said
what
Round at the
that's
you.
top.
clear. Look,
Hey,
I'm
if
over
you
40
say you
now.
astro
I know
projected and you
exactly
saw
what you're
flat Earth,
saying.
nigga, I know
So,
you ain't go shit. You ain't
So
astro shit.
you're saying that it was round at the top and flat at the bottom, right?
no,
I'm
it's
asking him.
He's
flat at
saying
the
the
top.
galaxy, he's saying the whole universe was a snow
No,
globe.
no,
No, the Earth.
just the Earth,
I'm asking
just
him
the Earth.
specifically about the Earth. He
Uh,
said
I
the
wanna,
Earth.
yeah, I want to know what his vision was.
Yeah.
It was
Was
just
it
the
round
Earth.
at the top and
Think
flat at the bottom?
No,
exactly
with the globe on the top of it though. That's what he was
right,
saying.
Round at the
right.
top.
Prote-
I can
pro-
believe that. Let me
protecting
tell
the
you.
Hold
in,
on, I missed it. I
With the
missed it. I think
firmament
we
on
missed it.
top of it.
Hold
That's
on,
what
hold on,
he's
hold on. We
saying.
going too fast. We going too fast. Was the
yeah,
Earth
it's breaking up.
shaped like a snow dome, snow globe, or was the
Um,
Earth flat with a dome over it?
Do you know what a snow globe look like?
Yes,
Think of that. It looks just like
but
that.
that's what. But I'm asking you because we got to remember, right? There's supposed to be this dome. Now, what you're saying is that the Earth is shaped like a snow globe, meaning that the Earth is a sphere with a flat bottom. That's what you're saying?
The Earth is flat with a sphere around it.
That's what I'm trying to get.
All the
Because
way around it, or all the way around it, or does it have a flat bottom? And it's just for clarity.
It goes all around it, but you could see the Earth as being flat. But
so
it
it's like
connects to
what they call that thing, the little balance thing.
It's like a flat surface, and no matter how you roll the ball, it still stay flat inside of there. Like one of the fat toys, a Gainosphere. What is it called? I don't know.
Yes, and the only thing that moves is the globe part.
Yeah, you ain't astro project shit, man. You got up here and wasted your time, fam.
But look, I'm gonna tell you. Let me
You
say
can
this
believe
though.
what you want to believe. I know what I say.
But let me on that conversation though, before we get off this, let me just say this: I can sort of believe the dome, the snow globe thing because, like, Mayans believe it's a snow globe. When you look at the Kemetic, it's like a snow globe, and they say as above, so below, and so it's supposed to be just like a woman's womb. And think about a woman, like
Like
a
a
woman's womb.
cone.
A
Like
woman's
Even
like her back is flat. Your back is flat, but your stomach
ancient
is
Hebrews
round.
also. Ancient
Your
Hebrew
back
believe
is
in a
flat,
snow
but your
globe.
stomach is round.
A snow globe? Yeah.
A cone, a cone, a cone, a
Oh, I
cone.
trust NASA. I trust that we went to the moon and that the videos of the Earth is real.
But when you look at ancient cosmology, though, all of them line up. That's why I can believe that because the Mayans are the same as the Kemetics. The Mayan cosmology looks the same as the Kemetics. Now, I haven't looked at, like specific tribal cosmology or whatever, but just based up on that, they both say it's like a womb, and to me, because, as above, so below, right? As above, we
Facts, sister.
always hearing as above, so below. And then when you start studying sacred geometry, all shapes have meanings, right? That's how like the ancient people knew what to eat by the shape and the color of the plants. You could tell like just like a pine cone. Anything that's like the pineal gland is the shape of a pine cone. Like anything that is shaped like a pine is
What you
like
mean,
sort of
oblong? You
it's
mean
sort
like
of good for your
oblong?
brain, huh?
You mean like oblong, like a bit elongated but still round?
What you mean? Like the you talking about pine or what with
Yeah,
the yeah.
with
Well,
the
you know how
globe.
a pine cone looks, right?
Yes.
You know how the pineal gland looks. You've seen pictures of like a pineal gland, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're the same. A pineapple is sort of similar to a pine needle, a pine, whatever you call it, a pine tree thing.
Correct.
And then just like when you look at red, right? Anything that's red, like they say tomatoes are good for the blood, right? They say it's based upon colors like green, like anything that is green has like chlorophyll, alkaline, what's that other
That's
thing?
right.
Spirulina. You know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? And that helps feed your melanin. That helps feed your carbon.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what like, and that's how the ancients looked at things. They looked at that they knew what to eat by the shape and the colors of stuff. And I think that if we sort of went back to that, then that way of thinking, because like in the Mayan culture, they believe that they honor animals, they're animists, and why they honor animals is because the Mayan said that the animals taught them everything about life, like what to eat and different things of that nature. Animals taught them a lot about different spirits, and what I mean by spirits is just like emotions, anger, happiness, just like one of the reasons why they wear feathers and stuff like that, especially the eagle feather, because as a chief, because like the eagle flies the highest, it's the all-seeing eye because it flies above everything. So like when you look at the characteristics and stuff of different animals and stuff, you learn a lot about life.
Yes. And I think because that's another thing that I did. Like, just imagine, like, right, the first human just waking up, a conscious being, not a retard. Because I don't think we were ever like,
Nobody's retarded.
you know what I'm saying?
It's a different way of learning.
Yeah,
We were like a
you want to
baby.
debate it? You want to debate that? You want to? Yeah, like no, we weren't like
We're
animals.
not going to say.
We were always conscious people that was aware. Okay, so like you just pop up, bow, and you're like in you know the grass or the woods and it's trees and it's water and it's animals, and then you would have to figure it out. And then you see a deer come over, drink from the stream, and you say, taste it. You feel how it does to your cells, and you like it. I'm stream. Nah, she gon' I wish I could talk about her like she'd talk about me, y'all. Shout out to Katrina. But then you will see a deer like eat a berry, and then you will be like, okay, eat the berry. And you will learn, and then you will see one build a house, have a baby. You know what I'm saying? But I that was just a blow thing I did. But I believe that, of course, we were always intelligent. Nothing had to teach us anything. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing had to teach you how to walk. Like we're dumber now than what we used to be, man. Giraffes come out of the womb. Giraffes come out of the womb, hit the ground, and start running within minutes.
That's because what they gave dumb a name. They said dumb is civilized. Like the new
you feel me?
The new word or the new term for dumb is civilized.
Like you look at an animal in a cage and they call it domesticated.
Yeah.
And then you look at an animal where it's supposed to be, and they're like wildlife. Like no.
So it's domesticated in the zoo, but that same animal will get let free and it's no longer domesticated.
Their unnatural state, and that means that they're in their unnatural state, and we're in our unnatural state as well. We're domesticated.
Go ahead, Afro.
What is our natural state?
I think it's you, y'all, Daniel.
It's you, bro.
All right, I'm gonna hop off for a second.
Okay, for sure, man. I appreciate your experience. And Melanated Goddess, I hope you heard that because that was for you. You're welcome because he don't never hit the panel to talk to us for nothing. So shout out to y'all, Daniel.
Wait, let me say this real quick. Somebody had it in their consciousness. This is true consciousness. Now, this is true consciousness.
This.
Yeah, this is true consciousness. Just like, they be talking, like, everybody else be saying conscious. What's the definition of conscious and what is consciousness? Consciousness is being aware and aware of not just, like some crazy stuff, being aware of life and nature and everything.
Yeah. I think we came out. If we just leave one of these babies alone, we'll learn something. But it's like the moment the baby come out the womb, we like, Daddy, Mama, Daddy, and them motherfuckers like, no,
baby talk
so
bad. Like, why is it nobody ever learned how to talk baby talk? Why is that?
Facts. And like get all of the knowledge that they got from
language.
Why is that?
Out the womb. I'm like, come on, bro. Like
I want to learn that. I don't want to learn nothing else until I learn that.
If you check the generations that are coming through now, it is there. It's about how we're suppressing them, because I hear the kids talking about sexuality in a different way than I've ever heard, or different parts.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But we learning from them though, right?
There's a different kind of consciousness to them. Do you get what I mean? But because of the way we're dealing with them as society and saying this is what you need to be, this is how you need to look at.
Yes.
They're the ones that are pushing out their awareness and not allowing.
And that's why we have to talk, because a lot of these kids look like they on bullshit, but they're like morally upright.
Man.
They're like holding people accountable and shit. And I'm like, damn, I was for sure y'all was out here on bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
And they not.
Yeah, they not. And I think that's
not
falling for that.
Goes back to the ADHD and all of that kind of stuff. That goes back to all of that. Like we weren't breakable. That's like a lot of like we weren't that breakable, and so but they had to go to the next step to try to break us.
Yes. It's being responsible with it is what they're talking about. They're not being whores and sluts and baby daddies and just like it's what I wish I could have stayed.
Is what I wish I could have had the patience to remain, because I was in the middle of this shit. And then eventually it was like, okay, let's smoke some weed, let's drink, steal a car, have some sex. And I wish I would have just been able to hold on to that until I was at a responsible age. And these children are doing it. Like, yeah, there's a crowd of them over here getting high, pill popping and pulling triggers, but there's a whole crowd over here who's damn near dressed like life. That's like, no, I'm cool on that, I'm cool on that, and I'm cool on that. They're learning from our mistakes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they respecting you. They not letting you know you the motherfucker I'm not trying to be like.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But you are their motivation to not fuck up, because they want to help.
That's what I tell the kids: be better than me, be better than us. That's the only way it's gonna get better.
And I believe it happened with us. True. I believe like the reason we're having this conversation is because we're correlating on that intelligence level. I believe that all of us as children witness things, figure things out, and then was reprogrammed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we're not allowing people to be. We're not allowing self to be self. We're not allowing like we're not allowing self to be self. You know, it's like we're making putting people in boxes. We're putting, by the time our kids are first grade, they're put in a box. Okay, you can't wear cowboy boots and a dress no more. You know, or you can't. You know what I'm saying? We putting
extreme, but I understand what you're saying, and we gotta be healthy with it, right? Because some of this work has been done that these boxes are legit. Some of these boxes are legit where it's like, we studied astrological. You're a Sagittarius. I can tell you about your characteristics, whether you like it or not. I'm going to tell you, and I'm not all into horoscopes and shit like that, but I've seen people do amazing stuff with it that I was like, okay, there's some value in that. I can't keep it. I can't knock it.
There are some similarities, but the belief system, I get it. Yeah.
And I think we should be, and I think that we do need to look at our children's chart and things of that. Because, when I learned about astrology as an adult, I was like, why didn't I know that as a child?
Because you was told that it was a sin.
Why was I learning all of these dumbass presidents' names for no reason? Okay. Why was I learning all of this?
That was the way to go. That was the right thing to learn.
So that's why I'm so critical on it, man.
Astrology.
Don't learn about your heritage. Learn about these white men.
Because God, and I'm just using God for lack of a better term and for more understanding. But the God had a like they say, intellectual design. God had, and so when we were born, in a sense, it's like it was like we're on an assembly line, and depending on what hour, what day, what moon cycle, what sun cycle that you were born under, that determined a part of your characteristics.
And I put it like this: you can only be made of what's available. Like, that's just it. You're going to exist, but if you around when there's flowers, you're gonna utilize flowers to make yourself. If you're around with these twigs, you're gonna use twigs. The earth is made of the things available to make.
Right, I see.
You see what I'm saying? Nothing else came into fruition that, well, now let's make. No. So you got to understand that whatever is in there, you're going to use that to build. You see what I'm saying?
Certain seasons, it's like they say harvesting time. Like the Mayans brought forth like the almanac as well. And it's certain, like with plants and stuff, it's certain.
I think you're a Mayan on the low. They just don't know it. I think you're a Mayan.
I am.
She says she a Mayan. She told us.
Okay, I'm sorry. I ain't hear that part.
But it's a.
But that's dope, though, QI. You see that?
Yeah, it's a time and a place. Like, okay, you plant certain plants at certain times, and you plant other plants at certain times. You know what I'm saying? It's seasons for everything, right?
Yeah.
And it's seasons to harvest. And so just like we've never looked at, they say Mercury retrograde. Now, I'm not that advanced yet. I'm trying to get there. That's a lot of studying. And and some of this stuff we need help with. Like, we need people to go into their own little areas.
I think that's why we all being put together now, because not, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I think that's why we're at the place that we're at now, because listen to all the different things you're educating us on, and then at the same time, we have educated other people on different things. You understand where I'm coming from? I think that's what it is now. I think
Right.
this is
We
the
need
wake up call right here, right
people
now.
to go into
And
their areas of specialty, and then we come back and we come back in, because even back in the day, everybody didn't do the same thing. You know,
That's
like
true.
my Indian
exactly.
chief, my Indian chief said that, like they based it up on when you were born, and your name came from the first two things that they saw in nature when you were born. So everything had, like a meaning,
Right.
and so like we should look at the characteristics of a child, and let them sort of define where they're going to go, and sort of give them guidance based on their characteristics, not based upon what we want them to do.
I agree
I
with you,
think we
because
all
people
learn
forget that
from
we've
one
got,
another. We
people
supposed
try
to.
to put every child in the
Wow.
same category, but even when you have kids or you've got siblings, you've all got different sides of different personalities, things that you pick up from your parents, things that you pick up
Yeah.
from influential people and their own
With wisdom,
characteristics.
yeah.
Do you get what I mean? But
Yeah, I
QI,
think we supposed to give the wisdom now that we're older, and at the
Even
same
when it
time we're
comes to
learning.
twins,
But
even with
it's not an age thing, because we're still learning from, like you said, I want to learn how to talk baby. I want to learn how
even
to understand baby. You
mm-hmm,
understand what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
So it's still a learning process, regardless of what,
even
who, what, where,
even
when, and why.
even when it comes to identical twins, even identical twins have their own specific characteristics.
and some of them are telepathic as well. They
Yeah,
communicate
because I was
also.
serious. I'm waiting for my twin cousins to find out where they different at, because they get on my nerves.
QI, here's one for you, because
So,
when we were talking about in regards to our connection to the earth and everything, I
mhm,
noticed that through this pandemic, and seeing how when everything kind of stopped and we were all sort of at home, you know what I
mhm,
mean? The ports and the ferries stopped. The way that nature and the earth was kind of repairing itself and healing itself.
mhm,
Dolphins and stuff and aquatic life was returning to different places. Do you get what I
mhm,
mean? It showed
Mm-hmm.
me
reset,
how much of it's not like I
rejuvenation.
didn't know there was a massive impact with the industry and everything that we're doing to the earth, but it
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
gave me a big, I don't know if the word is awakening, or a different sense of how much we do to the earth.
And men
And
are scared of this conversation because women are the spiritual ones. Women are
And we,
connected to the spiritual side, and niggas is scared of this conversation here. Shout out to Afro Asiatic.
But
well,
duality, though, like we
is
were
that
talking
why
earlier.
they want us to be quiet?
Very
Is
much
that
so.
But
why?
duality,
Come
like
on
right
now.
now on Earth, duality is necessary, and I believe
Then,
above life, we don't need it anymore. But for Earth, like from what I saw, duality is necessary, and duality is in everything. Like we were talking about devil, which is evil with the D, and God, which is good with the extra O. You know, and
right,
nothing, like it's right there in the writing. You know what I'm saying? And all you
right,
talking about is negative energy versus positive
positive,
energy.
and right.
So if we start looking at dualities, because when you really look at it, we have both male and female chromosomes.
And
You know what I'm saying?
I could even say,
And you
I
can't
wouldn't even
change that
call
for
it
nothing.
on a higher level. I wouldn't even call it good or bad. I wouldn't call it evil or righteous. It would be like it's a different stream. It would be like one person would look and say, two different people look at the same situation. One person would say, "What can I do?" And the other person would say, "What did y'all do?" And we would look at the person that say, "What would y'all do?" is evil because they finna hold y'all accountable. While the person who said, "What did I do?" will go to correct themselves to change the situation. We would say, "Oh, that's good," but they both are necessary. They
Right.
And
both
they
will
both
tell
could be
you.
a positive, because
You see what I'm
both
When
of
you
them,
saying?
say positive and
they
negative,
both could
though,
be a positive though, because that
Exactly.
same person can be asking what y'all did, because maybe they want to hear what y'all did, so they could try. Well, let's try this way.
No, because maybe the problem is with y'all.
But that's
Well,
why they
that too. But I was just saying the problem was separate.
I feel like it's a form. Hey guys, hey King.
Nick will be in the
Hey,
building.
what's up? What's up?
Hey,
Hi,
beautiful.
beautiful. Hey, handsome people.
Make sure y'all
I feel like
subscribe.
it's a form of basically accountability. So when you ask somebody, okay, like say you're in a situation, somebody got into a fight. Okay, so what happened? What did you do? What did you do? So that you can kind of put together the pieces and give a conciseness on what
And you know
actually
what? I
should be
witnessed
done.
my whole life. My whole life, I've witnessed people start the story off where it convenienced them.
Yeah.
I've watched people literally start the story off with, and they hit me. Hold on, wait.
What
That's what
did
happened.
you
They just walked in and hit you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's a micro. But people literally would do that, man. It will be a whole story, and people would literally take out the part where they could hold themselves accountable. Not even saying they was wrong in the situation, but this is what caused them to do this. And I look at what it caused them to do is wrong, but I was the cause of it. People take that directly out, and that taught me to not do that. That taught me not to do that. That looked like to me. So speaking on your point, Nico, I just think, like you say, it's the accountability, man. Where you gonna put it
Yeah.
at? You know, because you can always say, well, there was something I could have did that made this situation. Now, some people, even though they react in the way, you be like, right or wrong, you shouldn't have did that. You know
Exactly.
what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
still, you could be like, wooty woo, wooty wooty woo. And there's nothing wrong with that. Now, when we start talking about judging and blame and consequences, then this is where we have to be mature and all that stuff. But just in an innocent manner, people experience people.
Yeah,
Things happen.
what could I have done better? You know, like,
Yes.
what could you have done better?
Different.
That's like a question.
Not better, but different, right? Because somebody's bad could be somebody's good. It could be genuinely good.
I just feel
But
like the
that
way you
higher,
can.
I'm sorry,
No, you're
that
fine. Go
higher
ahead, Bronson.
self, the other, the higher person that's on their higher self, higher energy. They're the ones that's going to take the time to wait for that other person to come to that common ground where they got to be on a common ground, whether they got to come down to their level or that person going to meet them up to their level.
And
Do that make sense?
I feel like
ahead,
also the only way that you can come to a common ground and a solution is if you actually are honest with one another, so that you can get the best solution. You can get the best solution out of the whole issue. And I also feel like a lot of us spiritual people, empathic, whatever we are, I find a lot of us too, we tend to say, okay, because I'm empathic, I'm right in a situation. Oh, I feel like you did this. So
No,
the
that's
fact
just
that
the
I'm
way
just
you
That's
learn.
not being balanced.
No. I'm
Yeah,
talking about, like, I've noticed that a lot of us as spiritual beings in general, not you or me or anybody on this panel,
Right.
but in general.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I agree. But also like when you're in this world, when you're positive, it's an outcast. It's outcasted. It's like,
And that's what's beautiful about it. Because once again, we want to be accepted by the ignorant people. Me outcasting myself got me in line with y'all.
yeah, because
You
you're
see what I'm
weak,
saying?
you're
Being an
self.
outcast, I enjoy it. I can be a
Me
weirdo by
too.
myself. I
Yeah,
can walk
you're
around my,
weak, you're self, you're
yard
weird, you
naked
get
and
all
do
of
what the
those
hell I
things.
want. It's so
You weren't,
liberating.
but people don't understand that you weren't
You're
made
crazy.
to fit in. You weren't made
You
to
said
fit
what,
in.
Nico?
You weren't made to fit in. You were uniquely made in a form to be yourself, and whatever your spirit aligns with is what your spirit aligns with. You weren't meant to fit in. Period.
Right. And that's what
And
opened up
we're
the
all here
gate.
for separate.
Right.
We're all here for separate missions here.
Right.
You know.
And it gets to the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we don't get to explore enough, because society, like earlier, when Queen Cascade was saying about like what what this demic had showed her. It's like it also shows you how sped up in life we are, because we're conditioned and programmed. It's like you don't get to meditate. You don't get to sit and smell the roses. You don't
Study the stars. Look
Right.
at the oceans. Fucking, just stare at dirt. Like, just go plant your feet, and you don't get to just go somewhere and just not
In the
be
moment.
none of these
There's
things.
so much
Yeah.
smog in Maryland. You got about $1,000 telescope just to see the
I
North
learned
Star.
so much.
I'm just
I learned
saying.
so much just
I look though.
being places by myself. Like being
Yeah,
places by myself,
yeah.
it's like, you know what? You just didn't get dumber. I'll put it to you like that. You just didn't have people misinform of you and things. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So however you want to look at it, but it was just like, you figure things out. When you're staring at a gap and you say, well, how can I get to the other side of this gap? And there's another person that says, well, I know ladders is how you get over, bridges is how you get over
Yeah.
gaps. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So, okay, I don't see the materials to make a bridge. We can't get over the gap. And then the person that never had to rely on the bridge would totally find another way to get over the gap because they thought outside of the program of either you got a bridge or you stuck. You got to have a ladder, you stuck. This, that, and the other. Like, the way that things come into fruition has never been the convenient, man. It's always some weird, outlandish, you're crazy, you're nutty, I don't agree with you, I can't see it type of shit that when the person actually does make some progress, people are amazed. Like, hold on, wait, okay, you actually did that shit? So it's like, out of all the stuff that we know, and this is how simple it is for me, humans are the greatest resource. Humans are the highest intelligent thing on this planet. If birds can communicate telepathically, so can we.
Facts.
If it, like, there's nothing like if a lizard can rejuvenate an arm, grow an arm back, so can we.
But
You
we
know what I'm
didn't
saying?
communicate that way though. It was phonics. Remember, if you go back into history,
That's why they got rid of it.
it was it was what they call phonics or whatever. Where we were sound, sign language, body language, energy. We was reading something.
I believe that's true because like okay, for example, Suave, have you ever been around somebody that's like, yo, you just took the words right out of my mouth? We do
All the fucking
communicate.
time.
Yeah, we do communicate in ways where we can actually communicate with each other without
Equal
saying
B.
the words.
Do you
I
hear that
think
voice?
Queen Cascade said that about an hour or so ago, or somebody was. I know that was about an hour or so ago, sweetheart, but you are so right.
Do you hear the voice in your head?
Yeah, I hear voices. I
See,
hear
I would say this, but then you guys
yeah,
are gonna
I had to
turn back to
stop.
this. They'll be like, "Yo, Nico V is bugging."
No. We're there
Yeah, you
already.
hear
The fact
voices
that
in
you're
your
on this
head.
panel, the fact that you're on the panel, you're already in that room. People just
Yeah.
enjoying the
I
conversation.
had to
Nico,
stop. I was about to
girl,
answer. I
being
had
a
to
poet,
stop.
that you know when you sit in your head
You
and
don't hear a
you're
voice in your
busting
head?
those verses, you're having a conversation with
Wait.
yourself.
Yeah,
It's
But
okay.
that's the
We'll be
question
right
they
here.
ask. Are you seeing things or hearing
But
things?
no, the voice in your head that sounds like you. Like when you actually think something, right? Like
yeah.
I could
I
say
listen to
a
myself all the
sentence
time.
in I could say a sentence in my head right now and I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
I in times I will be able to hear your voice and you will be able to hear mine.
And
I
then
will
you
be
can
able
even
to
talk to yourself, like, self-talk, like we even, but, according to psychology or whatever, that's the first
Right.
question they'll ask you, like, are you hearing things? Are you seeing things? Then it's like, it's okay to hear things, but are you answering back? Nah, I think that's a normal part, I think it's normal. And like I had she wasn't a social worker. She was like, a psychiatrist, but she was more or less studying, and she was a social worker. And she said, now she was from Louisiana too, and they're into spiritual things. So she broke it down like this. She said that she thinks that people who are diagnosed with schizophrenia have some type of gift, and it's
those
something
are
that we don't
gifts.
understand, So, I had to start looking at things that way.
That
I
one
feel like it's
homeless crazy
I feel like
dude.
it's a gift. I feel like it's a gift and a curse because some people like this is why they put on medication and stuff like that because they don't know how to use their gift. They don't understand the gift, so they listen to all the things that aren't meant to be brought out. Like for example, like oh, go kill that person. Like
Yeah, the bad,
you
the
shouldn't go out there and
negative.
do that. Like you got to know how to handle those spiritual
And then we got to
frequencies
deal with
that's coming to
liars.
you.
Then we got to deal with liars. We got to deal with people that kill people and say, a voice told me to do it.
Yeah.
God told me to do
Willpower.
it. So then when you come and you like, yeah, I hear voices all the time, different ones, and we talk. They're like, oh shit, he's a
I
killer.
like to
Then
hear
you
Moonflower.
crazy, right?
I would like to
Like I
hear
do tarot
Moonflower's
readings,
perspective on
and
that.
like I don't do nothing. I don't do tarot readings unless my spirit tells me to do it. You know,
Right.
like
What you say?
recently for this week, for me.
No.
Somebody said
I think somebody want to hear you speak on it. I'm gonna let Nikwa finish her thought, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
you've
Then I
been
want to
very
hear.
quiet and reserved in this very pseudo conversation. We want to give you an opportunity to jump out the window with us. Go ahead, Nikwa.
Okay.
Like I do tarot readings, and I also know how to read auras and stuff like that. But the only time I don't just do it because somebody tells me to do it. Like I do it when it's like, I feel it in me to do it because I don't like to force things. So
I
that's what I
understand
mean
that.
by like somebody having a spiritual connection with the world, and that's how I know that we are some sort of we have like a telepathic energy in us.
Yeah,
Right.
because that's why when you do certain things, you're supposed to block out when you meditate, you're supposed to block out the net, or when you speak to the universe or whatever, you're supposed to block out the
All
negative.
external, positive or negative. You not because like you say it's hard to render it negative, right? But you have to solely rely on your internal intelligence. The moment you step outside, it's like kind of waking up. The moment that you let my thoughts interfere with your meditate, you're not meditating. You see what I'm saying? Like it's something else going on there. So when you say cut off, I completely get that about the meditating part. Even though I don't meditate as y'all meditate, I just lay in the bed.
Just like with tarot.
I wake up and I just don't get up. I just lay there and I'll be there, thinking,
Just like
meditating.
with tarot readers, I listen to them. I can't read tarots, but I listen to them, and I can tell the difference between a tarot, a person that's in tune, and a person that's not, because you can hear the influence. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but you can hear the influence sometimes of that tarot reading, like when they're still conditioned or when they're not coming from a pure place.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this means that. Moonflower, the floor is yours. Anything.
So I picked up on a few things while y'all were talking, but so like when you were talking about schizophrenia and stuff like that, like y'all said, it's about more so from a psychologist like point of view. It's more so to see if you're hearing voices that are telling you to be homicidal, suicidal, or things like that. Because I talk to myself all the time, and when I was a child, like I used to get in trouble for talking to myself, and I had like multiple voices in my head because I felt so lonely as a child. So I would always talk to them. My granddad would be like, "Why are you talking to yourself when I'm sitting right here? Nobody's there." But I could also pick up on like things be like entities being inside of the house as well, because
You
our
know
house
you
is
ain't
like
have
a
only
conduit.
child syndrome.
I know I have a little brother, but we're treated completely different.
I'm sure.
But
Like I had an older brother, but I was by myself. You know what I'm
Me and my
saying?
brother are 8
yeah,
years apart, so I'm sure.
And
And
I
I'm the
actually
oldest.
heard a voice, and it wasn't on the inside. I heard a voice tell me, "Hold on to the bed." I was laying in my bed, and it was a bunk bed. I was in elementary, and I heard a voice say, "Hold on to the bed." And I looked toward where I saw the voice come, where I heard the voice come from. None was there, and I said, "Huh?" And it repeated it. Hold on to the bed, and I held on to the bed, and the bed collapsed. And I was like, "Okay,
I
shit
hear
is real."
voices.
that's
I hear
Who do
happened to
you
me
think the
before.
voice was?
I couldn't guess. I mean, to tell the truth, I was handicapped
it
for a
was a
certain time
spirit.
because I was in the church. So of course I would say that's an angel, that's God.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't reveal who it was to me. So it could have been an angel, could have been God, could have been an ancestor, could have been something of me
Mm-hmm.
that I didn't understand that was outside of me. I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just know
I
that
hear.
it's more to this shit than in physical shit that
Moonflower,
we.
And
Moonflower.
I
Yeah,
can
hear
you
because I used
voices
to
agree
all the
have
that
time. I
that
hear them
bad
in
same
dreams.
that
dreams.
same inside is the same one that you talk to inside you now?
No, it was
That
no, it wasn't. No,
you don't
this
agree to that? You know that's the same
No, it wasn't. It
Respect is
wasn't the
good.
same. It sounded different. I didn't recognize the voice. It was a man, and it was in English, but it wasn't me unless it was the adult me, which at that time as a child I wouldn't have recognized my adult voice. So it could have been me. I don't know, but it was definitely an external. What's the name? Go ahead, Moonflower. Finish your thought. My bad.
But
Taz is.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Ain't no thing.
I was just saying that
Can
I used to have like really bad hallucinations of like not like auditory hallucination, but like visual hallucinations, and sometimes it was accompanied with words. Like I said, our house, I could tell when entities were in the house, and it was kind of a conduit for negative energy because it was a very toxic household. So I had certain entities that were there to protect me. And like one time I was laying down and I felt like a big weight, like it felt scary. It was like super scary. And then I heard a voice say, "Stay down, stay down, stay down." So I just laid there and then it said run. So I got up and ran. And I don't know what it was, but the room felt lighter once I returned about 10 minutes later. But I have like super bad hallucinations to the point. That's why my anxiety is so bad. I have paranoia that people are like watching me and following me. I talk to myself a lot, hold full conversations with myself. Sometimes I'll accidentally hold the conversation aloud and people will be looking at me, but I fully understand what you're talking about. And like, but I was saying earlier when the other guy was talking about astral projection, I was saying that's why they say don't travel too far from your body when you're doing astral projection, because there's going to be something may not be positive that's trying to get a hold of your body to use it for whatever means.
Just like the
So it
witches,
sounds like a
just like
spirit tried to sit on your sit on your chest and take over you.
uh-huh.
Yeah,
Because I've
and
had
that other one
I've
told her
seen
to
that
run.
because
Exactly.
I
Just
have
like
what's
what they
that
call it, the
called?
witches, whatever.
No, what's the medical
Honestly,
term? I literally just forgot what it is.
Honestly, I think that in your case, Moonflower, I'm just from hearing your voice and listening to you, I feel like your ancestors don't play around about you. And
Not at
even
all.
though you think,
I'm
I
protected
feel
by
like
my ancestors too.
even the words, even like the things that you think they hear of you.
You know what?
I feel like
Moonflower, you are not crazy. Just
Too.
know that you are not crazy.
you're
Yeah,
not crazy. I feel
but
like
yeah, I was
Right.
saying that the
We
medical
all
term
landed
for it
when we
is.
jumped out the window, and we are all safe.
I'm
Just know
protected
Yeah,
by
I
that.
was
my
just saying that
ancestors.
you and
the
That's
medical
why
continue
I,
term
to
when
for it
people,
evolve.
is sleep paralysis, and I suffer from
yeah,
that
that's what
like
it is.
bad.
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
that when I was younger. When I would wake up and I would be completely conscious of my environment, but I just couldn't
Mm-hmm.
move. I just couldn't move,
Mm-hmm.
and I would have
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
to. I would literally have. I would strain myself to make my body move. Like one time, I fell out of the bed. Like I would literally because all I could do is see, right? But I had
Right.
I had control of like my breathing.
Yeah.
I had control, so I would like.
Right.
I've seen spirits
There's
And I
too.
would
something
pop up out
trying
of it
to
like,
see.
wow. Yeah. But I never felt like nobody
Yeah.
was sitting on my back. It just was,
Well,
I would just wake up and, my body, I wouldn't be completely woke with my body, but I would be conscious. One time I had a dream, it was some on my back, but when I woke up, it was my girl literally laying on my back. And
Hey, let me
I was
tell
like,
you.
you almost killed me in my dream. Like, you was comfortable on my back. And I'm in my
Quick,
dream,
I
like, what
just
the
want to make
fuck?
can I ask you
I
a
want to make
follow-up
2
question?
points.
Nequa, quick
So
Go ahead,
question
Hey,
Moon.
before
And
hold
we
then I
up
get
go
to
to,
the
now.
sage. What's the
go ahead,
best
then I go
sage
to
to buy? What's the best sage for clearing
White
energy?
Sage.
It's white
White sage?
sage. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead,
right.
Moonflower. You got 2 points, and then I want to go to Taz and hear about his experiences.
The first
Being
thing
spooky.
when you have sleep paralysis, the way they explain it scientifically is that you're waking up during REM sleep, which is rapid eye movement sleep, which is when you're in a
Right.
very deep sleep. So when you wake up, your body hasn't gotten a cue from your brain to move. So that's the scientific explanation. But the second point I wanted to make was I've actually seen the entity on top of me when I suffered from sleep paralysis.
Mm.
I've seen it on top of me. I've seen it in the corner of the room. I've seen it multiple times. I had one, I believe it was a sex demon because I woke up and I was in pain, like down there. But I woke up in a sexual position, like my legs were up, and I was a kid at this time. And I believe a sex demon had touched me. And that day, when I got up, I said, don't do that again. And I never had problems from that particular entity, but I've always had an entity either watching me from the corner of my room. And it's like the room was dark. I didn't have no windows in my room, but you can tell, you know, regular darkness from the deep darkness. And that's what I was.
I can believe you. I believe you. Nobody else believes you.
Can
Yolanda Brown sugar believe you.
some things in my time?
Yes, I definitely don't. I can't, bro. Like, you know, too many books, too many spook stories, too many movies, and you know, this is where you end up. You know, I saw the demon. Like, you know, like
This was before I even got
could it be because
I wish
females are
these
spiritual
motherfucking
people
demons
and
would like get dealt with in a way that would be beneficial for Black people, because it's always like the demon, the devil, Satan. But like that evil entity always seems to work against us and for everybody else. It's like when it's time to apply something that the unseen that we can't see, is always negative. I don't ever see the unseen positive. You know what I'm saying? That's, you know, like where's the angel that wakes up on your back? Why is it a devil on your back? Why is it a demon? What if you wake up with an angel on your back 350 days?
I wake up for many days with a smile on my face and knowing that an angel is next to me. So,
well, no, I ain't saying feeling. I'm talking about seeing it. I'm talking about seeing him, though. I'm talking about seeing him.
Oh well, I haven't reached the point that the visual, but I know feeling.
Well, what you got to do? What you got to do?
I want everybody to answer that because everybody wanted to jump on that. Cascade, Moon, Speaks, and QI, and Niqua.
Yeah, just send them all at me. No problem.
No. I just want the intelligence. Because one thing that honestly, because in this conversation, I haven't heard demon. I haven't heard angel. That's not the words I've been hearing used.
Yeah, and that's my only understanding of it. You know
you just said it. I was like, damn, they really been saying entity or spirit is like the closest to the biblical thing I could get. But one thing that I noticed, back to the subject, is that when these things happen, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's no fear. You're not scared.
Well,
yeah, you're not scared when you feel a good presence. You're not afraid, because I've had a conversation with a good presence that was in my home. But when I feel the bad presence, and while I say I have seen a lot of negative entities, is because the household I grew up in was a very toxic environment, and negative entities thrive on that. And I was just saying that the reason why, if it's like something on your back or on your chest and it's correlated to a negative entity, is because those entities are trying to suffocate you to be able to enter you. They're trying to put you in physical pain. And yes, so it can thrive off of your negativity. But when you have a good presence,
But in your example, right? You woke up and you told the entity, don't do that ever again. Were you scared? Yes. It seemed to me like you were bold and you was confident. Oh, you were afraid. Oh, okay.
I was
afraid, don't do that shit no more.
Leave me alone.
Demon.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like, and that don't come off to me somebody that's scared. Yeah, that look like somebody that's like, where you at? Come here. Don't do that no more.
Let's go down the line. Like you said, let's go down the line.
Honestly, I don't. Can I?
Go ahead, Nico.
First, the question is: has anybody ever had an out of body experience?
I have.
Yes.
Yes. And what is what is considered an out of body experience?
Say that last part again, Nico, because Taz was laughing. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
What was considered to be your outer body experience? I would like to hear this, because then I will tell you mine exactly.
I've had several. The ones that have been not necessarily like a bad experience, but the worst for me was I think I came up here like maybe a couple weeks ago and was talking about how I couldn't sleep for like 3 weeks straight. And it was like I couldn't sleep. I'd be up to like 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And once I did fall asleep, I was watching myself sleep. So whenever my alarm went off and I got up, I was not tired because I was not, fully asleep. Like I was watching myself sleep. I was walking around the apartment. I was doing other things.
Okay, Cascade, QI.
So I remember a time it was I think I was like late teens, early 20s. Usually when I move into a new place, I have it blessed. I do the whole sage thing, prayers, make sure, seal the windows and everything. I'd rushed moving into this place. I had a cat at the time, but now I look back at the situation, I didn't realize what was going on with the cat because it was my first animal. Anyway, there was one night I was sleeping and I literally got this pressure on my chest. The pressure got worse. It felt like I was being strangled. I was trying to talk to be able to get my words out, and this thing literally threw me off the bed. I had to get to the point and I could see it moving. I don't know how to describe it because it's like this weird, dark, shifting form. At the same time, I had to turn around and say, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. I had to say it in my head,
And was gone, wasn't
it to the
he?
point
He was
that it
gone.
released me, and then speak it out loud. I had a couple more attacks after that,
Jesus.
and the cat wouldn't stay in. I
Thank
was
It may
you,
not
supposed to
work
Jesus.
for
be
you,
in
but
my
it worked
room,
for us.
but the
Thank
cat
you,
would act.
Jesus. Oh, thank you,
The cat
Lord.
would act strange whenever
Oh,
it came
thank
to
you,
my room.
Jesus.
So
You
in
know
the
what?
end, I had to get the priest to come, our pastor, to come and help me bless the place and to remove the actual spirit, because when he came to visit, he felt it. And I've had a few other experiences.
Mm-hmm.
All of my sleep paralysis have been sort of
Queen
negative.
Cascade, I love to tell you who I was married to, and I
But
know you will believe me.
look, all of my sleep paralysis were sort of negative. But when I was younger, I used to see spirits, and most of the time they were good. And I feel spirits all the time, and the majority of my spirits are good because, like, it was somebody said that they're protected by their ancestors. I am too. That's why you got to be, you got to make sure you follow or your own blood ancestors. You know what I'm saying? You got to watch which ancestors you connect to, because it's my blood ancestors that protect me. Yeah, protect me, and for the most part, most of the spirits and stuff like that have been good, unless somebody like I have one family member in my family that wasn't raised with us, and they have their family is negative, and I've noticed that when this family member comes to our home, and that's why I asked about the sage. The house holds negative energy, so it's like and this person is alive, so it's like I'm gonna have to sage up, but for the most part, my experiences with spirits and stuff have been positive, other than like the sleep paralysis.
Now, question to one of the spiritual people saying that might help her out. Will salt in the corner or salt around the room, will that help her as far as that spirit in our home?
Well, I'm gonna do
You
the salt too. I've heard
you
about
should
the salt. I'm
do
gonna
that,
do the
and she also
salt.
Yeah,
do
that's I
crystals.
mean I'm asking because
You should do crystals.
I
You do
have some.
the
How do you clear them?
first of all, you clean your
Or
crystals,
when do you know
but
when to clear them?
you
Huh?
clean your crystals periodically. Like I do mine every 2 weeks. That's like excessive, but sometimes you can do it like every 3 months or annually. You clean your crystals, and then you sage them, and then you put them back to
Okay.
the where
And
you had them initially at.
that differentiates depending on how large they are, right?
Yeah,
I have
yeah. I
all
have really big
kinds.
ones.
I have all kinds, and I have them all in one bowl. Does that
Why
make
you
a
need the
difference?
pistols under the ancestors protection though?
The pistols, crystals.
I don't understand that either, Taz. That's why I got
Y'all know how
quiet.
Ted's gonna be, but he rocking, so we gotta let him rock.
Boo, boo, boo.
We are learning.
That's the ancestor for your ass, bro. I got
Oh, she
them
said
guns.
crystal.
Yeah, and I got them pistols. Hey,
Yeah, I thought
I'm
to
cleaning
say,
my
damn.
house out, nigga.
Taz was
Yeah.
cutting up about that singing bowl.
What do the crystals do if Taz let you get it out?
Yeah,
Crystals
I'm not
are
gonna stop.
energy. Well,
Yeah, they filter the energy. Yeah, like certain entities are attracted to certain materials, and so therefore, if you bring like sage, get things out. Certain crystals attract things to it, and then you take it out your house. And it's different. It's different ways. A lot of different cultures practice a lot of different things. With that, but it's really not 100% necessary. These are just the physical representations to get you spiritually accepting of what's finna happen. A lot of people need to hold the crystal
Yeah.
to feel the power that's coming
Okay.
from them anyway.
Okay.
So
Okay.
here, hold
Okay.
this,
Okay.
believe in this. If you can't believe in yourself, believe in this.
Okay.
But there are
Got
like atom type qualities to crystals. Atoms affect atoms, and like if
right.
I hold my lighter up, the atoms around the fire, even though they're not in the fire, are getting warmer. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah.
So knowing that when you understand a certain relationship, the atoms have the atoms, cells have the cells, material have the material. That's when it's less spooky and it's more sciencey. You know what I'm
but let me
saying?
say this
Yeah,
I
but
knew,
about
I
then
knew it
like
was
on
a
top of
science
that,
to
with
it. I just
crystals, you
never
can charge your
touched
crystals
into
with
it.
moon water.
And
leave
what is
your
moon
water
water?
outside. Leave your water
So
Yeah.
basically,
outside.
moon water is you take some like natural water, not really bottled water,
Oh, I
and you
charge it
put it
with the moon at night. Oh,
yeah, you put it and so you can
You
charge your
got
crystal to give like positive energy, but it depends on the phases of the moon, and you don't want to charge your crystals on like
What
blood
kind of
moons and
energy?
stuff because that brings
so
negative energy.
y'all was talking at the same time. So what you were saying? You put the crystal in the water.
You put some water in a pitcher and you either sit it outside or at a window, and you let let the moonlight shine into the water, and it creates the moon water. Then you put your crystals in your moon water to charge them.
Can you do it at the
Oh,
same
okay.
time though? Can you do it at the same time? Because I
You
tried
should
that with
be
my
able to, yes.
Moon water.
because I
Taz,
Yes,
did
do you
I
know
have a book
already that when it
here
comes
on
to
how
the
to make
singing bowl,
moon
what
water
happened
and
to me
charge
the
your
other day?
crystals.
Yeah.
and the reason why, like, Suave is right. Like, a lot of that stuff is inertly, but the reason why, like, I believe within our DNA, like within our family DNA, I believe that my family are witches, whether they know it or not. You know what I
Whoa.
mean?
Whoa.
Yeah, they might sound funny, and I'm
Whoa.
not
No,
saying
I'm
bad.
laughing because we all have.
Yeah,
Whoa.
like I'm not
Witches.
saying
Whoa.
they bad witches. I'm
Whoa.
saying that like
Whoa.
I think that I came from a line of especially with the women, and like the one particular one that wasn't raised with us, it's like their power is used opposite from the rest of the family. You get what I'm saying?
So is it a thing of good witches and bad witches?
Yeah, it's polarities. Good signs, bad
good and
signs.
bad people.
So
Yeah.
who do the good witch
Lynn
side with?
Lewin's The Little Book of Moon Spells. All right, that's hard.
Depends on the person's intent and what they're going to do with it.
And I
But
know
in
that
regards
No, I'm
to
really curious to know. I want to know, but
What
I
you want
should
to know,
want to
fam? What
know.
you
I
want to know?
feel
I
like
got you.
before
What you
you
need?
I'm
do
really
before you do
curious to
any of
know
that
about the
stuff,
crystals,
Oh,
and all the
Shit.
stuff
Check it
that
before
you
out.
you
I
just.
know
do
some shit
any
about some crystals and shit,
before you
right?
guys do any of that stuff, you have to definitely make sure that your spirit's clean too. That you're not,
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
you have to
and see
definitely make
my
sure
Yeah.
that
okay, let
you're
me
in a
just go
good
ahead and tell
headspace.
y'all. Let me go ahead and tell y'all. My grandmother,
I was
they
just
kick
like,
ass, bro.
my grandmama passed like in September, right? And she
I
Mm-hmm.
had
hear
like
that.
one daughter, like like one of her daughters, the father got custody over. And so she was raised with a father who was abusive frame of thinking, right?
Right.
And
Right.
so like
okay, cause I ain't trying to be smart, and I know I ain't the only one that's a little high on here. But can you let Moonflower finish that so I can intake all of that, and then you tell us that story, please?
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have to tell it. I thought that, you know,
No,
I
you
was
can tell it. I just wanted to know that. I wanted to, because, like I said, I'm on a one track mind right now.
I was just
What did
saying
you
that I
want?
think I need the extra stuff.
What did you want to finish?
What you were saying about the crystals and stuff.
Oh, I was finished. I was just saying that you charge the crystals in your moon water, and it gives off positive energy, but you don't want to charge your crystals on things like eclipses or blood moons because that can attract negative energy.
Yeah, and also just
All right,
ensure
now.
that when you're doing it, that you're in a clear mind, a clear spirit, and a good headspace.
I knew it was somebody else that was
You
saying
can
something.
carry
Thank you. I'm
stuff.
sorry.
You can definitely
Yeah,
carry things like
and that's
whatever you're fighting with, you can carry onto your crystals and you could put into your home. So you have to make sure
right.
that you are good to do it.
And that's what I meant. That's what I meant, you know, without, you know, saying all of that.
Well,
I
that's
think,
why I was asking you to let him finish. That's why I said I wasn't being
and
smart.
then
I want now. Yeah.
Niqua, it's like, okay, so do you believe that, you know, like people, like a family has witch power, and if so, do you believe that? Because I'm just like, is my auntie's spirit greater than mine? You know what I'm saying?
Well, if you're referring to like your ancestors and stuff like that, I feel like yeah, that's what they use. I feel like we all should look at, not, I don't feel like we all should, because I don't like to, this is the thing that I don't like to do, is push things on people. It's more so like, if you do want to get into that, I feel like you should get into it for a good reason, for good energy, for positive energy, to bring good, like, and positive things into your life. Our ancestors used it all the time, for good and for bad. And I
Man,
think we
our
should push it.
ancestors got conquered from using that shit. I mean, I'm trying not to disrespect nobody, but like our ancestors got fucked over. I'm trying not to call them names today. I'm trying to be nice. Okay. Our ancestors got
Yeah,
their
you
ass
actually teaching
whooped.
because all this is new
I'm not
to me
doubting
with
that they
all
got
of it.
their ass whooped, us, but for me, yeah, in terms of what I understand, and my part of my learning was cut off, so I'm still learning about this. But when it comes to children, because if you listen to some of the women's experiences, a lot of these spiritual attacks happen when we're children because of our innocence. Children's bodies, children's minds are on a different wavelength. They're on a different frequency. They have a different type of openness. That's why spirits will try and take them over. Now, when we reach a certain age, it just depends on our awareness and what we've grown with, what's been instilled in us. So for me, after a certain period of time, I learned to switch certain things off. I'm not completely sure how I learned to do it, but I noticed, say, for example, when I had my daughter, tell you this story. She was about, I had an aunt. She passed away when my daughter was about 6 months. So she never really knew her. After my aunt's funeral, we had a situation with a spirit in my mum's house. When I left my mum's house at the time, because we'd moved back from abroad, and I'd moved into a place not far from the family, the spirit followed us there, but it wasn't a bad spirit. I had a feeling it had something to do with my aunt, something that was left undone, but it took some time to kind of work it out. After a period of time, the things that were happening around us settled down. So I thought that she was cool, that everything, because her estate and stuff wasn't sorted. It was like her spirit wasn't at rest. But it looked like she was also there to be a guardian angel, because when my daughter was about 4 years old, I was going through some pictures on a hard drive, and I pulled up this picture of my aunt from when Lioness was like 6 months old in her hands. That's one of the last pictures that was taken of her, and I'd meant to print it off for my brothers and sisters for them to have. My daughter came into the room and she said to me, "That's the lady." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" So after I had a conversation with her, she's saying, "That's the lady that sits in my room, and I have conversations with her and I play with her. She's in my room right now." And she took me to the chair. So it felt to me like she wasn't, after the stuff with her estate was sorted, because, people trying to teeth things, not trying to do things.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I mean? That she was upset over that, and she was causing friction about that in different people's houses because she wanted it sorted. After that was sorted, she became like a guardian angel for my daughter in certain respects, for her to be spiritually protected, because she suffered spiritual attacks, and I had to learn to teach her how to deal with that. I know it sounds weird and it doesn't sound real, but it's like until you actually go through it and see it for yourself, then it gives you a different understanding of how these things work. And she's very spiritually gifted. She has premonitions. She picks up on things. Like there's a ghost at her school. It's a spirit of a child that every so often tries to come home with her, and we have to send it back to the school. So she's very I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for. She's got such a light, she's got such spiritual power within her that it takes
She's
certain
very
people
intuitive.
guarding her from the ones that try to do her harm or take over her body. And if you're not aware of those things, then it sounds crazy.
Yeah, no, it doesn't sound. That's what I'm going through, and like I think that like sometimes you can be pure in spirit, and it doesn't matter like what age. And I think that people who are pure in spirit are always getting attacks. Are always gonna get those spiritual attacks.
I think there's
I just think black people play angels and demons too much, like the spiritual attacks and this and that. Like motherfuckers attack you in the physical, and niggas will sit there and ignore the physical attacks and talk about spirituality and all this shit. And I hear people saying they're protected by some ancestors that weren't even protected themselves. I don't understand this logic in terms of like the next generation, because they'll be saying the same shit. And so if this is what if this is the fallout of 9 generations saying this shit?
Well, no, it's like this. It's like those people who attack us in the spirit, in the physical, are spirits. Those are spirits as well.
No,
so
that's what I'm saying. That's a physical person in front of you that you're saying it's a spirit to validate the bullshit that you've been taught. Okay, it's a person, it's a physical person in front of you, but in order to not deal with that physical person, you're telling me now it's a spirit. Everything isn't spirits. The shit you can see in front of you is physical.
My auntie is a physical being that's still living, and that and I'm saying that I feel I that's the way that I feel. That being, that spirit is not good. Doesn't have good intentions.
It's about her as a person.
Right, doesn't have good intentions for me, and so therefore, and I'm not, and that's my auntie. So it's like, I have to treat this a certain type of way, because it's not like I could just, dump my auntie. You know what I'm saying? And it's not that I'm supposed to just dump my auntie. It's a certain way that I have to go about doing it. But at the same time, it's like I have to protect, myself as well. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't. I have no idea what you're saying.
Our ancestors, I know, our ancestors, like, okay, they got attacked because of the fact that you got to remember that it was colonization through religion. Because I think somebody heard a debate yesterday where they were talking about how,
but right there, you can stop right there. Colonization through what?
Religion.
Which is spirituality, right?
Nope.
Oh,
it's
okay.
a difference between religion and spirituality.
You need it to be. Go ahead.
No,
it's
it
not,
is.
It's
no,
not.
Really. Spirituality deals with yourself. Religion deals with something outside of yourself and nature.
No. Religion deals with what you do as a practice. Religion is what you do as a practice.
I don't practice anything like that. Spirituality ain't really like a part of a daily routine or a practice. It's a part of
QI, can I answer Taz? Hi Taz, how are you?
Yeah, go ahead, Nico.
What up? What up?
Hope everything's well with you and the family.
All's well.
Let me tell you something. You can't kill a spirit or a soul twice, right?
What?
No, listen. Get to where I'm going with this. You can't kill. You saying that the ancestors, they got this or that, but we're not talking about it in a physical form. Even though our ancestors were killed and were enslaved and this and that, they had a strength that none of us have to this day. They had a certain strength. And what I mean by and our ancestors don't play about us is because in the spiritual, you can't kill a spirit, right? So their strength will come on to protect
What are we
us.
basing this on, though?
But because it's not about religion, it's about spirituality. It's about
Right,
protecting
but what
yourself,
I'm
understanding
asking
that
is,
there's
what are we basing
to
the
things than
inability to kill a
religion.
spirit on? Where does that come
Because
from?
you brought up the fact that why we keep talking about the ancestors,
Ancient
this and that.
history.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about
Wait,
ancient history.
I knew I
slow
was
down.
mixing
Hold
there.
on. Ancient
I'm talking to
history.
you, Tad. I'm not talking about ancient history. I'm just talking about. I'm answering your question about.
Okay.
Well, your statement about how, oh well, the ancestors were taking over and they got their behind looked. It's not. Yeah, in the physical because we had no control. But if you knew the ancestors, they had a certain strength that none of us have to this day. They put themselves through all that to survive. They had survival skills.
Why are we telling ourselves this?
No, it's
That's
not
my
telling
question.
ourselves.
Why are we applying a strength to our ancestors that we can't see?
Why should we
We
have
don't
to
see
oversee
this.
things to
We
believe
don't see this
things?
invisible strength you're referring to. This is a respect that we have for them. There's not a strength there. There's not any power there. They
were
failed.
doing better than
We
us, though.
respect them despite
It's
their
not about
failures.
fail. In the physical, they fell, but in the
But it
spiritual and
is. We
their
cannot
strength did
talk
not
about
fail.
spirits and
You can't kill a
spirituality in a
person
way as if it's
twice.
beneficial today if it failed them.
Taz,
But
you
they
can't kill a
did
Because it
person
better than
twice
failed
us.
though.
them doesn't mean that it's going to fail us.
But
Just
it
because
absolutely
they were doing
does.
certain things then doesn't mean that that every single thing applies to us now. And yes, in some ways our ancestors may have failed us, but some of us who believe in spirituality understand that the people that are protecting us.
Protecting us how? Were they protecting George Floyd? Why didn't they protect Emmett Till? I mean, come on.
Go ask
Protecting
them.
who?
I don't know.
Us as individuals when we feel protected?
Taz, I can only speak of experiences that I've had. Do you get what I mean? I don't expect anybody to believe it's very hard to explain to somebody who's never been through the things that I've been through. It would be nice to be able to give you a pair of glasses or, you know, some matrix type thing to plug into the back of your head so you could see the things that I've seen or see the other things that we've experienced. There's no way for me to be able to do that. So I understand that you're logical in the way that you're thinking, but you have to understand that women are also spiritual. Depending on your
That's what
level
I
of
was saying.
awareness, and it's not to say that you're not aware, you have a different type of logic, but as women, we have our own set of intuition. You know what I mean? Not every woman is the same in the way that her gifts are brought forward. It's not for everyone to be messing with those elements. Do you get what I'm saying?
No.
And
I
then
mean, because
George
why
Floyd.
can't
But let's look at
anybody
George
mess with
It's
it?
not the
Floyd.
same path. My path
Let's look
and
at
everything that I'm learning in life for my children to be able to pass on is not exactly going to be the same as the things that you need to lend in knowledge to your children for their futures. So yes, there are mistakes that our ancestors made, but that's not to say that there's nothing that's not useful in the things that we can learn from what they learned. I'm not saying everything is a good thing. I'm saying there's things that we can pick out of that can be carried forward that
But
are
like
not
what
always
though?
good
Give me
things.
some examples. I
Lord.
see all failure. I see throw the whole question of spirituality in the trash and start over.
I think you're thinking about religion.
No, I'm thinking about spirituality, this idea that you can see the unseen.
Do you think that people perish for lack of knowledge of self?
I think that's a loaded trick question.
So do you have a spirit test?
Do I have a spirit?
Yeah.
What you mean? I don't know. What you talking about?
You
Because see,
know,
that's
it's
what I'm saying.
important.
Like, I don't believe I wake myself up or I created myself or none of that, but you'd have to give me a definition of a spirit.
Okay, so Taz, history is important for us, right?
My bad. Say it again, buddy. I ain't hear
History
you.
is important for us, right?
What's important? Say it one more time.
Knowing our history is important for us, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, it's me. You already know I'm gonna say yeah.
I know. Why is it important?
Why is history important? So you don't make the
Why,
same mistakes twice.
Okay. All right. So, like, basically, first, let me ask you, I said ancient history, right? Our ancestors did a lot better than us. Yes, they did make, like, it took a long
No, they
time.
didn't.
They did. They were a lot more advanced. When you go into ancient history, we were a lot more advanced than we are today. Like,
Yeah, they be convincing y'all to say a lot of bullshit, man. We gotta stop
Nah,
saying
I'm
this
serious
shit.
though. You got to go way back up in past
Man, no. I don't care where you go
like
back to.
paleo.
They weren't more advanced than today, no matter where you go back to.
They had everything that we have today. They had plumbing, electricity, cell phones, all of that.
Yeah, I gotta see it. I gotta see it though. You know what I'm saying? That because that's just talk. You know what I'm saying? Until you show me an ancient cell phone, it's not
Mayan
real.
codexes. Go to the Mayan codexes, and they say that it's even on the what do they call that? The
I
meta.
need to see it work, fam. It can't just be something somebody says. That's what I'm saying. We deal a lot in belief. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a
What about
believer.
Tesla? Have you heard of Nikola Tesla?
Mm-hmm.
And you know that he knew how to create electricity, right?
Yeah, he had a machine that he was working on.
Okay, and they got it's I don't know which channel that's on, but they show you how it's done or whatever. So electricity is natural and it comes from the ground. So even though like they dumbed us down to the point where we don't we think when we think of electricity, we think that it takes something big, but it doesn't. It all comes from nature. Like most of the things that we use on a daily basis.
No.
Yeah, it comes from nature, like medications and all of that. All right. So our ancestors were in touch with all of that natural science, even the science that we're talking about today, the science of our spirit, the science of self. And so we're not in tune like our ancestors, and our ancestors lost touch with self when they began to come over here and colonize us. And that's what happened when they colonized us, because then we stopped doing our own culture. We stopped doing and started partaking in theirs, and that's when we lost connection with ourselves and with nature. And that's what happened. That's how our ancestors were defeated. So we're basically saying that if we go back to all of these sciences,
now that's a fact.
It's
if
not
we go
though.
back to all of them sciences and stuff, we can overcome, because just like it's
So why why don't 1 or 2 or 15 or 1,000 people go to that bullshit? Because that's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. You got a bunch of black people running around making these asinine claims generation after generation. 15 minutes from now, a nigga be saying we need to go to Africa. 20 minutes from now, we need to pray more. 30 minutes from now, we got to look to the Most High. All of this shit is the same.
No,
all
it's
of
not.
it.
You're mixing religion with spirituality. Religion it fits in a box. It's in a book. Spirituality ain't in no book. Spirituality comes from knowing yourself and knowing how, like knowing your brain, knowing all the aspects of your brain, knowing all the aspects of how, to utilize your brain and to utilize pieces and parts of nature. Now, just like we're talking about this thing out here, like that people have to take the little jab for. Okay, we can't determine whether it's good for us or bad for us because we don't know science like that, and we don't know the body like that, and we don't know we don't know our bodies like that. If we knew our bodies, then we wouldn't have to use their stuff. We can use our own stuff, and we'll know when they're trying to harm us. And see, that's part of our problem. Our ancestors knew those. No, our ancestors knew those things. Look up how they used to kill, they would kill people and then they'll cut up their bodies. How do you think we learned about the anatomy? How do you think we learned about blood and all of that? How do you think we learned about the brain?
Trying to figure out like what make you think that's a good point. That shit is flowing through your body every day. You can see it.
How do you know?
It is not the unseen. It is not part of your spirit or something you're making up based on a belief. You can see the blood.
Heart surgery?
You can see it.
How did they know that they could take your heart out and put a new one
because
in?
They physically did it.
Peace, right. Taz, but how could you say that it's not?
You're a fucking moron, bro. I'm talking to her. You wait. What you say, baby?
I'm talking to you. How,
bro? I don't fuck with you.
It's not. I don't give
lame ass nigga. I don't fuck with you, hoe ass nigga.
The fuck? For me, this
how
is
could you
just try to jump into shit, bro? Don't fuck with my people up here just having fun, bro. Like, the fuck you here for? What your corny ass want?
What the fuck do you want me to say to you? I'm asking you a fucking question. You can't answer a question?
What do you want?
How could you say it's not a part of the unseen? How could you say it's not a part of the unseen when we breathe in the unseen to survive? So how can you say it's not a part of the unseen?
What's the unseen that you breathe in to survive?
That's what it is. But you too motherfucking hard.
I'm asking you a question. What unseen do you think you breathe in?
I'm telling you, oxygen.
Oxygen.
Okay, so I'm from.
No question.
Let me respond. Let me respond to you.
Is the oxygen unseen? That's my question.
No, it's not.
No,
it's not unseen.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, it's not. So let me respond to you.
Yes, it is.
Let me respond. This is what I need you to do.
But you so hard on.
This is what I need you to do.
Let him respond.
This is what I need you to do. I need you to go into your kitchen.
That the unseen is not in you.
This is pathetic. I need you to go in your kitchen. And what you can do is open up your freezer and breathe. And what you'll see is that oxygen you asking about. You're dead. You're done.
Can you see it without those conditions? Can you see it without that temperature in there?
You just asked if you can see it.
No, you cannot.
Now you're changing the question.
I'm telling you the answer to the question. It's unseen.
Okay, so now let me give you a different scenario.
Without those conditions of the air being chilled to a certain temperature, you won't be able to see it.
But unseen. You can though. Watch this. Let me give you another example. Unseen. Let me give you another example. Watch this.
You can see it when the flag blows.
Watch this.
You can see it when a feather moves. Hence the feather up by moon. Hence the Native American feathered headdress. To remind
you see that?
To remind
you see that? You see that right there?
Of the power of the unseen. You too hard. You too hard, though.
So yeah, you can see it, bro. I'm sorry. You can see it.
That you ain't got nothing to do with
fight over some shit. Next minute, outside.
Now, what you would need to do is probably make the question a little bit more tough. If you're just asking if you can see it, if you just inhale some smoke and blow it out, you see it, man. Like, come on.
What's on it now? 9:55.
I honestly hate. I don't know if AQBN is trying to talk, but you need to get up on your mic. Can you hear us?
Nah.
You can't hear it. You can't hear it. Well, mute out.
He said no.
You keep responding.
The thing is, like the point.
What lesson we supposed to be learning?
The point. Hold on. The point that you make it, Afro, I get it, but that was a foul. Because air is physical. Air is not spiritual.
It is spiritual though, because the brother asked a question earlier. He said, "What is the basis of a spirit?" It's material. It's matter.
Who said that?
But you said that.
I said, "What is a spirit?" Earlier. I ain't said shit about no basis.
You said, "What is a spirit?" You said, "What's the definition of a spirit?"
Mm-hmm.
That's what you said. Right or
wrong?
So
answer that. Answer it.
No, I'm just telling you that I took notice. I said that's a good question. It's material though. It's atoms. It's not when it's talking about spirituality, it's not talking about anything.
The spirit is not atoms, sir.
Yes, it is.
That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not.
Yes, y'all don't even agree.
If you read the Hebrew,
I came in. That's why I'll be letting y'all have y'all conversation because I want to get. But I came in. Hold on. I got you, big guy.
Understand that it's matter.
And that's okay. That's where you get your understanding from. Cool. You hear me? I can't argue with that. You hear me? If you believe that book.
I don't believe it.
Hold on. Don't get defensive. Hold on, bro. You can't do that. Stop doing that. Grown ass men. If you're believing a book, it's not offensive for me to say, if you believe a book, okay, you read it in the book, you say, oh, that's to be true, because this book says it. You didn't do the experiment. You read the book. The book said the soul is an atom. That ain't what the hell I see. Okay, so I'm just separating that. That's a horrible because the breath is physical and you can see it, but it's just it doesn't have any color, so it's hard to differentiate it from other gases.
Yes.
But you could put your air in if you breathe into a balloon and you're looking at that balloon, you're looking at your breath. You just can't differentiate it because it's colorless. It doesn't. So it's not like it's glass.
The naked eye doesn't pick it up. The naked eye.
That's why I said he got to rephrase what he's saying.
Yeah,
He's dumb.
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. You can go somewhere else.
Comedian. Dumb.
But the fact that you believe that the soul is the physical atom, then I mean that lines up with what you said.
You just green, Taz, in that side of the information. You green as a motherfucker.
But
well, yeah, I mean when it comes to information that gives people well, no, I think that's where a lot of you hide.
You don't know our history.
You hide under spirituality.
The Native American war.
That's why it's cool to do it with women, but I want women to understand the bitch assness of men. Listen to me. These are the niggas that you gotta understand. This is why I don't believe in that shit. Some niggas are weird. This is all they know is this your spirit. It's made of atoms. 1500 BC. I don't fuck with these niggas.
Got to this point.
I don't fuck with these weird spiritual niggas.
Before y'all got here, I knew it was gonna go here. I wanted to know the lesson.
Have to make your life to make them speak.
Yeah, y'all did enough Bible study though, man, or spirit study, whatever you want to call it. That was enough of that shit.
Yeah,
but you say QI?
I had to come break that shit up. You know, I was coming to break that shit up.
I'm gonna end the show.
It points to the unseen.
And I'll listen offline. I can't do this. I thought it was me, but I changed battery, everything. Thinking it was me. It's not me.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I don't know, man. Motherfuckers be drunk, too drunk for me. Drink with us. Don't get drunk and then come over here with us. Drink with us.
I'm tripping.
Yeah, dog.
But yeah, men ain't got time for that shit though, man. Yeah. I'm sorry for the sisters who don't get that shit, but men that's chasing that shit, man, listen, ain't no man got no business sitting up there talking about my ancestors protecting me and all that. Nigga, your ancestors wasn't protecting shit, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I say. Like, I understand. Like, my wife got crystals and shit in there. She played with all that shit, dog. What the fuck I look like in there playing with some crystals talking about this protecting me. This gonna protect my family. What I look like? Like, come on, fam. And you niggas sound crazy using the Bible as that.
Man, of course, men don't think like that in every setting, but there is a place for spirituality. Listen, you talking to
where?
Hold on 1 second. You talking to a person. I understand that street organizations are classified very high up in this government by NSA as paramilitary organizations. I understand.
Fuck that got to do with this?
It got everything to do with it, motherfucker, because you act like you want to have some fucking type of military talk or something. So let's get into
we're not talking about a military. What the bro? Listen, what are you not? Where did you get that from? What are you hearing?
I'm telling you what I'm saying. I understand that. So don't think that I'm some type of because I'm into or because I respect spirituality. I don't understand that we got to have a military. That I don't understand that Bloods, Crips, Nietas, Latin.
We need intellectuals. Fuck a Blood and a Crip and a goddamn gang. What are you
ain't no fuck them because that's the military. That's the military class. That's the military class. That's what they call that in Rome. If you know Roman history. That's the military class.
It's not though, bro.
Like those street organizations as paramilitary organizations, i.e., equivalent to Sandinistas, Contras in Nicaragua, and things of that nature. Hamas, Hezbollah, Mujahideen. That's how they classified us.
This is what I'm talking about, man. And if they classified it, bruh. You just be rambling. Can I ask you a question now?
So what's the fucking plan? How do we bring those tribes together? How do we bring these paramilitary?
Right. So let me answer you, bro. Because here's the problem.
Answer me.
You're telling me that they're labeling us as Bloods, Crips, Hamas, ISIS, Al Qaeda, and all of this shit. And your solution is to rely depend, hope, believe
I never
in
said that.
some
I
type
said,
of
how
spiritual,
do you organize the factions?
unseen.
Because I didn't say nothing. I gave that a definition because you asked the question earlier in the show. And I pointed out that the unseen indeed is in us. But on the periphery of that, how do we unite these paramilitary organizations then? What's your suggestion if you want to do
Right. Well,
it?
okay. And so again, what you would have to do is remove the labels. These are black men. These are not Bloods, Crips, Hebrew Israelites. None of that. These are all black men. Throw your fucking Bible away.
Be one.
Start there.
I ain't say throw the Bible away.
Yeah, I know you didn't. I did.
When you join up,
Yeah.
when you join up with this cracker military, right? When you join up with
I
this
didn't,
military,
nigga. You talking to the wrong person, nigga.
Whoever,
You talking to the wrong person, nigga.
whoever.
I knew not to join the military when I was 14,
I'm
nigga.
asking
You
you a
talking to the
question,
wrong
though.
motherfucker, fam.
When our people join their military, they fill out. They tell them they Christian. They tell them they Muslim. They tell them they atheist. They tell them they Baptist. They tell them they
Right,
Methodist.
that's a problem.
They accept all of them into their military. They
That's a
accept
problem.
all of our people into their military.
That's a problem.
We have to develop a military like that.
You're not all of those things, bro.
You can believe what you want to believe, but if you agree that we got to do something for our people, we got to build something for self, and we got to be willing to bleed.
What are you building for your people? Taking them to a church or taking them to spirituality every 15 minutes.
Get out in the field until our own soil.
You building a kingdom in heaven, fam.
Soil. I ain't say nothing about heaven.
I am.
I ain't say nothing
You
about heaven.
niggas building kingdoms in heaven.
How do we unite these paramilitary organizations?
Dog, I literally just told you remove the labels.
That's a critical question. Okay,
I just literally told you remove the labels.
Well, what do that have to do? I just gave you the example. The European allows our people in if they believe in the Bible.
But a European ain't got a fucking thing to do with what we're doing.
Metal Netta, if they believe in whatever.
Listen to this shit. This is spirituality, ladies.
He let them in his military.
Here's the spirituality talking.
Mindset. So what
the meta netter, huh?
What you trying to do with them?
I'm trying to burn all that shit the fuck up.
I'm saying,
I'm trying to make that shit forgotten. I'm trying to get that men in black thing and flash that shit before your eyes so you forget that shit ever existed.
Blood, sweat, and tears, no matter what set we claim.
Bruh.
He allows our people.
Fuck a set. You are a black man.
Fight and die for his.
Why can't you stand on being a black man?
Of his empire and his imperialism.
Why is it so hard for y'all to stand on being a black man?
Christian, Muslim, Jew, Baptist, Methodist, blood.
Boy, this shit is so impossible to deal with.
For his military, he will send your ass off to die in his interest. Not sure. Why? You develop that same mindset. So why you making such a big deal about you got to burn this, you got to burn that?
Well, because the white man don't send you over there as different groups. He send you over there as one army.
No question.
You're fucking dumb and you just talk, nigga. The white man sent you over there as one army. You talking about bringing together 75 different armies.
Latin King, Vice Lord, Folk.
This nigga dumb as fuck, man.
Baptist,
this one telling like keep on telling these niggas it's okay to chase the Bible and the Quran and the Matriarchy and all this stupid shit. That's what I'm talking about.
It ain't stupid.
About some fucking Latin kings and shit.
He accepts it into his military and he utilizes those blood, sweat, and tears for his benefit. That's
right, because niggas gonna do it.
So why can't
niggas like you?
Why can't you accept some? I ain't never been in the white man military.
Right, niggas like you will go though.
I'm wrong. You got the
damn sure okay. But I mean, you understand it better than I do.
No disrespect to those who
I don't have no understanding for it.
I ain't never done that. But he accepts that though, Taz. So why can't we develop a mindset that I don't care what your religion is, if you believe that black people, or whether you call them Israelites, whether you calling them Muslims, whether you calling them whatever, if you're willing to put blood, sweat, and tears on the line to see black people get free and make progress, or if you're willing to just go till soil and break your back turning motherfucking soil to see food planted in the ground for black people, and you willing to move on that, then you of the same fucking religion that I'm of. I'm Muslim, but you of my faith. I don't give a fuck what the you call it. If you with
Yeah, I
that,
mean, I think it
you of my
sounds
faith.
good.
That's
I mean,
my
I just
reason.
what's funny is a person in the chat said, "Where has just being a black man got you? Nowhere." Well, I'm moving as a black man alone, right? The rest of y'all moving in your spirituality and under your fucking Bibles and everything else, nigga. You niggas don't move as black men. The fuck? You niggas is Israelites and every fucking thing else. You don't give a fuck about being black. The fuck you talking about? That's what I be saying, man. Y'all niggas don't give a fuck about being black. So you wouldn't even have an understanding where I'm coming from. Your thought process is rooted somewhere up in heaven with the Most High. You speak from a spiritual understanding. I speak from a physical understanding where we're dealing with this every day, and there is no afterlife, nigga. This is it. This is your shot right now. That's where I speak from. And as long as you got a backdrop that says you're going to heaven or you're going to hell and this and that, some motherfuckers ain't gonna think about the right now. Some motherfuckers gonna always look to the ancestors and say,
Let
I'm
me
good.
kill this right quick because it's lame as shit. Whoever Milcar X is, Asiatic is a black man.
We already seen a nigga on camera.
Yeah, like he turned his camera on last debate. It's on Sullivan Debate League. Subscribe. I appreciate your concern. I just don't feel like you genuine because you said he got pictures and he looked exactly like Saddam Hussein. You're lying. Like we just saw him, his face during the debate. So that's crazy. You're okay being that weird.
Yeah, that's cool. I am a light-skinned black male. I got an afro though.
Yeah, I don't like I say though, man. I don't know if we hear ourselves as men. Spirituality and looking to the unseen, that doesn't progress anyone. That's what you're supposed to do in the dark when no one's there. When you out in the world, you can't wait for God to come and save you.
Whatever makes a person better. For some is Ma'at, for some is Islam, for some is Christianity, for some it may be Black revolutionary thought. You know, it may be George L. Jackson. Maybe Blood in My Eye may help a certain type of individual get right. You know, reading that type of material or something like that. Or Soul Dad Brother. Whatever it may be, it's just different routes to it.
All right, so for example, like let's say demons and Luciferianism and motherfuckers that worship all of that type of shit. Like, you saying that the Christians should come together with those people? Huh? You hear me?
Nigga went on mute.
Yeah, brother Taz. I don't think nobody should come and should be with no Satanists or nothing like that. I think black people should focus on their own theology, you know, and study the language. Because when you find out,
No. That's not what you just said.
That's what it is, though.
That's not where you started. Where you started was to put all of the bullshit to the side and just come together with whatever you are, right?
You could, yeah.
Yes. Right. So the Satanist should be sitting there with the Christian and everything should be all good.
No, I mean, it got to be within reason.
That nigga said, nah, hell no. You dumb as fuck, nigga.
You're not stupid. Get the fuck out of here.
You a stupid motherfucker, bro. Like, what you say? What you say?
Hey, Cass. I don't think that people are using God to for everything or waiting on God to do anything. I feel like wisdom and experience is what help us walk this earth and make the right decisions as far as how we're going to move. I feel like spirituality is what protects us from the unseen, and I think that's what a lot of people are kind of like misconstruing about. I'm not talking about religion or anything because I don't like talking about it because it's a touchy subject. But me being a spiritual person, I feel like a lot of spiritual people, like, they try to protect themselves from the unseen, from things that they feel like they don't have control over. Because you can have control over what's going on in the physical, but not in the spiritual, if that makes sense to you.
No, it's the things that people say that they believe and feel, but that's not something that can be qualified. Um, what
Maybe
can
not
be
at this
qualified is
point,
the
but
fact
maybe in
that
the future, because we have to still remember in terms of our education and learning, was they haven't found out everything about the human body. They haven't found out every single thing about the human brain within our lifetime. Do you get what I mean? Like what I do spiritually, I'm finding out that there are similar practices, but I didn't know Afro-Asiatic was Muslim until you just said. I
5551908.
don't know everybody else's religions or practices. You know, sometimes when I leave this panel, I forget. But my dependence is not on God; it's on me getting up and doing the things myself.
well, that's what everybody's dependent should be,
So what's right for you? That's what you're saying.
but it's not. That's what I'm saying. That's
No,
because
I was
what.
asking Queen, is that what she was saying?
Just was wondering why was I locked out of my account, bro.
But if we take what she's saying and apply it across the board, if
I think
everybody did that, we would see different
I'll be looking for.
results.
Okay.
See what I'm saying? What she's saying is that it's her spirituality, but
All right.
she
Thank you for
still
your.
pushes in the real world to be, you know what I'm saying? Like she's going to stay alert and ahead and whatnot in the
How
real
about
world, and they're gonna be
herself?
sitting back to my no
Right.
goddamn spirits protecting her and shit. Like I said, like a motherfucker come and hit
Oh
your
man,
car, the spirit didn't protect you from that. So I don't get how we pick and choose what the spirit protecting us
Because
from.
motherfuckers think that you could pray for some shit and then got to get up and go do it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you evoke shit, like to ask for the strength to do something is one thing. To ask for it to be done supernaturally is stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever you need to do, but at the end of the day, we have to get up and go do it. And I think people just been relying on the spiritual too much. They literally waiting on ancestors to come do something physical. Nigga, you're the ancestor.
But
That's
which
here now to do
religion
it. Like
say
you
that
gonna wait till you
you
die and
don't?
then become somebody who's
Which
supposed to be doing something?
religion?
Huh?
Which religion says that you don't? If you don't take one step, your God won't take two. And I'm speaking from what I know. I'm
All
not speaking
religions
from.
except for Christianity. None of the religions say if you take one step, God will take two. That's a Christian thing. That's
Okay.
not even in the Bible.
And
No,
I
I
mean,
was just
and that's
asking.
what I'm saying. Like black folks been taking one step every day for the last 400 years, and God
But
has
that's what we was
taken two
speaking
steps and
on.
put your ass backwards. And niggas say, "Well, it's because we cursed," Nah, fam. Like for real, bro. Like oh, some real shit, man. It's like I understand where some people coming from with it because of like personal experiences and their feelings and whatnot. But when you start talking about from a historical context, as a people, you are the most oppressed people,
And the most
yet the most religious, the most spiritual.
some ain't adding up here.
How?
But you the laziest.
Come on, I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. I'm
But
just
you the
saying.
laziest though. The
I
most
can't speak
spiritual,
for
the most
for
laziest
us
equals
as
the
a
most
people.
oppressed. The
I can
most
speak for
oppressed.
myself, Tez, and that's where we were speaking from, sharing our different experience on different levels.
Shit.
But see, but a lot of times when I'm talking, it really is on more of an outside the personal because I truly believe the personal is where we get lost. Everybody got different personal experiences, but the places where we meet is where we like when we sit down and when we talking about spirituality, my only question that is historically, how has spirituality grown your community? I understand your personal growth, your community though.
Well, I just told you I can't speak for everybody on the panel, so I know I can't speak for the community. But I can try to help the community
Well,
change to
not
do
speak
what's right.
for it. Speak to what growth, what benefit the community has gained from a community full of spiritual people.
Well, with the children that I have dealt with, it gave them some type of hope. Now
Right, yeah,
once they
and see,
got
and
older,
I'm against that.
well,
Yeah, boy. There you
I'm
go,
just
right
telling
there.
you
I'm
There you go.
against
That's what
from
he
an
been waiting on all
educator.
day, man.
Well,
I'm
I'm
against
giving them
that.
what he asking for because I'm telling them from my experience. You know,
Yeah.
it gives them what hope do they have? They can't depend on, you know, some children, some situations. They can't depend on nobody physical.
Okay, so here's the problem though with hope.
So
Here's the problem with
they
hope
go
though.
to a spiritual and they say good or bad. Then which one do you tell that child to choose?
Okay, what you tell them is to get as far away from hope as possible, right? Whether we're talking about the hope and change Barack Obama promised, or
I ain't
Hope,
about talking about that for a
Arkansas,
while.
where Bill Clinton is from.
I
I'm
ain't talking
using
about that.
those two because those two are Democratic politicians who used hope in their campaigns because they
And
know that's what niggas want to
But
hear.
I'm not a Democrat either, so
we
Right,
can't
but
act
your
like
people are. Your
we
community
can't
right.
act
is.
like
But
Your community is.
I preach my way the same way you
See,
preach your
this is
way.
this is bad. Like I'm saying, like I don't have a way. I don't have a way. I'm
we
telling
can't
you
act
what your
like
community does.
spirituality though hasn't been used to push black revolution. Even if we look at Haiti, they used the spiritual
Fuck
system.
Haiti. What are you talking about? Like, why the fuck
Haiti
every time
used
you
the
start
spiritual
talking, you go
system.
off this
They
landmass?
used the spiritual system
My
to
God.
overthrow the
They
French
use the
and the
spiritual
Spanish.
system to stop the
They used the
earthquake.
spiritual
Can
system.
they use the spiritual
They
system
used
to
the
stop the
spiritual
fucking
system.
earthquakes from
They
destroying
used
their
the
ass every
spiritual
couple
system
years, bruh?
to stomp Napoleon.
Stop, man.
That's what they
How
used.
did they do that? How did they do that, Asiatic?
Motherfucker just assassinated the
They was
whole
practicing
president over there.
voodoo,
You talking about a
wasn't
spiritual system?
they? They was practicing voodoo, wasn't they?
I'm saying, but how did
Didn't
they
they say,
use that the defeat Napoleon?
brother?
Napoleon,
I don't. Well,
1803.
they
Can
they
you
knew how to
believe it?
poison. They knew how to
Can you
poison the
believe niggas got to
motherfucker.
go eight?
But I'm
They knew
saying, but all of
they knew
those,
the
They
plant
fucked
life.
up
but all
today.
those were
They knew
physical
the plant
things.
life to
They
poison them,
physically fought. That's my point.
and they
They didn't
physically
do
fought.
no
Of
voodoo,
course,
and then like a storm came and
of course.
swallowed the boat. Like no, they
But we know
fought.
that was their spiritual system. That was their spiritual
Okay,
system.
but they
To keep
fought.
track.
No matter what
That's
spiritual system you
yes.
have, if you fight, you see progress. No
That's
matter
right.
what spiritual
That's right.
system you're under,
Voodoo was
Jewish,
theirs,
Islam, voodoo,
and
Christianity,
Islam was
atheism,
theirs.
Satanism, if you get up and build a wall, you will have a
Yes,
wall.
yes. And
So when you
empires
say,
were
so
built.
so when you say
Black
the
men,
Jamaicans used voodoo to fight Napoleon, no,
Haitians,
I
no.
mean, well, if that's the
Haitians.
case, the
Yes,
Americans
they did,
use
Suave.
atheism to fight
I'm
the
saying
British.
no, you can't do that because at the end of the day, they
America
got up
ain't
and
used
physically
atheism,
fought.
guys.
At the end of the day, Afro-Asiatic, they got up and physically fought.
Right.
You know that this nation's constitution is built out of that Bible. You know that, Taz.
No, I
Tell me,
don't. No,
they
Afro-Asiatic.
didn't
My
no,
only
I
point
don't.
is my
they didn't
Afro.
extract principles
That's
from the Bible
crazy.
to write the Constitution. Yes, they
One
did.
I'm saying,
nation under
so what's
God,
your
nigga.
point?
What God?
What's the
What's the
point?
God?
Yeah, okay.
Is Jesus in the
The point is
Constitution?
they made good use out of
Is Jesus
spiritual
in the
system,
Constitution,
and,
little
and,
nigga?
and he's saying that they can't,
They
and they
physically
did.
got up and whooped your ass.
In
Like
all wars.
y'all leaning on the spit. Like, listen,
I do not.
I'm sorry.
I don't
Listen,
acknowledge that.
listen. The people who wrote the Constitution physically shot people. Okay,
That's right.
they didn't pray on the Bible and got a land. They physically did things. The Jamaicans, the Haitians, they physically got up and fought. That's what we're missing. That's what we're missing. We're
I
dying
wonder.
in the front pew.
That's not
I
what the book
mean, these
said.
dudes forget the
That's not what the
separation
book
of
said.
church and state. They didn't learn
That's not
basic
what the book
history.
said.
They only know the 1300 shit.
The books say faith without works is dead, and the books say Allah will not change the condition of a
The
people until
book.
they change the condition of themselves.
The book.
Man, I'm talking about what the text said. When you read the text, you find
And
out what it
then
really
he
speaks
will
about.
heal the
You got to
land.
get up off your
Yeah,
ass. You got to get up off
yeah.
your ass.
Right. And I mean, and I agree that the book would say that. But what I'm saying is there are things happening in the real world today that the book wasn't prepared for. Are there not?
I
Like
mean, it
what?
depends on how you see it.
You said like what?
All I'm saying
No,
is
I
after
mean,
y'all get done praying, like let's get up and do something. After y'all get done praying After you get done pouring libations, after you get done doing whatever you do, meditating, let's not get up and then sit back down and go back to work. Like, let's do something
See,
while
I
you're
was doing
charged,
something that
fresh out
way.
of
But
your
God
prayer.
got it. That's what I'm saying. Like in the
No, it
spiritual
ain't no.
realm, you don't have to do
We got
much
it.
but wait for everything to
It's
come
on us.
together. That's what I'm
It's
saying.
on
That's
us.
why
That's
it's
the
the
book
same
that
as religion, dog. Like, and that's
it's
why I
not,
say
bro.
for women, I think that's fine because I don't see a problem with women sitting back waiting for everything to come
Shit, till they
together.
start telling your ass you gonna eat a
The book
spiritual
tell us
dinner.
what's on there.
Men, no, we say a spiritual dinner.
Like, God gonna cook your dinner for you tonight.
I'm gonna
And,
roll
You
up
stop
on
me
and
that.
put
that's
some
and that's
goddamn
what I'm
crystals
saying.
down.
That's it, and it's not gonna get done by me sitting out here praying to a spirit or, you know what I'm saying, wishing it in or rubbing some crystals and shit. I'm gonna have to get up and go in there and say, "Babe, I'm hungry."
See, some people, that's what keep for some people. That's what keep them from stealing off on the dude and going in his pockets and or doing some other crazy shit. You know, it's a lot of people that's not doing them type of things no more based on these faiths. That's what
I
works
don't
for
agree. I
some,
don't. Excuse me. I don't
not for
disagree.
everyone. Not for
But
everyone.
look, this is how I've always felt about it. I don't disagree, but I feel like that person could have been that before he came into contact with that religion or whatever. You always
That's a
had the power to
possibility.
be that. It took that book to make you feel like you could do it though.
Whatever works for each individual, in my opinion.
Right, but that's a weakness in you. If it
That's
takes this book to
that's
keep you
true.
in line, that's
Every
a
man
weakness
got
in you.
every man got weakness in him. Every man
That's a
got weakness
right,
in him.
but sometimes you
I
got to
don't know
remove
no
the
man that
training
don't have weakness
wheels.
in him.
Remove
I
the
don't know no
training wheels.
man.
There are you definitely got weaknesses. We all have them. But
Yes, sir.
that's one right now is the fallback. We men don't need a fallback plan of an invisible entity and something to blame everything on. We don't. It don't help us.
No, I didn't say blame. Like I said, the Quran I
But
read, it
that's what
talk
it
about
is.
men's responsibility.
That's what it is.
Talk about
When I tell you the white man runs the world because the black man is weak, what are you going to tell me?
KOT, I thought the scriptures was written from the end to the beginning.
That's what I'm saying. He don't even have a response for that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
The scriptures are prepared
bro,
beginning.
do you bad, bro, in a rapid fire
We know
round,
that.
bro. Like,
We know that.
bro, I punish your ass in a rapid fire round, nigga.
Afro-Asiatic, man. He got that. No, you ain't really just say nothing attitude. That motherfucker is just different. Yeah.
Nah,
He
I mean,
definitely
but
gonna
you
slow
gotta come
down
up.
talking.
You gotta come up. It's gotta come. It gotta come up. It gotta be put together. The
Right,
paramedics and his organization.
but there's no action.
You know,
That organization shit gotta stop. That shit
Hello?
dead. I'm like,
how
cause
do the
with me,
organizations gotta stop? Or maybe the ideas gotta change, but the organizations don't have
organizations
to
are the
stop.
problem. Nigga, you know how many organizations it is?
Yeah, it's a lot.
And all them
We
fucking
always been dealing
organizations
with
can't do
tribalism.
nothing right now. It's time to scrap all that shit and start over, ain't it?
We've been dealing with tribalism. You know, it's all tribalism.
Bruh, listen. That's what I'm saying. We need to scrap everything. You're talking about tribalism in a
It
country
is
where people
tribalism.
are trying to create tribes even to this day. I'm saying when you
I'm
like
talking about
because
what we dealing with specifically in the ghetto.
right, but right,
I'm talking about that's tribalism.
excuses.
It's
Excuses.
not.
Because
I'm talking about
niggas won't
tribalism.
remove the labels.
That's what you got. That's what got to be done, though. But that got to be taken to them. It got to be brought to them. It got to be brought to them.
Opportunity is what got to be brought to them. The labels
Yo,
will remove themselves if the opportunity was there.
yo, this is funny because every time we have this conversation and talk about spirituality and religion and all that, Taz literally echoed what I said because I usually always say if we're bringing opportunities to people, circumstances will change, and and that's what's going to better the community. Can we
And they
please
gonna
acknowledge?
thank God in front of your face. Man.
Can we
You got to be
please
ready for that.
acknowledge? Can we please acknowledge we've been
Straight up.
trying the spirituality way since we came to this country, and it hasn't really gotten us much. Now, again, I always come up here and argue that should be personal to you. Your personal beliefs should always be held dear. But when it's time to do something that's supposed to benefit the collective, I do. And after Asiatic said it, everything should be set to the side to create progress. A lot of people don't want to hear that. A lot of people want to help you with conditions. So until we get that out,
they want to act like
that's what we as the women were saying earlier when all of us was on here talking Suave before all y'all,
It's
came
like they
on.
want you to say we low. Like when your spirit is low, hope is good. When you're defeated, spiritually, and you just, you don't know what strength is, and you got all of that stuff is great. But once you get the boldness to be out here and be doing the stuff that people doing, let's physically do something. Let's physically do something. That's what you do. Use the hope for. Like we all hoped out. We don't need no more hope. We got our whole house covered in hope.
I think I was talking to Battleaxe and somebody else. I think it was the last time when it went completely left, and dude was like, he gonna come see me when I was in Virginia. I was asking him, I come to you with a plan. I don't need to hear God will provide or any scripture. I'm telling you numbers, and I'm saying I need your half of this money. I don't need scripture. Where's the money so we can make this work?
And that's how shit go. And everybody know that shit, including religious people. It's just a lot of the times religious people force themselves to only deal with other religious people in hopes to prove that their works will bring results. See what I'm saying? So they stuck working like Israelites got to work with Israelites, Muslims got to work with Muslims, Christians got to work with Christians. And then when they accomplish something, they say, see, our God did this.
Right. When they
do your thing, but let's get some money together. I don't care if I don't believe how you believe, I don't believe in what you believe in, or if I feel like that shit degrades our people and is our destruction. I don't give a fuck what it is. How you feel about Black Power? Let's get this money together. Let's get this money. Let's get the security. Let's get the resources. They make the moves. But then a lot of people will look at that and be like, well, that proves Black Power. And they don't want to see that. They don't want to see Black Power.
Because, like I said, the very first thing I said, Suave, is people's help comes with condition. Unless you're praying the way they're praying or worshiping the way they're worshiping, listen to who you just named, all these religious sects and groups. Unless you're doing what they're doing, they're not trying to help you because you're not doing what they're doing. And I'm sorry. That's why I honestly feel like it's going to continue to be those pockets, and it's going to be a struggle for who's going to be the most dominant amongst all of that when it shouldn't have to be.
Man, niggas ain't gonna do shit. Niggas gonna be arguing who got it the best at the bottom, while the niggas that get it together rise up and get ignored. It's people doing it. It's people getting their shit together and coming up with shit, and we like, man, fuck them, man. All right, now what we need to do is, what'd you say, Afro?
If those shipping containers with all of that food and them goods off the coast of California and all of that, if those shipping containers don't start moving, it's going to force it. Because if the food stop coming to the grocery stores, that's going to cause a major problem. They already talking about interruptions with supply.
Black people should be tired of doomsday scenarios. Man.
I can't wait for this goddamn shit to happen, bro. I've been getting threatened with empty grocery stores for 40 years. 40 years. Even in this motherfucking COVID shit, we was able to get tissue.
If that's the case, Suave, let's go by what the brother just said. If that's the case, why aren't we as Black people starting up a big ass trucking company trying to get a big ass government contract?
Fuck a trucking company, a boating company. Why we don't got storage boats shipping containers back and forth from continent to continent?
That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do.
Huh?
That's where the vision. That's where the vision got to be at. It got to be on maritime trade. That's what's going to give you independence. Maritime trade and fertile soil. Even if you don't have our own land here, just maritime trade alone. Owning tankers and ships that can move products from coast to coast, that's a big deal. And having a ports are critical to independence, and maritime trade. That's y'all at the right place. That's where we should be focused on how to develop here and develop maritime trade.
What that's in
If I had a C.D.L, I'd be down there right now. I'll move some shit for you.
I'll be at the asshole, but you see my point.
Yeah, I don't think there's nothing wrong with pursuing all of that. I just think it's double talk though because again, what you're telling people on one hand is that God got it, but then on the other hand, you're saying you got to work too. And I'm just saying it hasn't registered all this time. All this time it's been make sure you right with God because nigga he can come back tomorrow. That's it. I think that's why you see the youth operate the way they do. They don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Why would they? This shit could all end tomorrow, nigga. You ain't got nothing to look forward to.
Right. Man, store your treasures up for heaven.
I really feel like
don't store treasure where rust and dust is at.
I feel like we've tried it one way since we've been here, and that's through the church. And it doesn't matter what religious sect that is. We've tried it through the church, through the mosque, through the synagogue. We done tried all that shit. Can we just be black? That's like for real. Keep your shit to yourself, and when it's time to move something, can we just be black and move?
That's a fact, man. Like every time we did something, man, it was under black. It was like I don't give a fuck about the verbiage. It wasn't like, oh, we are the Christians coming together. No, it was a bunch of black people who was tired of getting their ass whooped that came together and did some shit.
Yeah.
And still had their religion personally or as a collective within that. But as a whole, they knew who getting fucked up right now? Black people. That's us.
Right.
Let's do something for black people then. Now it's to the point niggas say, well, the reason shit happening to you because you calling yourself black. When you call yourself black, they know they could walk up and do whatever the fuck they want to. Like, come on, bro.
Or they just look at you and see that your ass is black and do it anyway.
Right. This get your nationality right. That's what you're telling us, well.
Yeah. Yeah, the Moors, boy. They say, man, black mean death.
Get your nationality together.
And I say to who? And why you accept it? Why you accept it? And they call your ass black and then define black as death. No, you won't. You gonna change that definition, my man. Right. Shit, or I am.
I ain't black.
A lot of niggas slow, man. I mean, it is what it is. Cause like I say, I was, what was it? Shielded from the ignorance. Like I ain't gonna lie. Like if you're born, anybody who can sing, like for real sing, when you was young, you thought everybody could sing. You had to learn. Everybody couldn't sing. I thought everybody was smart, man. I thought niggas got it, man.
I still think everybody's smart though, bro. And it's crazy because you might think that's crazy coming from me. I really do think everybody's smart. I think everybody don't tap into it, and I feel like some people need to be forced into it. I don't believe because either you special needs or you're not. I used to work with special needs people. Okay, they don't understand. For me, if you can begin to understand, there's something impeding you from getting the rest of it, and it's not that you can't learn it. I think people don't want to know the things that they even want, that they claim that they want to know. I don't think they want to study for them to know them for real. You know what I'm saying? It's too many escapes and ways out for important conversations. And that's what I feel like spirituality, religion, and all of that provides. It provides you a way out.
Nah, one of our greatest issues with ourselves is we don't believe in ourselves. And that's a part of spirituality. It's like we're defeated already. And it's like we haven't learned how to deal with each other, even within our own families. And that's one of the biggest problems, because if you want to look at your first line of defense, it's going to be your family. And I'm not just talking about your children. I'm talking about also your cousins, XYZ, because right now cousins are killing cousins. You know what I'm saying? People killing their own blood, whereas we didn't used to do that. So, our biggest problem is like
when did we not?
Huh?
We've always done that. What do you mean?
Not to the level that we're doing it now. I put that because now we're out of now it's really out of control.
Yeah, it definitely happens more now than ever, but it was always proximity crime.
And see that's so it's like we have to, and then it's like just like every time we get to any point or whatever where we're trying to do something for the good, it's like somebody either is gonna sell us out for their own selfish purpose, or for some reason we don't like each other. And all of that deals with how we look at ourselves. And so, what spirituality is it's looking at it's clearing ourselves of all of these things that we've been told about ourselves, all of these things that we think about ourselves, all of the abuse and different things that we've had to go through. It helps clear a lot of that stuff, and we have to clear first, because that's why nowadays we can't get anywhere because we are our own worst enemies. And first we have to learn not to be our own worst enemies to move farther ahead, because
Too hooked up on religion.
Huh?
We're too hooked up on religion. People
No,
can't stop fussing about religion. I'm
be
agreeing with you, man. I'm agreeing with you.
No, but
I'm saying they too caught up on religion.
Okay, but I'm
That's
not
most of the argument.
No, I want to make this clear.
That.
I'm not a religious person. I'm not talking about religion, period. When I talk about spirituality, what I was talking about was ourselves, our inner selves. So I just want to make that clear. I'm not
I know
religious.
that's the difference, right?
And I can say it's easy, like the misuse of this shit, right? The organized and the mainstream has done it wrong. Religion is not bad. Religion is a thing that can be used for bad and good. Hold on. Organized religion sucks. The Christianity, Judaism, Islam, that's what I'm saying. This has been done wrong. But you can like clean your house religiously. That's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? You could love your people religiously. I look at that as a good thing.
But
As long as
I feel like that's
you gotta do some
spirituality.
wicked
So
shit. I mean, the structure of it, the structure of spirituality is religion.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. It don't mean you just got to go off and start lying and stealing from people. We all have a form of religion, but the mainstream organized religions have being used to hurt us, to fuck
that's what
motherfuckers
I'm
over.
saying. That's what got us so divided.
Right.
Man.
I think
that's what I was saying. That's why I said I was agreeing with her.
Because even during the civil rights era, the majority of North America was Christian. So at least we was on the same playing field back then. You know what I'm saying?
But it didn't matter what their religion was. It should matter about the good in people's heart.
I mean, that's true. I'm just saying, like, that's why we were able back then to step up and at least do something, because at least, like we all back then everybody had the same at least religion. So, that made one. But then now it's so many different religions, like here that, like that's why it's hard for us to, even come up with anything.
That's what I was saying. Agreed to you. I was agreeing to what you were saying.
How I think. Like I can't remember who was up earlier. My relationship with God is my relationship with God, Allah, Yeshua, or Jesus,
Right.
whatever you want to call it. But at the end of the day, I'm here to help the community. But I hear what Taz is saying in terms of
the way that religion has been using the spiritual curses. Now, if you want to believe that those exist, you can believe that those exist, but I'm not going to allow that to hold me back from what my purpose is. I see the fact that other people are, to a certain extent, using that as a crutch to lean on and not stepping out of it and really giving everything the best shot and pushing through the other end of it and not just saying, oh, I'm not going to continue because this is the curse. Do you get what I mean? And I see the fact also that as women within the Black collective, doesn't matter whether we're Muslim, doesn't matter whether we're all coming from different spiritual backgrounds, but we're still pushing forward. We're still pushing forward with whatever curse or whatever is out there. I ain't got time. I ain't got time for whoever wants to believe in the curses that exist in the community. And I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying I ain't got time for it. And my focus is where we need to be going and heading to. So I'm willing to work with all of you. I've sat on this panel with you guys for how many weeks? Do you get what I mean? I'm willing to work with everybody from different backgrounds because I understand that our culture is diverse, but it's also about you guys doing the same thing. Because that's
Absolutely.
where I see the fact that we're falling behind. The women are the gaps getting wider because the men are not pulling together and putting certain things aside. We as women are starting to work with each other. Doesn't matter what our religions are. Do you get me? When we find a common thing to work to as a collective, we'll do it.
Yeah, I appreciate that kick in the nuts, Queen Cascade.
I mean, but she said it right because that's what I
Hold
think
on,
all
Brown
of
Sugar.
us
She
trying
said
to
it.
say.
Thank you, sister.
You're welcome.
She said it. General Yashar in the building. What's good?
She said it.
Hey,
Thank you for the acknowledgement.
Ain't no thing, son.
I love all of my brothers and sisters, one way or
That's
the
what's
other.
up. We in love with you too. What's
So,
good, big bro?
Oh, it's all good, man. Just tapping in.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, somebody who's going to do something. Shout out to General Shot.
I just it's the fact that it dominates when we do get together. It dominates the conversation. I think people just lost a lot of tolerance for religion because it's taken away from like what's need to be said a lot of the time. And although we have the privilege to practice it individually, when we get together and we able to talk about something, I don't feel we have the privilege to sit up here and try to soul check each other. You know what I'm saying? Like if we not okay with our conditions and we could do something about being in the condition and you give a fuck about it, because a lot of people give a fuck about it. But if you do give a fuck about it and we sit down, and I think that's what we should be talking about. My bad. You said something, Sad?
No, I didn't say nothing.
Oh, who was that? Oh, yeah, that's all I'm saying. We should, when we get 20, 30 people together, 70 people in the chat, 9 people on the panel, hey, let's start a LLC. Like let's
How
do
much
something.
money you need? What are we investing in? That's what I'm talking about, bro. You talking to the right one. I'm down to do that. What are we investing in? What do you need from me? Do you feel me?
Afro's off music. So,
Yeah, I'm with that too, bro.
I'll put my
I would like
private chat, and you can call me. Be like, hey, yo, I'm trying to buy this. I'm trying to open this store, or I'm trying to buy this land, so we can start, building our own rental properties. Like if some of these motherfuckers got like a construction company.
Yeah, I would like to do a small project. You know what I'm saying? I would like to do a small project just to show the unification. I've been saying this like the third year, bro. You know what I'm saying? I've been saying let's put out some wristbands, some t-shirts. I've been starting small, like
real estate.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I ain't even asking niggas to open up a cleaning somewhere yet.
so
Let's just show them that we can unify.
To build.
Huh?
You saying start small so we can build?
Yeah.
Just tell me,
because a lot of us don't know it's possible. A lot of us see it so divided. Like, man, that shit, the niggas can't put out a t-shirt. You know what I'm saying? Niggas can't start a fucking LLC. Niggas can't do shit. So just just for motherfuckers to actually feel and breathe. And here's your hope. You want a little dose of hope? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think we just need to see that process happen, like, so we can believe in it more. I think it's too easy for people to say, man, niggas can't do shit, man. And then going back to their own personal victories.
I agree, and then it would, like, once you're successful at a small project, it'll give you motivation to go to the next level.
To get bigger and bigger. Yeah. So what were we saying?
And it'll help work out kinks as well, because you can learn, like, it's just like with a business. You start
Suave,
off.
you in charge. So what you saying?
I'm sorry, I was answering the text. Go ahead, finish that thought.
That wasn't, who gave the idea? Wasn't that Taz? I mean, wasn't that Suave?
I know, I get to it. Go ahead, finish your thought, QI, and then I'll jump on it.
Yeah, like you start off, you start off small, you work out the kinks, and then just like with a business, you like, it's better to start small, learn your mistakes, grow. Therefore, if you don't win, you don't lose too much.
And I was about to say, there are no losses. Anybody who really do business, like, if you understand business, it's not your money. It's not your money, and you can declare losses and try again. The United States just needs you to shift this shit around. Keep up the facade. They'll pay you to act like it's working.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So it take 2-3 years for a business to get to the point where you like actually seeing money out of this motherfucker now. So that's not what it's about. I hope you don't think so. You know what I'm saying? Unless we got a major insight on some shit, some real experience. But I'm saying, starting from knowing nothing to, having a heart to go in, man, you're mainly investing into the business for the first 2, 3, 4 years.
I'm talking, like, I talk a lot of shit to Shenard. You see what I'm saying? I fuck with him a lot. But real talk, if he knows shit about investing,
we not going with it. That nigga retarded, bro. I can't see it, bro. Like, he talk money, but it's cool, man. Friends, get you some friends, some family, get you another human that can accept you. I'm cool. I don't know what's up with that dude. But yeah, we could do anything, man. Like, let's just do anything. Like, anything. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever little, like, people got a lot of different interests and shit. My shit is music. You know what I'm saying? Like, Twin in real estate. Yashar is in a few things. We sit up and watch him do construction live. I mean, fixing his house and shit. Queen got so much game. Gold is in a couple of lanes. Like, if it's any, I just want to see us come together.
I got some land, bro, and I got some brothers. I'd rather pay brothers to build my houses or build houses for me than have somebody else build that shit.
Mm-hmm. But that's how you right,
network, bro. That's how I'm not trying to pay a white electrician or a white plumber.
But that's who I'm paying. If that's who I gotta pay to get that shit done right.
Right.
How would that be beneficial for everyone in the different states and or countries?
Yeah. So Suave said you're into music. Twin, was it Twin said you're interested in real estate? Is there something in possibly a business where that's viable in a music studio that has other rooms that can be used for other things and rented out as something to start with, or something similar that you can? What I'm trying to get to is utilize all your skills. Yeah. Mm-hmm. There was another gentleman that I see that he paints and he decorates and he has his camera on. I can't remember his name.
Yashar, down at the bottom.
Does he do electric? He could come up and do the electric. Do you get what I mean? So you utilizing all your skills. You guys need to sit down and make an action plan and look at what the viable business is that all your skills can
bring to the table.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
every time I see a bunch of black people, bro, and it's a black people and a bunch of black businesses, I always see the same shit. It's a bunch of barbershops and shit like that. I'm like, instead of having 5 barbershops within a 5-block radius, how about y'all just get one big ass building, one nice ass barbershop?
Thank you, bro. Like, cause niggas be, and I don't mean to be offensive, but niggas be trying to do shit like white people. We rig shit. Like, we nigga rig life. Like the way that they like that strip mall, we had that bitch in one building. You know what I'm saying? Like literally, I'll have an apartment building. And each apartment is another store, and that motherfucker ain't got no couches in that bitch. You open that motherfucker up, and it's a clothing store
or
an electronics store.
A building, and you can rent out, like you can make small little spaces in there, like where you can have a studio, where you can have a barbershop, where you can have
A daycare, a beauty salon.
And you can rent it out for like little money. You can do it like you can rent it out like per week, per month, or something like that, where like sort of like they do when it comes down to the the flea markets and stuff. They rent the little spaces and stuff.
Yeah. That's a fact.
That's not a whole lot of maintenance other than collecting the money. Like once it's built, it's basically about like collecting the money and making sure that the electricity and the maintenance is done.
Man, we could fucking because the thing is the initial funding. You know what I'm saying? That's usually the thing. Can I get this amount of money by myself? Like if we put money in a fucking pot and just
why are Black people opposed to grants?
Thank you.
Wow, I'm not. No. I'm absolutely not.
To me, I'm gonna tell you like this. We don't unless we see it, we don't believe it.
People don't know about them.
Unless we see it, we know, but unless we see it, we don't believe it.
See, I put something in the chat the other day when you were on your thing, Suave.
Angelica Diallo, I'm sorry, I gotta say this because she came to me about a month ago. Like I'm willing to put some money towards something. She was speaking toward the debate league, but I gotta give her props. I appreciate that. What was you saying, QI?
What if I told you that there is a grant that's on the horizon that we need to support that would give brothers and sisters, Black people in general, access to free land?
Then I'll do something I've never done before. I'll vote.
What does everybody say to that? Does that sound good?
That's a great thing.
Now, I keep telling people, bro, land's the way to go, bro.
Anybody on here know how to make grants.
All right,
you own land, you got money for life, bro. You set.
I hear people say they write grants, but I need grants wrote, and I never can get them.
Somebody right now that I'm going to utilize for my family because we do family business. Like we do family business. I like everything that y'all are talking about. I already do, with my family. I have a grant writer that loves helping Black people and that does not charge a whole lot and has a very nice success rate. And I could get her. I could try to see if she could come on. I can email her to see if she'll come on. But on the flip side, I also have an idea for a grant. Like that's why I keep asking Brother Moses to come on because I've read a little bit of it and I put it in the back check. The link for the Black Farmers Act. The Black Farmers Act actually gives Black, people land.
Yeah.
Oh, was that the link from the other night?
Right.
Hold on.
And it's a lot.
I pasted a part of it. I pasted some of the vital information in there. And Queen Cascade saw it. Where it's like in the like from what I've read, the qualification because it's a lot to it. So I haven't read the whole thing in entirety. That's why I want Brother Moses to come on. If like anytime if y'all hear Brother Moses, please tell him come on and let him do a presentation of that. So I can learn because y'all know I'm ADHD and I get bored fast. So like if once he goes through it, then I can go back through it. You know how it goes. That's one of my tricks. Because I learned about it through him. And and then I checked it out. I was like, wow. And I presented it to my family, and it's almost in its passing stage. Therefore, and he was talking about he was gonna debate on it, but he chose Homestead Act instead. I really want him to do a presentation, if nothing else, about the Black Farmers Act. Put in Black Farmers Act to pull it up specifically.
I was just going to grants in the Black.
I've put it in the back chat QI because I still had the page up from the other night.
Oh, the link is in the chat, Suave.
Suave, click the link that I've put into the chat.
I think I found it on my
That's it.
own like a
That's
big
it. Slow
boy.
down.
Well
Slow
done,
down.
Suave. Well done.
My man.
What number we on, Suave? What number we on? What number we on?
Not like go down to the list of the list. Go down to the list.
I mean, you done rolled up.
Oh, one.
Yeah,
It's
let
time to
me
do it
have to
again.
pull it up myself because I can't really see that one. So let me
Oh,
pull
you
it up
can't.
myself.
Okay, I'll let you do that.
Because when you look, I read the qualifications. I was like, "What?" It was unbelievable. Then I asked the sister, the same sister that was a grant writer about it, and she broke it. She didn't break the grant down to me. She broke down like the process that is in with Congress. Because this is something that's from the past, so it's guaranteed. It's almost a done deal. So I'm saying that we need to stand behind this because I was like, free land. Do you know what that means to farm? Do you know what that means?
Yeah.
Y'all
And
better
I
say
had y'all
that.
down there
Yeah.
looking like motherfucking Toby. Niggas be down that motherfucking Jordans
Not
farm.
Yeah.
Like, man, you ain't supposed to be farming, It's all I got.
Because
Work
you don't
boots and
even have to.
Jordans.
Because you remember how you was talking about getting a town?
Yeah.
If a bunch of brothers got together, right?
Yeah.
You could possibly get, an entire town. You can build some living quarters.
Yeah.
And do community type living.
And see, that's what I say.
And then
That's
build
what I
up.
think.
Just keep building up like
Blue got some land right now in Wynn, Alabama.
I have land too, but it's family land.
Yeah, he say his shit family land too, but I don't think he like got his shit like yours is like tribal type. I don't think he is. I think his just his granddaddy.
It probably doesn't matter. He can still do some things. It's the problem that this is what I'm talking about.
Jamel X start a food truck just to see.
Yeah, now food truck.
That's what I would love to do. I would love to do that, and we got the King James 13 Anti-Bully Inc. That's why I want the grant writer and stuff because we've been trying to get stuff done for that organization. Y'all know that's Katrina's son organization that she made for him.
I'm gonna email her. I'm gonna
plug into a couple of people I know too.
Yeah, I'm gonna email her and try to get her to come on, and then you can build a relationship with her, and then she can help y'all out a lot with what y'all are doing. Because, from what she told me, it's so many grants out there that we're qualified for that we're not using. And that's
the real Merkaba is a channel that I'm subscribed to. I'm more than subscribed to him. I'm a lifetime member of his information, and he's doing a series on that too. And I swear this is the video that he just put out this week. I just watched the day before yesterday, and he's saying it's so many grants out there we're not utilizing. He said he opened up his first recording studio off of grants.
Right. There's ways to do everything, and it's built. You can keep building from there. You just keep building from there because that's your start. And then people are not having to pitch in for it. The only thing that you have to pitch in is the easy part, the labor and the mind power.
Yep. Yeah.
I think that's something that'll be easy for everybody to put into too, a studio, because our children, they love music. We already know for the most part the industry is done for, but they're not gonna forget. We can start a different mindset and get them into, instead of chitty chitty bang bang, on some different stuff.
Look up
Because
grants for music. Look up grants. Grants.
that's what I was getting ready. That's what I was trying to get around to. I got some too high, but I went to school for the arts, and I know some people that know some people.
I'm a graphic artist. A big video.
It makes sense why we all get along. Why we all grasp into, like I said, our special talents. But I used to, I could still sing, but I had surgery on my throat, my spine. All right. But I know a lot of people that will help, get that type of thing started. Since who was that, Suave, that said they do music, or somebody else?
Yeah.
And see, to reach the youth As well as we do need to start food process.
The
We do
thing that
need to
we have
start
to
them
stop
farms.
doing, but the thing that we have to stop doing, because let me tell you about my experience. I don't advertise over YouTube, although YouTube is a great marketing place along with social media, because of the one simple thing. They dox. These people will call and they would just try to damage you, and that's what we have to stop as Black people, the self-hatred type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then then when we do support somebody, I mean they didn't do me like that. I just saw the way that they did other people, so I was just like, okay, I'm not willing to. I have too much to lose with that. So like that's the thing that we got to stop, that crab in a barrel type of mentality.
Yes, the crabs in a
Yeah.
barrel, please.
Yeah.
We
And
need
and
more
and
sisters
and,
on
and
this panel that are willing to throw some skills that we've got to be able to help you guys get what you're doing off the ground. So don't use it and abuse it. We want to see you guys do well. Do you get what I mean? We wouldn't be here if
Right.
we weren't willing to have these
Right.
conversations with you
And
guys.
then after you get up, help another person up. Don't like after
Pay it
you get up.
forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, and one thing about, and I'm gonna jump out on the limb, and y'all can correct me, because people got past. We've never been the type of crab in the barrel people. We've always been the people that's been willing to put in more work than we get out, but we still somehow end up short.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
But
Like,
that's
we're
a
willing
part
to
of
do
who we are
more
meant
for
to
less,
be.
and then at that point, we still don't get the less that we agreed to get.
Well, we after segregation, like during
I'm
segregation,
talking about
we
us individually.
I got you. But I just want to point out, like during segregation, we didn't have no other choice but to deal with each other. After segregation, that's when the problem started. You had, just like Carter G. Woodson, the miseducation of the Negro speaks about that. That's when even within our own families, you had people that wanted to be better than the next. And we have to
Keep
stop
my mouth
thinking like
shut
that. We
about
got
that
to start
person.
thinking like, like if you do this, I do this, we do this, and we're all successful. That's what you call Black economics, and that's what you call Black generational wealth. And that gives us leverage and power politically. That gives us leverage and power in the world. And people will start taking us more seriously. People don't take us seriously now because we don't have any leverage. We're not
Because
like
there's no demand. We got to settle for whatever. We buy the cheaper things at a higher price.
Well, we've
Like,
got
that's
to
why
get
when they say that $2
we've got to
million,
create the demand. We've got to take the demand back into our hands because we're the ones that have the skills. We keep selling ourselves short.
Yeah.
right.
yeah, but we got to prove it to ourselves at this point.
Instead of working for somebody, work for yourself. Because I'm like, even if you don't do something as a collective, at least do something for.
Even if you're working for somebody, it still should work for you.
Every
You know
one of
what
my
I'm saying?
grandmamas, every one of my grandmama's children, because of me, own their. They might work, but they do own their own. They do their own thing. They got their own
They
business.
got something as they own that if it catch the right wind, they won't be working no more. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
My grandfather was like that. It's like that's something that was within our family, and I had to point out to my family, look, we're entrepreneurs. My grandfather, he was a farmer. He worked for himself. That's why, like during the 1930s and the Great Depression, when a lot of Black people were struggling, we didn't like. I had to let my grandma. Y'all didn't struggle. They was rich Black people.
Mm-hmm.
We've been realistic. So the people that live, we all live in different cities and states. The people that live down south, that's on this panel, y'all willing to look for that land to be able to have these farms? Because I could speak for up north. We don't have that type of land available around
I
up
mean,
north.
I'll
If
do
you
it. I
do,
mean, I could probably tell you about that.
if you do, then
It's
where's
like
that?
get the like what I like. Okay, like I really want
Indiana
Brother
got hella
Moses to come
farmland.
on, because Brother Moses, once y'all hear about it, because I want to say something, but that's gonna be tapping into what I'm doing. So I ain't ready to say that, because ready to say that part yet. But I mean, once y'all get the land, just like you was talking about, you want to start a town. There are whole towns for sale in certain places. Now, the ones that I looked up the other day, they were in some weird places, but I mean, like Colorado, Utah, Montana and stuff like that. I mean, entire abandoned towns, because y'all was talking about starting your own political system and all of that. That's the way to go about that. Like different people get the grant, and then y'all buy into one buy that entire abandoned property. I mean, abandoned town.
I want to do some type of
QI,
project.
can you look into possibly with the towns that are abandoned? Can you look into the ones that are accessible? Do you get what I mean in terms of traffic, geography?
That are
Do you
close
get what
to
I mean?
something.
What's being built around it for the future? That would give
Yeah,
people
I mean,
a better
yeah,
idea.
I could try to, it's gonna take a little time because you have to look at the town, and then you got to look at like the map to see what's around there in the what you call it, the what do you call it,
land surveying,
the demographics.
Demographics,
Yeah.
exactly. You got to look at the demographics around.
So I'm trying to get.
You get me, Suave? That will give you a head start, because once you've got geographical locations and you've got accessibility to wherever you're planning for, and you understand what's being built around you for the future, then it gives you more foresight for how you move in.
And it was like some of the towns was like $199,000. Imagine like, you get a grant and like, cause I gotta look, I want to go back and look at that grant. That's why I want Brother Moses to come on to see what's the highest amount that each individual can get, because it's like 10 people could get that $199,000 town, abandoned town. You know what I mean? It might only be 10 people that that it requires to do that with the grant. You know what I'm saying?
Let me see. It's just I don't know. Did it say be your own mayor? 6 towns for sale right now.
Mm-hmm.
Where it is?
Cal Nev Ari, Nevada. Oh shit. Okay, that's in the millions.
Close. That's too close to LA
It
for
even
me.
already has some structures on it that might need some repair, but I mean, at least you don't have to build the structure. A lot of the
I
structures
ain't
from
even in
ground up.
America.
Is that structure gonna remain, or is it
Yeah.
gonna keep shaking and burning and? No, I'm
Sweat,
being real.
Sweat, South Dakota. Price tag 250,000. Hale, Michigan. That's 900,000. 1.6 million. That's Australia. Let me see if I can
That's
find
I
it.
just say
That South
hell.
Dakota thing is real.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
But I don't think they're gonna welcome. People sleep on North and South Dakota, y'all.
I mean, shit. Right now, anywhere is good. We ain't got nothing. Shit. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you really gotta really think about it for real.
Yeah.
What do we all get into and where we can make the money at? Because even if it's something that somebody is already doing, if we could finesse it and make it, but not finesse it on the,
And that's the other thing. What's the
criminal
problem with
mind, but if we can get it to a point where everything is legitimate, and you get what I'm saying, and build from that, then yeah. But it's still our own ideas. Everything everybody's saying is great, but everybody can't start from that top. And everybody, talent is not going to fit into that top.
Well, if you find something that's perfect, that's good, and it's only requiring 10 people, it's like that's only 10 different personalities, 10 attitudes, and that's a start. You
Yeah,
get
that's what I
what I'm
said.
saying? Yeah, it'll be easier to deal with 10 personalities rather than like 100 to 50 or whatever. And then you just gradually grow. You know what I'm saying?
So
Gradually.
that's what I'm saying. What can we do from where we all live now to start something in each individual? What can we all do to
Well,
say
I
that
mean,
all of our talents is
but
intertwining and
just like I said with this one, like with this idea right here, I'm looking at the Farmers Act. And just the first step is getting Brother Moses on. The second step is to get the grant writer on to give us some education about the grants. And then once we got the education and stuff and see like, what grants are available, then you can stand behind this grant right here to, make sure that it gets passed. And then, like you can buy up a whole town. So the first step is getting the basics out the way. And that's like the finding out about the Black Farmers Act, in detail. The second step is, getting some grant writers on to give us education on a thorough education on, grants available and grant writing and, and all of, that kind of stuff.
That
That's the
sounds
first
great.
step. And then once that happens, then, you'll be able to determine what you can do based on a grant available and go from there.
Man, that's
So, say
hard.
for example,
All right, so y'all,
Suave,
somebody on Brother Moses.
Suave. I don't know if Anon's in the chat, but he has the Solution Sundays. So potentially, if Brother Moses is available, if he's listening, is it possible that you can come on the Solution Sunday, give us a presentation, a breakdown, and then we can take it from there?
Yeah, I mean, ain't non runs the Solution Sunday panels, so that's his show. I let him do it. But any day is a solution day for me. Like, we could do that right now. Moses pull up right now. Like, my debate is in less than 3 hours. We got 2.5 hours to get it in. You know what I'm saying?
I think Taz has communications or contact with Brother Moses, so if we can get with Taz to get Taz to get get him to come over and we ask him, that would be good. Because brother, he's a fan. I mean, not a fan, but he's a great big supporter of Taz. So
Suave, can you drop Taz a message and ask him to get in contact with you? Thank you.
Because I've been every time I see him in the chat, I'm like, Brother Moses, Brother Moses. Now I'm interested in the Homestead Act too, but when I read about this, I'm like, I really want you to break this down, because he was the one I learned about it from, and I went and looked it up, and I was like, oh yeah, this is strong.
This is the thing. Sometimes my eyes are not on the chat, so sometimes I miss the messages and stuff.
And what Suave, the LLC, like, say if we start, somebody able to start something tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
And add on, you said we start an LLC. As long as it's positive, everybody should be able to tag on that LLC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing had to do with religion, just positive.
Well, keep religion out of it and just
that's what I.
Community. Yeah, right. I agree, sister. We're on the same page.
We got all night, all day.
What time is it by you guys now?
6:13.
5:13 near me.
Okay.
I definitely I want to see something happen just to show the unification, just to show the unity, man. I think that does so much, because once you accomplish it, it's possible. A lot of people don't know it's possible. They know it exists, but it never goes A to Z for them. For me. You know what I'm saying?
When we be talking about unity, it is better to start in small cells, because it's more difficult to get a big group of people to see eye to eye. It's better to start with small cells, and then you just keep you keep expanding.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. 1,000 people never stood up and did nothing at one time. It's always been a small group of people in one room that say, you know what, let's do something great.
If we build a community, I'm not gonna lie, I hope I'm prepared to move, because I'm not gonna let somebody else model what we're trying to do. So if it's a community, we have to set that model. We can't depend on nobody else. And is everybody else able to just, up and move?
That's hard, and I'm glad that you are one of those people.
That's why I said an LLC to stamp on everybody's talent, as long as it's positive.
And like, once we learn about the grant writing, once we learn about the grants and stuff like that, people can start doing that with their families. So like, for people who can't move, or for people where that may not be an option. And so that'll be like, just imagine if you got 50 cells of people starting stuff like this, and then from that 50 another 50, from that 50 another 50. You see?
I'm gonna tell you how far my mind went with this. I'm thinking about our children, and I can see some of us have an avenue with music, and music need to go back into the schools along with proper curriculum. But they're not gonna let us do a curriculum that's
Don't
reaching
say
for the
you don't know
stars.
that. You don't know that. They do have
Through a
programs.
federal mandate, honey, we
Yeah,
still
because you
fighting on the
look,
city
your
mandate.
music, see your music arts. Your music
No, no,
art
no,
is
no. I'm saying if we could put our foot in the door with helping our children, stepping
that is
in
a way
through
to help because you can
music.
teach. You can
Yeah, that's
open
what
up.
I'm saying. Well,
Yeah.
that's what I was saying. Since some of us have, and I know all of us like some type of music. I have
Yeah,
a
you
very
can
wide
teach.
range, and everybody can relate to that,
That's why I
including
set
our
up a
youth.
music studio, because Suave, studio commander, he's down there and he's, doing his house, and, we see him working and handling his business. And
Yeah, so he could be the
other
starter.
gentleman, he's
It
in the
can be a way to.
States.
It can be a way for him to expand his business as well as he can take the nonprofit part of it and teach.
Mm-hmm.
And then while look at because once you acquire the equipment and all of that, it belongs to you. So if you only do that, like the community part of it for 10 years, you still you gain the
You're
access, you
fulfilling
gain
that
the equipment to grow your business.
specification.
Right. And I think we could reach our kids a whole lot.
And I was serious about, obviously I'm in the UK, but I know there's other people that are looking to invest in things in America, but they want it to be community based. So I can, once you guys sort of establish yourself and get yourself sorted, I can speak to them and say, there's some stuff going on here, as well
So,
as I
Queen,
was
you clearly
serious.
understand where I'm at with it, right?
Yeah, because
So,
music therapy and the way that it crosses cultures and our children, and the way that art is a good way to open up and explore different parts and build self-esteem and confidence, not just
yeah.
with our children but adults and any age group.
Yeah, exactly. And it'll help all of us understand why Lizzo did what she did, why, Nat Turner did what he did. You understand what I'm saying? Why the
And
dude went
just
to the
like
crossroad. It'll be a better understanding of which way you want to go. Now,
and
I'm
just
not going
like
to say I'm going to support one the negative way, because I am not. But they'll still be educated the right way.
right, and just like with Yashar, right? Yashar is a carpenter, into carpentry. Do you know
Yeah,
how needed that
trade.
is? And do you know how
Exactly.
back in the day during segregation, a lot of black people came up off of carpentry, but that's not something that is like easy to get anymore. Like like they easy to get anymore. So Yashar could teach
Trade.
carpentry and at the same time use this grant to be, to expand his business, get the equipment, start getting uh to the point where he could get government contracts, XYZ, easy.
And I was
Exactly.
serious when I was talking about the whole timeshare apartments. Do you get what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
Because I would go in for something like that. I know people that would go in for something like that. Do you get what I mean? Come out, help,
Yeah.
spend some time
As I
out there.
say, we could buy a crib somewhere funky and just rent it out.
Well,
Especially for movie sets. But go ahead, you sure he was gonna say something.
what I was gonna say was what you guys are talking about. It's been our process for a couple of years of mine. Paperwork, I've already got that started. It's just a matter of time of putting the team together, getting instructors that our youth gonna need so that they can learn these skills and these trades. And then we also putting some things together where we can venture off and start something that's great for ourselves as something like a union. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
we can take care of each other, protect each other, when we out here getting busy, getting this money.
That's what's up.
And
If you
Pat,
got a link in Maryland, or if I could be the first link, I'd love to connect with you.
I appreciate that. That was my next question. I don't consider myself a religious person at all. Do y'all consider me a religious person?
I don't know you like that to know who
it
you are.
doesn't matter. I mean, it
Yeah,
doesn't matter because this is not as long as you're not doing it for the purpose, long as you're not in there saying, making everybody believe the same thing that you believe in terms of your personal beliefs, then it doesn't matter what you are. And that's what the point, our position that we have to get into, that where we look at, where we're looking at progress, or building or working with each other beyond our personal beliefs.
But to answer the question, and I'll straight out, yes, but I think we misuse the word religion. Like a lot of the shit that the conscious community fucked up being human for us, right? The word pseudo religion, that like all these things equally like automatically equate to some fucked up shit. Religion is just a structured spirituality system. The thing is, when we say religion, we usually think the organized mainstream religion. So people say, I don't want to be that. So they say, I'm not religion. But everyone has a religion. If you have a spiritual system, you have a spiritual system and you have a structure to it. That means you do it religiously. The fact that you do these on these certain days, you have a language, a dietary, that just constructs a religion. Now, you're not a zealot. You know what I'm saying? You're not somebody who, like, you one of the people that I prop up. You're the Israel I want to see come into fruition because you work. You don't just say, man, I'm going to pray about it again, big bro. You'll say, yo, Suave, I'm going to send you something. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, that's jiggy. I see you work. So, yes, I have a religion. Everyone has a religion. I just think people have been shamed into saying that religion, especially Israelites, because they're like forming their stuff like right before your eye. You know what I'm saying? A lot of us who don't see the historical what's the name, but a lot of this stuff is people coming into some new information and constructing something under it. Black people is my religion. Like, I believe in black people, despite the evidence.
That's why I keep asking elementary questions so everybody can get an understanding. I don't be trying to be anal.
It's cool. Despite the lack of evidence of some things, I still feel black people are this. That's a belief. That's a religion. I'm not gonna sit up and romanticize and be crazy, and I respect all the other. That's just it. So just to answer your question, just like that, because I feel like her point was more so of, so what if you do? We should still be able to work together. The
reason that I asked it was because
go ahead.
The reason that I asked it was because what I heard initially, you know what I mean? And I don't never come off trying to attack anybody's opinion or thought process, because that's never what it is. But if I hear something, I want to understand. You know what I'm saying? So what I heard was leave religion out of it. So if you consider me, this is why I asked, do you consider me religious? Because if you consider me religious or a religious person or whatever, however you think about that, then what I'm trying to do with our youth and how I'm trying to build with them and build them up as far as skill-wise, trade-wise, has nothing to do with what I stand on. But I do stand on working hard. I do stand on.
And to them, that's leaving. And to them, that's leaving your religion at the door. That's what you did.
And
that's what they mean by that. What they mean is when it's time to work, you know what I'm saying? And for some reason, religion comes into what's the name. But you do that. They're not saying no longer being a religion. But what they said is that, when I come together, I say I'm hungry. Like, okay, let's make some sandwiches.
People should just want to feed them.
It's good for me to people like me to ask specific questions like that, even though it might be simple, because we be attacked a lot and we want to understand where we at and where we fit in. Because if I don't fit in, then I don't need to present nothing to nobody. You see what I'm saying? I don't need to share what I got going on for the youth. I don't need to share how I'm doing for the homeless. I don't need to do none of that, because obviously what I'm doing is not what you consider a person like myself to be doing. I'm supposed to be doing, I guess, something else. So that's why it's important for people like myself to ask, because I'm not fucking with nobody who ain't fucking with me.
Right. And see, just like me, just like you do carpentry, right? I like carpentry. My granddaddy, like, I drive tractors. I can drive a fork. I operate a forklift, all of that. So if I was to come to your school, you wouldn't turn me down because I'm a woman, would you?
No.
I always wanted to learn how to do that kind of stuff.
No.
And see, that's what I mean. Like with some people, they don't know how to, like, you know, just like you're an Israelite, right? Some Israelites will probably be like, oh no, you're a woman, you're not supposed to do that. You know what I'm saying?
If I ain't at the house to help out, I mean, I'm gonna need you to be able to take care of the house. You know what I'm saying? To fix some shit just in case it break, because I'm out here working, doing something, and I'm a distance away. You ain't got time to be waiting for me. You got to be able to handle some shit. You are the head of the household when I'm not there. And even when I'm here,
like
and I might be asleep, you are the head of the household.
But not all.
You're watching over everything.
Right. I like your mind, you know,
Yes.
but not, you know, like we have to be honest, not all of your brothers are like you. You know what I'm saying? And so
And that's what, and I want both sides have to be honest about that. Not only him, but us. We have to recognize that all of them ain't the same, because a lot of the times we do the box thing. I learned that you gotta talk to everybody individually. It don't matter what you know they riding with. You gotta talk to them individually, because one thing, what I say is, the loud, ignorant people get the most representation. They get the most fame. And by the time we learn something, this is who we learned it from. The motherfucker. Oh, we gonna get them young. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, oh shit, fuck Israelites, right? But then you meet them and you actually talk to them and you say, man, we don't fuck with them either.
Right. We have a whole lot in
Let me
common.
just say this, and then I'm gonna give it back to y'all, right? So when the school opened, I got a brother that come in there rocking the cross. I got another brother that come in there rocking the Then I got sisters that come in there rocking the Buddha. You think I'm turning them away because they got idols on their chest?
Right.
No.
They're going to come in, they're going to learn a trade from an Israelite brother and from an Israelite brothers and sisters, right? And not only that, they'll be able to see how I carry myself, how I deal with my brothers and sisters that don't believe and don't feel the way I feel. And then they'll get an understanding of a real Israelite, not the fake shit that motherfucking followers and all this old other shit, because that's not what this is about.
Facts. All
So,
right.
I'm just saying, family, like, I know y'all hear and y'all see things, and I move off of disrespect. You disrespect me, I don't give a shit whether you're a woman or you a man. You gonna get that work. I'm gonna do my best not to call you out your name and disrespect you like you trying to do me, but I'm gonna turn up. I'm gonna have that authoritative tone, and I might not let you even get a word in. But that's the lead. That's just the lead. And it ain't no personal attack to you. It ain't, because I don't know none of my sisters. I don't know none of my brothers that be on here. We just interacting, we bypassing, and we sharing information, and we arguing back and forth. You know what I'm saying?
Can I say this, Commander?
I love all y'all. Y'all ain't got to stand with Israel. But at the end of the day, understand this. I can't protect someone who don't want to be protected by me. It's just that simple.
Go ahead, Cascade. Appreciate you, big dog.
Yeah, like obviously I haven't, you guys have formed relationships in different ways, and since I've been here, do you get what I mean? I'm seeing everybody's different personalities, and Commander, you know what I mean? Whether I like you or not, and I'm not saying I dislike you, I'm just saying in general, whether I like you or not, you know, we all go into circumstances in the past where, you know, we've had to work with other communities and get the job done. So I've got no issue with working with people, whether I like them or dislike them. And it's been very, what's the word that I'm looking for? Because you've got your camera on and you're doing stuff and you're getting the job done. And I can see that you're hardworking, you're there grinding. Do you get what I mean?
This look very bad.
And I can hear the passion for what you do in your voice, because you stand on it. Do you get what I mean? And I respect that. So I respect the fact that everybody's doing their little thing, but I see the different skills in you being a carpenter, in I'm not sure if it was Goldmine or Twin that was on saying about the state agency and doing the land. Do you get what I mean? And you Suave,
Goldmine in the farming and stuff.
do you get what I mean? You with what you're doing with the music, Blue, everybody's got something that they can add to the part. It's just having the, like we are now, having the wider conversation so we can, you know.
That's why we gotta concentrate our numbers so we can talk face to face and get this shit going. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, even like right now. Okay, let's get together and let's do a project. Okay, where's the project gonna be? In Indianapolis with Suave? You know what I'm saying? Like, then it's like it just you got to be strong. You got to work with people that you love and that you trust. And we're all strangers, and we have to form these relationships. And it has to be built on honesty, transparency.
They have
It
to be
can't be.
serious. They have to be serious because like some people think that they're serious, but then when it really comes down to it, they may not be. So you have to make sure that
When it come to go in that pocket, when it's time to go in that pocket and pull some money out, motherfuckers ain't serious. When it's time to actually travel, do some work, motherfuckers ain't serious.
Right. You have to make sure they're serious. So there's always a weeding out process. You know what I mean?
Right.
Absolutely.
Anybody is free to have my number. It's on this panel.
Suave, I think
And
you've got
if
enough. Sorry to you, Yolanda. I think you've got enough people, and even if somebody drops out, even if you start creating a pot in terms of potentially silent partners that just invest, but you know what I mean? Because there's a way to get different things done with this, and QI is already giving you a down low on the app. So
yeah, and then there are ways of communicating too. Like, there are ways, like we have family meetings via Zoom. We have, so there's ways to, now we can be in different places and get a lot of stuff done, and then it could be a meeting point. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because this is not the argument lead today. We keep changing it, ladies.
Well, it's the argument lead. But you know what I've learned partly being here? That even in the arguments, or more so the debates, it still brings up things that give me ideas about how we can work things out. Do you get me? And giving me clarity.
And believe it or not, that's what I want your
And
chart
I
to get
like
out.
bringing laughter to the,
That's what the argument lead was
that's
built
how
for.
I am, Queen.
It's kind of ironic, but I named it that out of frustration because after hitting the panels with the brothers day after day after day trying to build, but niggas kept arguing. I was like, man, I'm just gonna name this motherfucker the argument lead.
But that's how we communicate, though, and the right things
Go
come
ahead.
from arguments.
One second. So this is the thing, right? We're talking about what can we do and what can we use to start small. Start off small. That's why I've already started. Started a couple years ago. The argument lead. Support the brand. So the brand, when you support the brand, a percentage of that can go towards our building and things that we're trying to do, right? So now you can see, you know what I'm saying? And I trust Suave. I have no issues with shooting Suave any type of money that he's asking for, or for any merchandise, or if he's just saying, look, we got this going on. Can y'all donate? Let's do it. Let's get on it. I mean, we talk a lot. You know what I'm saying? I don't make a whole lot of money. I'm not a rich ass nigga. Excuse my language. I'm not. But at the same time, I can give what I got. You understand?
Wow. Have you
and I'm gonna give what I got, whether it's time or money.
I have it. Whatever you can ask.
First step is make the argument league a LLC. That's the first step, and you can do that. There are people on YouTube that do that all the time with their channels. That's the first step.
Okay. Akmalak, what Battleaxe, man? Tell them come through.
And that's not expensive.
I can't say I didn't think about it. I thought about it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You need to do it, but you need to do it because in time it's gonna make not in time, in a little bit, it's gonna make a big difference because there's so much you can do better with the channel as an LLC versus just being, like a basic YouTube channel. And it doesn't cost much. Just go to your state. Go to your state page because it'll most likely have to be in your state.
Yeah, that's
go
where
to
I'm at.
your state and look and just put in registering for a business. And it's not that expensive. I think it's about 100, maybe all together for everything. It may be $150 to $200, and that's for registering the name. That's for getting doing the LLC. And and all of the basic startup.
If you don't want to actually do it yourself and you don't want to go through the headache, they got organizations, they got companies that are knock that out for you. Like Legal Zoom, they got my motivated.
That's what I'm on right now.
They got me set, Suave,
For real?
and it's legit. I just paid my my taxes in September. You know what I'm saying? So I'm solid there. I just got to redo some my business laws. I got to get that. I got to pay for that so that I can have it posted in my business.
You mean your mission statement?
No. That's for my see the mission statement. That's for my
nonprofit. I mean,
exactly.
I know what you're talking about.
What type of industry type would it be? It say enter industry type. What will the argument league do?
Media.
Yep. So you can put it under media and clothing,
journalism,
merchandise,
educational.
So basically, whatever it is that you're thinking about that you want to work up under that LLC, you can slide
Shit,
that.
we other.
So doesn't media cover like arts, fashion, and those things?
Yeah, but they have everything so separate.
Yeah, they like to be specific, sis. They be
and
Yeah.
you can do it under media. You can do media. Media is the best thing. Definitely do media, because media gives you you can get you a journalistic license.
And you sliding shit that all you need is your pass, and you be like,
yeah, and you can go do interviews like in the Capitol, White House, or anywhere. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Then when you've got, I don't want to overwhelm you while you're searching, Suave. I'm not heavily familiar with Cash App and more so use PayPal, but I know there's an element of PayPal that you can set up you can set up either a business, or you can set up like a funding pot so that when the people want to send money, it all goes straight to that link and just let
I think that'll be best. Because you need a good security, to cover all that. Because Cash App, I had problems with that. Everybody have their different stories, especially where these bank systems are going right now.
And then I think that the LLC should be under nonprofit, because then that would also give you access to grants.
That'll give him the open access to all avenues as well.
Yeah, and then you don't have to. Then you could get access to grants, so a lot of your funding can come from grants, and then grants and different things like that. To me, that's the best way of going about doing it. And all you have to do, people think that you always have to give or do or something like that. Nah, you could just pretty much. I think that's how old boy over there set up.
Yeah, sure. This how you did it.
Yeah, I think that's like a way that people do it.
EIN plus license, operation arrangements, operation agreement.
$199 ain't that bad.
Yeah.
Click on the $199 and see what all that includes.
Right here. And OI, which allows you to set your own rules for your LLC versus following default state rules. Become a binding contract with partners so you can start with clear eyes and avoid disputes. Protects your assets by helping maintain your limited liability status. And EIN helps you open a business bank account, get a line of credit, prevent identity theft, required for taxes, license and permits. But license and permits are mandatory for businesses. Because it says the license too. It gives you the license. Avoid serious fines, penalties, potential by not having the right one to start. Man, so I guess you don't get a license with this one, so I don't know.
But see that right there, the 159 or the 199, that would be for if you're going in as a contractor, right? Going into business as a contractor, shit like that, where you need your license, where you have your license to add towards, your business is basically
right. Licenses come separate, and that's like the do another tab and see if you can see how much it costs to get a
what you would want to do,
a media pass or a journalism pass.
Operation, the middle one, Suave, the 159, because what that gives you is the operations to where you can maneuver throughout your state, and it also allows you to get your EIN to establish your your business bank account, because that's
So
what
I don't need the license.
No, because
The license is going to be the media pass. That's going to be separate. You have to go.
Oh,
you get that. You don't have to pay for that because they're not going to be able to make that happen for you. You can get your media pass and all of that once you establish your business. Once they see that you got a media business, now they'll check you out. Bam. So now they see that you own. Now they can shoot you all of the information and however that shit works. You see what I'm saying? But you don't need a license for that.
And if 10 people from the channel decides to do it, just like at the $1.99 rate, that'll be $10 per. That'll be $19.90, $20 per person. A $20 investment.
You said if 10 people did it. Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I divided the $1.99 by 10, and see, so. If you like, and you already got the the argument lead, so that's how you do it.
Oh, the journalism pass. What is this?
Yeah, right there. Go to
the top one.
Yeah. See what all that includes.
The National Writers Union represents all type of writers working in print, electronic, and multimedia formats. See below for partial list of writers. We currently include the following kinds of writers in our membership. If you don't see, I don't know if. You said to see go and see what?
Okay. I wanted to see what all that included, because either it's gonna be it's press pass, journalism. I can't think of the specific, because I was working with somebody on YouTube and they were gonna we were all supposed to get one, and I think it was only $30, and I'm not sure if it's a journalism. Look up journalism license. Because I don't know if the press pass is different from the journal, but bookmark that definitely, so you'll be able to get back to that. So it must be the press pass, because it's saying no, you don't need a license. Put in what type of license do you need to what? What type of license do you need to, let me see. Because it's a certain type of license, like just like for instance, like if you want to go behind the stage at a concert, it's a certain type of license that I can't think. I think it might be the press pass, or it might be what we were looking at first, but I wasn't sure because I didn't see the all of the things that include. But it allows you to be able to go behind the scenes. It allows you to be able to get in a lot of places for free, and things of that nature. Just being a journalist, it allows you people to give you an interview a lot quicker when you have a pass.
That's what I thought. I thought I didn't know it was just the one blanket pass. I thought you actually had to
put in press credentials. Is that saying anything?
He said, how do I obtain press credentials if I do not work for a newspaper magazine?
There we go.
I'm a freelancer. It is important to realize that you do not need a press credential to take pictures or cover events in public places. Street-park sidewalks, they are not closed to the public access. You do need governmental approval to work as a journalist, although it may be beneficial to obtain a press. It say you do not need government approval to work as a journalist, although it may be beneficial to obtain a press ID or an official government issued press credential for other reasons. Press credentials related to news coverage are usually issued by law enforcement agencies. Requirements for the issuance of credentials are established by those agencies and are varied by the department. So a
You might
government
need a press
issued
pass.
ID.
I mean, that one sounds like it's a fit. I mean, that definitely sounds official, but it might be the press pass though. Do they tell you where to go to get it? Do they give you a link?
Yeah, I see. I think they got some links down here. It's a there is no single answer for how to obtain a press ID from a government agency. Every municipality that provides press IDs has its own policies. Agencies providing press IDs usually have a public information officer whose job it is to deal with the media. The PIO may be a good first point of contact for obtaining credential information applications. In some
Click on
large
one.
cities, the media.
Click on one because like the one we looked at, I think it was like $25, $35, and we were all gonna do that. And this is like during the Kanika Jenkins time, and we were gonna do that so we can be able to get in places. That's a foreign press centers.
Oh, she not. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see what's up with that. The press
Yeah,
pass.
just take your time and do the research on it, to make sure that you get the right one. But you definitely want to get either, get so because credentials help. You know what I'm saying? Either the press pass or whatever that's gonna help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's hard. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a trademark if I get an LLC. I'm gonna have to get a trademark. But getting the LLC, don't get a trademark. That's not making a trademark.
Yeah, because Young Fair was trademarked. He's trademarked. He was one of them was trademarked. I know one of like it was either Young Pharaoh or Akhenaten or whatever. One of them.
Damn. Well, oh, Angelica Diallo in the building. Peace to you, sis. The floor is yours. What's
I
on
think
your
she knows. Yeah, Angelica knows. Hey, sis.
Hey, QI, how are you? How's
All
everybody on
right.
the panel?
hanging in there? Can't complain.
Oh
What's
my
going
gosh,
down?
I'm a little nervous. This is my first time up here on the Argument League. I don't
So
want to
what
say
you
nothing.
mean by that? What you doing?
I don't want to say nothing out of the way. But yeah, I posted a link for because you're in PA, right, Suave?
No, I'm in IN.
Because every state is different. So all you got to do is type in your state and whatever the press passes are, and it'll take you to whatever government link. Like it's not super difficult, right? But yeah, so every state and it varies. Some places have I don't know, but they're not really that hard to get. Not
They're not.
really.
And it gives you
Trying to
access
look where
to a
you
whole
posted the
lot.
link. It was a minute ago, or you just posted?
No, I put it in a private chat but
Oh,
that
right
was for
here.
PA, yeah. For whatever
And do you
reason, I
know
thought you
about
were in
grants?
PA.
Do you know about grants, Angelica?
Me myself, no, I do not. I just deal with residential loan servicing for mortgages. So that's where I like to have fun at and making soap.
And what
That's
about
about it.
the LLCs?
I mean,
They
so
don't
I
pay
have
you.
owned businesses in the past, so I am familiar with being incorporated. Um, but you would have to ask whichever question.
Okay. Well, what about like, okay, so would it be better for them to do like nonprofit or for profit?
I mean, is the end result to make money, or is the end result to assist people? That's the real question.
Both.
Yeah, can the two be mutually exclusive?
Yeah, I'm gonna
So
say help people.
so like if the
Say
goal
both
is
because
to
you're gonna
help
need a
people
salary.
and to also make money, then I would probably incorporate. I wouldn't necessarily do a LLC either. I would do like an S corp because at some point, I mean, you could start out as a LLC for sure. But at some point, you're probably going to want to incorporate because when you're dealing with property, it when you're incorporated as a limited liability company, and just say hypothetically something does happen, like worst case scenario, it the legality, especially at least in my state, right? So when you're making business transactions, when it deals with like commercial properties or residential properties as a business, LLCs don't have the greatest tax breaks, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's better, you get better tax advantages with being like a S
Non-profit.
corp
Mm-hmm.
in that case. But you can definitely start out as a limited liability and then work your way up.
Mm-hmm.
Where the hell you got it?
Can you put
LegalZoom don't do
escort?
that.
Huh?
I said LegalZoom don't do that.
What
Don't
escorts?
do it.
How to start? You can go through you can go straight to your
Yeah, you
state
can
code.
go. Yeah, you can go to probably, I know here in my state, it's like the Department of Revenue, but usually what they're going to want is like whatever your incorporation fee is, as well as like your articles of incorporation. So that just entails like all the people that are involved with this company, you know, who are those principals, what this business is about, how do you plan to execute the business, and what's the end result, like mission statements. It's, you can look up, you can Google articles of incorporation, and you can kind of, if you start skimming and reading those, it'll give you like a brief. I think LegalZoom does have
Yeah, I think
like,
they do. They may as well. They may as well. They may do it as well. I'm not sure because I went through straight to the state to do my nonprofit.
yeah, usually it's, I don't know, because some states have like a business office, like a business department. Some people, some states it's like the Department of Revenue that deals with business licensing and things like that. So it's different everywhere. I can't say. But yeah, so you just, your articles of incorporation and whichever, because the fee is usually like a few $100. It's not a whole lot of money. But
yeah, I see. Okay, LegalZoom say something. Articles and corporation.
yeah, it'll give you, they're going to ask you like if you ever plan to sell shares in your company, and this is kind of where what was that guy that opened Tulsa real estate? So what he was supposed to do was to set his business up from the very beginning to offer, like, say you plan to sell shares of the company, right? All of that's supposed to be within your articles of incorporation. Like, how do you plan on selling them? Like, who has a vested interest in those shares? How do you plan to split those shares? Like, say somebody is like putting $10,000 in like an escrow account, and that $10,000 is worth like 1,000 shares, right? And then you break that down and like per share is like $50, but they're going to keep so much of a percentage, like 30%, and then you sell off the rest, and that builds the company up. But all of that, again, is under the articles of incorporation. So it kind of sets you up, at least, because if anything ever goes bad, you always have your articles to go back to about how business is supposed to be ran. So it's never a question of, you know, well, so and so said, well, I got this weird email. It's really whatever's in the article of incorporation.
Mm-hmm. And write all this stuff down, Taz, and then just look it up a little bit at a time, and then execute your proposition. Find your business partners that you trust, and then y'all ready to go from there. You know what I mean? You can make your dream happen in 2 months.
It say like the would you like to obtain S corporation status? What's that?
Say that again.
It say, would you like to obtain your? Would you like to help you obtain S corporation status? Would you like us to help you obtain S corporation status?
Is that it, Angelica?
An S corporation is treated as a pass-through entity for tax purposes. This avoids double taxation and may simplify your taxes. Would I like them to help me obtain S corporation status?
So the first thing you're going to want to do is your article of incorporation first. So first thing you're going to have to
Hello.
get your people, whoever's willing to participate. Like I said, I'm always down for it. And whoever else would like to be included, and then sit down with these individuals and have a discussion, and then figure out what's the objective. Where do we start? This is point A. What are people willing to put up to? Because it's a group effort, so people should be willing to put up a few dollars to incorporate as well. That'll be their vested interest in the company. And once you have your articles of incorporation done, then at that point you file for your S corp.
And do you need a board for that?
You don't necessarily have to have a board. You don't have to. Because again, if everybody's putting up the initial money to pay for it, even if it's like 30 or 40 bucks between everybody, right? Those people are essentially, I'm sorry. Those people are essentially the folks that will be making the initial decisions. But in your articles, you can always remove, like, say somebody no longer wants to be a part of this corporation in like in a legal aspect, right? You can always remove people and add people, or you want to bring somebody on as an accountant, you want to bring somebody on as, I don't know, a realtor or something like that. You can always move those names around to fit whatever needs to be executed within the company.
But generally a board is like Suave would be pretty much what, the founder. Then you have a president, vice president, treasurer.
Well, and that's why I said yes and no, because these people have to be the ones responsible for whatever their label is.
I got
Like,
you. I got
you
you.
know what I'm saying? Like, if Suave's not an accountant, and then you label him as a chief financial officer, and people look into his background, they're gonna be like, "Whoa, this don't make no sense." So that's why I said it's not really necessary if you want to do it that way. But again, articles of incorporation can change, and you can always refile those amendments with whoever the state you're filing with. It's not, like it's ironclad when it's filed, but if you need to make amendments, you can make amendments.
Mic check. Oh, okay. Y'all can hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. But yeah, so I didn't, it looks like the chat saying I done messed everything up as far as the conversation is concerned.
Now you brought some additional info that we needed.
Not at all. I'm learning tonight. I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, that was fire. That was fire. That was real fire. You know what I'm saying?
Because obviously all your states and stuff are different. Do you get what I mean? So I'm learning.
Yeah.
That was a grown-up conversation.
Yeah, I was just pulling up about the press pass. Because I was excited when I heard the stuff about, putting a group of folks together, because not for nothing, like to take away like the incorporation parts, like it could just be a group of individuals that don't necessarily, okay, so this is what I'll say, right? So there's a brother in Philly. They call him Big Business, right? What he does is he rehabs a lot of dilapidated homes in Philadelphia. So he'll buy a property that's owed for taxes. He'll essentially gut it if it's not already gutted. And what he does, and this is one of the reasons why I got into mortgage financing, is that he resells these properties himself, meaning he's the lender for people. So say he buys a property for $10,000, he puts $30,000 into it, and he may sell it for 70, 80K to an individual without them having to go through
a lender,
like commercial lending,
right,
hard hits on their credit and things like that. So it's a private mortgage, and this is something that a lot of folks outside of our community do, are private mortgages where they agree on the terms, interest rate, they write up a generic contract, and then file that with the whoever, they file it with whoever in their state, and then that's legally binding between those two individuals. And then on the flip side of that, typically what happens is, like, after 5, maybe 7 years pushing it, is what they'll do is they'll refinance it. So after they've gotten a good payment history, and this is a back end credit, I'm giving y'all back end credit, but what happens is, if I have a private mortgage, say with UQI, right? I've been paying, say technically, I haven't been paying every month on the 5th. Like, a few times I paid on 10th, right? But between me and you, I still have paid. I haven't missed a payment. And we agree that after 5 years, I'm going to refinance it and pay you the full amount that's due, the balance due with that refinance. So I go to a commercial lender and say, hey, I'm trying to refinance my property. This is what it's worth, so on and so forth. What they do with the lenders is they actually add that trade line to your credit report. So they'll call the property owner and say, hey, so-and-so landowner, we need to have a discussion about whoever, Angelica. We want to know if she's had a good payment history. So they'll backdate that trade line for 2 years of perfect payment history. And that's really what lenders are looking for. So they'll probably, depending on how your credit mix is, it'll probably boost your scores, and then you're still able to close that loan. So that way you've been getting paid the whole time, but at the end of that deal, you get a big check. Everybody walks away a happy person. But the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because I like the idea that he does private mortgages, right? He does teach classes. I don't know how legit they are. I haven't heard anything bad, but he does teach classes on his method, him and his wife. But I like the fact that he's able to lend to people when they wouldn't otherwise be able to get those same terms anywhere else.
Would he do a group class?
No, he does like real-time classes. Like, you gotta fly to Philly.
Oh, okay. So he wouldn't. You don't know that he would do like a group class.
So I know if you look him up, like Big Business, and I think it's Big Business with 3 S's on YouTube. He does have some videos where he's doing lectures. I think he was out in Michigan, or since I forgot where he was, but he was talking to those folks there, and he was explaining to them just the numbers. Like, if you come in, you buy this property, because he has a contracting company as well. Like, I think he has his own form of paint. I think it's called like Big Business Red or Big Business Gray at Home Depot.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this is like a serious thing. But all of that said, is that he teaches people how to use that same method, that same principle, to apply it, so that way they can go, and whether they're just doing it for themselves as individuals, or if they plan to branch out and also extend essentially lending to people who wouldn't otherwise get it. And when we're speaking in context of this conversation and the people that we may run into, I think it's a really excellent idea if these people are, if we can vet these people and they demonstrate that they have the ability to pay, but they just don't necessarily have the credit, or they don't have the big down payment, for a typical mortgage. So yeah, I'm sorry, I'm long-winded. Somebody please
No, you're good.
let me know when to stop. But yeah, I think that could be something that can be done, and that can just be done with a group of individuals. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't even necessarily, outside of those individuals incorporating themselves as like a limited liability, as individual property owners, it can be done that way as
like
well.
an individual project.
Right, like people are collaborating together, but everybody's autonomous as far as their business, even though, like, say, cis QI, like, say you're the contractor, but I'm the person that goes and scouts out new property. So I purchase the property, you come in, you rehab it for me, Suave goes in and he finds the clientele. So everybody's getting paid. It's a cycle. Everybody's getting paid, but it's all to extend that main idea of land ownership to people.
Right. It's like a hustle. It's like a legal hustle.
Right. Yeah, but it's a legit hustle, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what they do in the mortgage industry.
Yeah, right.
That's all that's done. Everybody, they know somebody, you know, they know somebody that's a good contractor. They know somebody that's a good electric guy. They know somebody that's a closer. They, you know, somebody and everybody gets paid collaborating together all underneath of this umbrella. So
Yeah.
that's all I really wanted to add. But
you're sharp. That's
Do he expand his business to Maryland?
I haven't kept up with him since
Oh, okay.
like
Don't
last
worry. 'Cause
year, so I
I
couldn't
think I
say.
have an idea who you're talking about. I have family up in PA,
Oh,
and
okay.
they bought some properties down here in Maryland, and I was just wondering.
Yeah, I'm not
Because
sure
they're
on
having
his
a hard
details.
time with the particular person right now.
I couldn't say. I know that I had reached out to him a few times, like maybe a year or two back, about collaborating together. But I think at that point, that whole class was getting so large that just having like one-on-one conversations was like a reach, you know. So I'm not.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But I mean, you know, real estate is a tough thing, and it's not always peaches and cream
Yeah.
either, you know.
Yeah.
It's not, you know, a lot of this stuff. Like, I mean, I was just watching, there's another brother on YouTube, Orlando Minner, and just talking about like all of these backlogs of material when people, especially if you're like a private, like an individual investor and you're trying to buy, you know, wood and nails and all this other
Mhm.
stuff, like it can like delay a whole build project because you just don't
Mhm.
have the materials. So I mean, other,
Mhm.
you know, your GCs are out trying to give their men work, and now you're waiting like, well, hold up, what about me? Like, it's not my fault that I can't buy, you know, that we can't get all the materials needed to finish a job.
Okay.
But I mean, that's just the way of the business right now. So I can imagine like with that, and just in under the context of like it being like post COVID, right? That there could be some situations where people are unhappy. But I mean, again, I don't know, so I can't speak to it.
Yeah, and I can't even say that I can't even say that we're post yet. You know, like it's like they're trying to say we're post, but we're really not post yet.
And other than starting out on farming, I don't see nothing else past that until they get that cleared up. I'm gonna just say that part.
Well, I'm a big advocate for gardening, and self-sustainability, you know. So for me, I think that we've always been resilient as a community, but
Right.
we've always been resilient, at least to me, and this may be my naivety speaking, but under the guise of poverty. So it's always the hustle. How do I make ends meet? And
Right.
for me, I just found that so problematic, you know?
Yeah.
And one of the things that I did see being a gardener, when like everything shut down,
Right.
like
You were
most
still able to.
homesteaders
Yeah.
and folks that like to garden, like that grow their own produce and stuff, we were kind
Yeah.
of, I don't want to say gleeful, but it was like, I told you so, you
Mhm.
know, because it's a
That's why.
situation where people where
Somebody need to start buying some pigs
Well, see,
and
my
cows
grandfather. Yeah, my grandfather.
and
I came from
planting some
that.
fruits and vegetables, whether we want to eat it or not, just for it to a sale for our community. Because who are we to tell a person what they can and can't eat?
Well, I
Um,
came up. I
as
came up
long as
like
it's
that.
healthy, you know what I'm saying? It's natural and healthy. That's what we need.
Well, I grew up. My great grandfather was a farmer, and we learned a lot through him because even me, that's my great grandfather, and I was out there in the field with
That's
him.
why I said we gotta start investing in some pigs and the fill that property that you gonna look for down there
And see what
so
happened
we
with
can
us.
invest.
What
Because and then
happened?
we gotta invest in people that's gonna care for that farm.
Right. But what happened with us is that like, Carter G. Woodson, the miseducation of the Negro, like my grandmother's them generation started going to college. And instead of them, coming back to the farm, you know, they wanted to go get corporate jobs and to move away in different things of that nature. And see,
I
you
forgot
know,
where it came from.
right, the segregation, that's like we don't have to be segregated, but we can have like a segregated mind if we kept that same mind field of mind of working together and keeping money within our community like they did during segregation, then you know we can get somewhere.
That's why I said you gotta go find that
Now that's
land,
a fact.
and then we gotta find out how we can find some chickens and some pigs
That's
and
easy.
some and put them all on there. And I watch a lot of YouTube, y'all, so I could come and do the trimming on the cow's feet. That's right. But I would love to learn on some seriousness and on some real Suave. I need to talk to you 101. If there's any kind of way to help invest in what we are talking about, if you hear me.
And see, that's what I'm like. That's what I've been working on. That's
Yeah,
like
I can hear you.
that's what I've been working on. Like, you know, me and my family, we've been working on bringing, you know, like bringing back because we got the land. We just been working on bringing back the family business and, you know, and things of that nature. That's why I can say
Right.
that the one thing that we need to work on is like our, like the separation, because, you know, and our ideologies and, you know, learning to work together pretty much, and then, you know, learning to work together for the better benefit. Because, you know, now at this state, they finally realize that the most valuable thing you can have is land. And, you know, like
Right.
your greatest team really is your family. You know what I'm saying? Family means business.
Right.
Well, I'm
But
like,
sometimes you gotta walk outside that blood and create your own in order for it to work.
And just like a
Because
plant or a tree, you have to weed and cut
yeah,
the bad leaves, cut
we
the bad
building
fruit.
this with everybody's seriousness. I'ma consider y'all my family. You know,
That's,
this is
I
a
mean, yeah,
family
I'm
that
not
we're
saying that it's just
starting.
that. I'm not
You
saying that
know,
it's just, you know, you can only work with family. I'm saying that just say you do this with Suave, right? Okay, and
right?
then at the same time you're doing this with Suave, you also get your family on board to start a family business. Look at
Yeah, it's gonna broaden the whole business to its hot. The higher we elevate Suave, the higher we go up too. That's just how it all. You know what I'm saying? As long as everybody go along and according to the standard that Suave has set, and
and
you
see
know
I'm
the other guy who was on the panel earlier.
and the reason I'm
Um, you know they
and
said they already got it started. So you get what I'm saying?
yeah.
Long as and we buy into theirs since it's already there. The foundation is like already there.
well,
And the
if
reason
I
I'm
could
saying
just jump
family
on, because
business,
I'm going to jump off real quick. I just wanted to say before I go, that I think before we get too far into like the farming thing, I think it would be really interesting that we first have like the conversation about getting some folks together.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
that
Like,
too.
because you know, like there are a lot of us that like to ponder on subject matter or, you know, oh, let's get
yeah.
the cows and the chickens and all that other stuff. But until there's opportunity for us to get to that point, I think the
Right,
conversation just goes mute because again, it's just pondering. It's like, oh, these are the
Hmm.
things that I would do if this was a situation.
right.
But I mean, I left my email in the back chat. I'm going to swirl some more on YouTube.
All
um,
right.
All right.
but
Hey,
I appreciate it. You guys
I
stay
hope they
blessed.
don't erase it because we need you too. So
Appreciate
don't
you,
go
sis.
too
I'm finna
far.
get that
yeah, because
email too. Thank you.
we might do
We
some
need
deals on
you.
real estate again and, you know, and need you back.
All right, absolutely. I'll
Or
do
she
that.
already found some real estate that she done seen that done came across her path because that's her line of work. And there go our first bit of land somewhere else.
Or if you come across a whole town.
See, she's still trying to move all of us into a town. Cause I'm not moving
No, Suave.
anybody into
No,
no town I'm investing in to tear the shit up.
no, No, I'm saying that because of Suave. And then, you know, like the reason why I said family is because you also want to set up generational wealth as well. Because that's one thing we
Right.
do and we got to get back to as well.
But if we doing that, and if it was a town for as real estate, then all our children is, you know, that's the generation right there. And they've been branched off from us starting. For those who don't have other things already started, right?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think I think that's up the road. That's down the street. You know what I'm saying? I just like to see us move in unison on anything at this point. You know what I'm
We
saying?
have
And
to.
then
That's
I
the only
believe
thing
that
where
we
it's
get the
gonna work.
ball.
But
That'll
Taz
get the
in the
ball rolling.
chat, Suave Taz in the chat, ask him about
Tell
Brother Mo.
Taz, I would throw tomatoes and some more stuff away. Man, that would be so.
Hey Taz, can
What
you
Taz saying?
you know he's saying circle of con.
Oh,
He said,
I had texted him and asked him to get in touch with Brother
Moses,
Moses.
right? Brother Moses, right? Yeah.
I got
I
a
gotta
garden
get
out there.
familiar with all you guys. That's why I said I don't know nothing past how we get on here. I'm just learning this. So I mean, email is good, but I think it's more personal when we all talk. So I know this is not private, but for the ones that are on here and that's willing, I don't know what kind of way we're gonna do it, but Suave, I nominate you since you're the one who's doing everything else. They get everybody numbers so everybody can start getting to know one another and you know, putting their ideas together if it's okay with everyone. You know, everybody don't
Oh
have,
yeah, well I got a
you know,
few
the different
emails and
times
stuff
and
and
you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I said. Email and
yeah, I got the
you
emails
know.
and as we talk about it, we'll see who's serious. You know, we'll start doing some Zoom meetings. We can, you know, once we get a hold of Moses, because I really want to get into that talk about the grants. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
some, you know, I want to utilize it. Serious. This was there, and then we can talk
Taz, can
about
you come on?
the argument league incorporation, the
Taz, can you
argument league
come on? Or
incorporation and stuff like that.
Taz, can you come on? Or
Taz,
can
where
you
you at, Taz?
get Brother Moses over, please?
No, I'm wrong. Yeah, I know. Because if you throw one day, you get. Oh, he in the back. Okay. This fucking long phone takes so long to register when you press it. Oh, StreamYard, that motherfucker don't got no love.
Hey
What
Taz,
up? Easy.
can you contact Brother Moses?
Can I contact him? Yeah.
Yeah, because we want
Yeah,
him to come on. Huh?
Yeah, I hit him, but he usually don't be around till later on. He usually don't be free till later in the day. But I tell him though. But like shit, you see that he'll be around in a little bit.
All right, because we want him to come on, and tell us some stuff about the Black Farmers Act.
Yeah, he'll probably pop out. It's about the time he pop out.
All right.
That's about it. Shout out to Brother Moses.
I wasn't saying that
Make,
I forget what her name was. I wasn't saying that she said nothing wrong. You know, a lot of my conversation ain't even directed at what they talking about. Like I'm talking about Suave ass out here talking about getting out there in the field and playing with tomatoes and shit. Like we need niggas to be doing more than that. Ain't no playing no tomatoes and shit. You know what I'm saying? My
Yeah,
grandma.
no, I can't. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm not a farmer, my nigga.
I thought that
I'm
shit
not a
was funny,
farmer.
man.
Grandma had it all.
I know my body,
I'm
bro. I
glad
don't
you.
do good outside.
I'm glad you got on here, bro. Because I was going to say I don't feel like a girl either.
Yeah, I'm not anti-gardening at all. I don't think if we looking towards building a future for Black people that the men are going to have time to till the fields, if you will. Like it's going to be some more important shit that men are going to have to secure than being in the field.
Hey,
You know?
niggas gonna be trying to be out there. I'm finna go out here and pick these greens with the ladies. Man, if you don't get your
See, that's all.
strong
That's
black
where our
ass
place
over
come
here.
in, but y'all still gotta get it. It's a man's world,
But
so
look, nowadays it depends on how much funding that you can have access to, because you have a lot of equipment these days that make things a lot easier.
Yeah, that's true too.
well,
Hey,
I feel like with
Yeah, and I
men
don't wake up early
and
enough. I ain't gonna lie,
women,
I don't wake up early enough to be in no field.
Taz,
And
if
then
y'all good leaders, we shouldn't mind following.
And
You
then if
know,
you have the right kind of if you also have access to enough funding, then you can hire help. Because just like you got people who need places to stay, you can build a place to stay where they can stay, sort of like indentured servitude, but you can give a stipend or something like that. It's a lot of different ways where you can work out things. You know what I mean?
I'd rather just call it slavery, like the old days.
Now, don't call it slavery. Don't
You
treat it
start
like
giving
slavery,
people
and
genetic flashbacks. Well, we don't need that. Leave the
and then
genetics.
don't treat it
going
like
back to
slavery.
rolling up.
Like, you have to allow people the opportunity to grow. Like with slavery or certain like sharecropping situations. The bad parts about that was that they weren't able to grow outside of that. Outside of that, indentured servitude was something different, but. The bad part about that, especially with the sharecropping, like in the Delta, parts of the Delta, Mississippi, there are people still on sharecropping. And the bad thing was they didn't get any money. They had free places to stay and all of that kind of stuff, but they, couldn't save up money to leave, or, they didn't, or like in one situation, one of my friends, they let her, she was able to go to college. So she was able to get her family out of that situation. But she became an attorney. So she was able to get her family out of that. But in a lot of cases, they're not able to do that. So it's not bad if it's where, they can grow. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I definitely know what you're saying. I'm shit. I'm midnight security. Shit, that's what I am. I'm midnight security while everybody else sleeping. I'm out making sure you can. Nah, but I mean, pretty much everybody it's not gonna be one job. You're gonna have to have many hats. You know what I'm saying? And help and lend a hand and all this other shit. But
I
yeah,
think even outside of
I
that,
don't see
Suave,
farming, huh?
so even outside of, like, you've got your project that you're going to be working on, and hopefully this inspires people to start getting together, working out people's skills and stuff, who they can work with. Taz, I don't know whether you're interested, because I've heard you, in terms of your
Yeah,
when
he
you're
going.
doing
Fam going.
your YouTube videos and your live streams talking about the issues with, black men, child support, lobbying and stuff like that. I don't know whether that's something you're interested in working with a group of men on, because it's like, in my head, where you see like a puzzle, the complete puzzle is there, but in order to get to the complete puzzle, everybody's got their puzzle piece, and everybody's puzzle piece isn't going to look the same. But in having the multi levels of different people working on something, it will help get us to a further point than we are now. Is what I'm saying making sense?
Yeah, I ain't fucking with these niggas though.
Okay. Well, you don't necessarily
Man,
have
his
to
tall ass. He gonna
fuck
be out
with
there with them
these
animals.
ninjas
Animal
per se,
husbandry.
but you find some
I'm,
ninjas that
I'm
you
gonna have
trust,
to
and you.
that these niggas like on some real shit. Like it's, I mean, to be honest, it's just too easy to be involved but not be serious. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Go ahead. I'm
I get
sorry.
your point.
I'm not willing to put my name and my time and shit on the line no more for niggas that ain't serious. Like I do a lot of serious shit, and like I just watch people talk shit about serious shit and diminish it because they didn't do it. So a lot of times it's just I don't feel like people care enough to go into work with groups of people and whatnot. Like it's I feel like it's only a few people that care.
What about you starting your own individual thing, like especially with media? Did you hear what we were saying about the media?
What you mean? Like start what?
Like start, your own like nonprofit or LLC dealing with the media.
Like what though? Like give me a further example other than like a website and like a website and like a YouTube channel. What further example would an LLC
Well,
open up?
it fits into what you're doing. Like just like you can be the news, and that can be as like a nonprofit or a for profit, and you can go around and you can cover stories.
But see, I
And
do
you
that
can
already.
actually turn that into a nonprofit or LLC and actually be able to benefit from grants, grants and different things of that nature, right from your same YouTube channel and with that website.
Yeah, see, I guess my thought process on that is that I'm already doing media though, so it's
Mhm.
like I get what you're saying, and any addition to it should be beneficial. But I don't want to go through the government for anything that I don't have to, and so as long
Okay.
as
Okay.
I don't have to put my name on some paperwork where they got, you know what I'm saying? I'm, they, because I'm not saying even it's that bad. I just don't like being restricted in what I can do, and they have rules to continue to get their money for your business. You know what I'm saying?
I got
So
you.
I
I
just,
got you.
as long as I don't need it, you know what I'm saying? It's like, cause I don't have a vision that includes that right now. You know what I'm saying? If I
I
had a
got
vision that included needing a loan, you know what I'm saying? I just don't have a vision that requires more money, and I don't believe in just chasing and taking. You know what I'm saying? I feel like this requires more giving and it'll give back. So you know what I'm saying? I'm like with media, I just think it's easier to just stay in this lane right here of reporting what I can from my position. And when it opens up, it opens up. I've had different chances to, you know what I'm saying, open up and use different stories to promote with them. But I don't think going around saying, watch my media, watch my media, watch my media is the way to do it. I think doing the media and saying it's there, go look at it is the way to do it. It's already done. Here it is. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So you know what I'm saying? That's kind of what I was asking because like I do understand that it's a business level tool where you got the LLC and shit like that, but I haven't seen it where it's gonna take me to the next level of benefit, and it ain't gonna take the news or the information to the next level of benefit yet. So that's why I ain't really fucking with it yet.
I got
Do
you.
you go you fuck with the press pass shit, Taz?
Press pass. Thus far,
Yeah.
I've been just able to go and get one with my YouTube channel. Like
You are.
I ain't
You
really did
are.
a real, you know what I'm saying, like a real event where I gotta have a real press pass. But thus far, the two times I needed one, I used my YouTube channel and they gave it to me.
Cause
That's
just like
hard.
when y'all went down there for the polite situation, that's just an example, and then you could write that off in taxes. You know what I'm saying? Write your expenses off as in your with your taxes.
Yeah, I got. Well, see, you got to file anyway for Patreon and whatnot. So I do got that. But like I say, that it's that extra shit I'm talking about, though. You know what I'm saying? Where you sign your
Yeah, they
name on
already
shit.
done.
You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I ain't
What if
fucking with
it?
that.
And
What
I
if it?
already know the first time you go to talk about something, they talking about this content cannot be violates your
yeah,
press, all
yeah,
this,
yeah, yeah, yeah. You right.
shit.
You right.
Yeah.
You right. You right.
That motherfucker, they like, no, we sent you your script, Taz. You were supposed to say it just like they did on Fox today.
They don't. Not all of like no, not all of that. Not all. You can find there are people out there because grants don't just come from the government. First of all,
Sure.
grants can come from individuals or foundations, and there might be a foundation out there that is for Black Power, Black First,
Independent
pro Black.
journalists.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there might be a foundation out there just for that will help give you funding to be able to have the opportunity to do exactly what you do.
It damn sure don't hurt to look into that type of shit. I just haven't, and I mean, just being honest, one of the main reasons why I don't even think about shit like that because it's me. You know what I'm saying? Like them motherfuckers go look at my shit, they're gonna be like, man, I don't like this type of Black Power right here, fam. Like, you got a picture on here saying Marcus Garvey a scammer, bro. Like, I can't get behind that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's almost you got to do it, prove it, and then I know people will get behind it. So, you know what I'm saying? Right now, I'm just more about challenging us intellectually, and it's a small space that's a great microcosm of getting it done on a wider scale. And so I feel like doing this right now works because, you know what I'm saying, if we ever make it out of this space, it's going to be organic. You'll have to start the business. You ain't going to have no fucking choice. You know what I'm
Because
saying?
just like with Roland Martin, right? With Roland Martin, I think a lot of his funding comes just from individual donors.
I don't know, man. That nigga. Listen, man, I'm going to tell you like this, right? Roland Martin had less subs than my original channel in February 2020. And I used to roast him for having such a dead ass channel, right? His own personal channel. Do you know when COVID hit, and ask my wife, ask any of the fucking subs that was there, we was calling this shit out. As COVID hit and channels start getting shadow banned, normal channels that would get 100, 200 people in the chat could only get 35 or 40. Channels that get
Damn.
70 that could only get 200 or 300. It was literally a shadow ban. Roland Martin was doing 2,500 at a time, while everybody else is under the shadow ban.
Because
That's
he's sort of protected, though. He's sort
understand.
of protected.
Yeah, he protected my
He's sort of
YouTube. Shit.
he protected though because like I saw what he did. Right, he got fired. He started coming on YouTube. You know, he's a part of like the Divine Nine. So he started calling on his. You know, he knows a lot of people, right? So he started calling on his people. You know, he was like he did a drive. He said, "I need this amount of money." Blah 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 blah. And he started a independent drive, right? To for that purpose, and soon after he got it, and then like he has the credentials because he was already a part of media, so he already has all his credentials and stuff like that. So he's protected, and he knows the media law, so he knows what they can and do. So his channel stands as something different, just like on YouTube. Like it depends on how you register with YouTube in terms of what you're going to be allowed to do and not allowed to do. Notice like the music channels, right? There are certain channels that can play copyrighted music and they don't, and nothing happens to them. And there's certain channels, the majority of the channels can't. That's because of how they're registered.
Yeah. Yeah, that like I say, man, a lot of that shit is man, cause I ain't doing this shit to play the game. Like right now, I'm just being straight up honest with you. Like this shit come from the heart. It comes straight from the pocket. It comes from the support of the people on my channel. I don't want to play the game. I don't want no funding from nobody. I don't want no support that a motherfucker don't need from the heart. I don't want no government help. I want to be able to do what the fuck I got to do when I want to do it. I ain't waiting no shit. I ain't got to fill out shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I got to do this shit right now. And so you
I
know what I'm
got
saying?
you.
I
Yeah, because
I
when you get
definitely
funding, when you get funding from individuals as well, that means that you, like, in a lot of ways they expect you to serve their
You owe
best
them something.
interest.
Mhm.
They have stipulations with that.
yeah, my people stipulation is keep it black first. Like, you know what I'm saying? Keep it black first, and you know what I'm saying? Let motherfuckers have their peace, because we don't always agree. That's like with this spirituality and all of that stuff, man. I don't agree with none of that stuff, man. And like they be on me, they trying to get me to pull these tarot cards and you know what I'm saying? Type of stuff. Like, man, y'all crazy. Like, I got
You better leave Nyla's singing bowl alone. You better
my
leave her singing
question is
bowl
like,
alone.
Cause
like,
you ain't cracked them cards open yet.
like, but I can't, cause I was just telling wifey that shit earlier. Like, I'm scared that shit gonna fuck with my intuition. It's scary.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's not like, cause you know how people is on here, man. It's like I'm not just gonna be Taz, the person who, you know what I'm saying, has his own opinion or following CNG no more. Now it's gonna be Taz
Has had them cards and now this.
fucking,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, CNG Nyla witches, like, you know what I'm saying? Like they waiting
So
for me to
whatever you do, people are gonna always have something
And
to
a
say. You
critical,
get
especially with
certain
you,
mentalities. They're always gonna have, whether it's tarot cards, whether it's you doing black news. So there's some people out there that's always gonna have something to say, and I respect that you're being for real on the fact that you want to handle it the way that you're handling it at the moment, and that's okay too, because not every situation is going to work the same for people, but it still adds to the jigsaw puzzle. Do you get what I'm saying? So I respect you for that.
Some shit is like, nah, fam, you just gotta wait, cause like I say, you got like when it comes to this shit, some shit is gonna work. Okay, so if you get on here and do a stream and say, "Oh, Taz silly ass over there doing tarot cards," I told y'all he was scam. See, that shit ain't gonna like that. Like people gonna say what they want to say, but I work so hard to have my information valid that you know I can't even take the chance of putting up some questionable shit that you can invalidate. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you. I know exactly what you mean. I ain't gonna say I get it, and if it, it's like that's how like that works for you. So I have no problem at all with it. That's how you feel secure. So I have no problem at all with that.
Sometimes in the chat we just run and joke about the tarot. Do you get what I mean? It's not always that we, well, with me anyway. Sometimes I'm being petty, and sometimes I'm just being comedic. It doesn't
And then,
always translate.
yeah, we know you. It's like just like when you came on the panel. Suave made a joke. Now we want you to tell us what you feel. And me and Suave started laughing because we already knew how that was gonna go. We knew how.
Y'all to show y'all looking for too, cause y'all on bullshit.
That's why I went on mute. Like, here you go.
The show out.
Nah, man.
And I went took out the
Taz like one of the few people that challenges in ways that still challenges me. Everybody else, like, is either, in another lane or it's elementary. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was ruling the court before he came. Now it's like,
He's
you know what
gonna
I'm saying? Like,
always
it's
make you
somebody
think.
here to make sure I'm not, that I can check myself with.
Still
Because I'll
sharpening.
sit up here and say anything and ain't nobody saying shit, bro.
Still sharpening skills. Still sharpening
You
skills.
do though. You will too though, bro. I just stopped and had to come and hop on the panel. Like, wait, bro. Hell no, man.
And he does it with a straight face. So a lot of people be thinking he be serious.
Taz, do you ever get your voice back fully?
Nah, this is about it right here.
That's I figured.
Yeah, I was listening to a
about
video.
like 87%.
I was listening to a video from 2019. I done lost some bass in my shit for real.
But Taz, what do you think though? What, like, in your mind, right, or in your imagination, what do you think may be a solution, or what do you think, a solution or a start to where we need to begin to go?
My bad, babe. Hold on one second.
I think we should have dialed over here to his wife because she know a lot of legal stuff from listening to some of the things she has
Well,
talked
they
about. I
balance
think
each
she'll put
other.
a.
They sort of balance each other. They
I
balance.
mean, I know that. No, I'm saying from what we was talking about, the women, like they made it clear, we got to stick to certain things. So I was just speaking with the women, because for the most part.
And it ain't really that. That's just how he feels comfortable. But it ain't necessarily that like males can't be spiritual. You know what I'm saying?
So we just got to wait for them to finish talking.
Yeah, we had some apples. Okay,
For the
that's what's
most
up.
part.
Nah, people ain't got no choice but to be. Oh, go ahead.
I was like, okay, what would you think that a good start, like in your imagination, or like when you think about like what a solution would be for us? What like do you think of? Like, what do you think we need to start, and what are some of your ideas?
Okay, so this is why I don't have that conversation, right? Because when you say a solution for us, I think we got to identify the problems to solve. And I think a lot of people just throw solutions around with blind problems, which makes it easy to, you know what I'm saying, sound like you have a corrective, idea of correction or an actual solution. So, I mean, I said all that to say I don't generally engage in Here's the solution. Because like I always think that when we talking solutions, you have to identify the problem first. And before that, you know what I'm saying? So like for example, if the problem is we have a conversation about the problem being white supremacy. Okay, well solution to that, I don't know. We're gonna have to work hard to figure that out together because that is an entire system. So let's start compartmentalizing that conversation. See what I'm saying? Like I do it I maybe over intellectualize it on some domo shit because I don't think it's a one thing conversation. I don't think you just say, boom, we own it right here, here it is. I don't think that
So
exists.
have you came to some type of conclusion? I don't mean it has to be absolute, but like what may be one of our greatest problems?
Lack of education. We're dumb. We're dumb as a group.
I
We
agree.
do
I
dumb
can
shit.
agree with that. So like from just that one point, what lack of education, what would you think might be a starting point for something that we can do to build towards
So
betterment?
I don't like the idea of praising, uplifting, honoring master teachers and scholars. I think they're supposed to work and teach until the day they fucking die. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that the person who claims to be the master teacher gets to sit back and get applause and praise. Because if this person has the knowledge and the information, it's gonna need to go generation to generation to generation, and you can't stop teaching that message. And so I think a lot of times we are taught to praise and worship people as opposed to breaking down points and figuring out what does and doesn't work. And so I think we listen to people too much as opposed to put in work or do the action necessary within whatever part of that conversation we in.
I agree. We
Yeah,
lean too much on one person's opinion pretty much.
and then
And
idolize them.
and a lot of times when they do that, they people worship. They just because it sounds good and they hadn't put it to the test, it's like, you know, it's like, you know, how can you say that it's gonna work if we hadn't put it to the test yet?
Well, cause okay, let me give you another example. Because what I do hate is when, because I'm just thinking about it, it's like you don't have no solutions. It's like, okay, so let me give you a different problem. So let's say the problem we're dealing with is homelessness, or better yet, let's do hunger, right? And people don't have shit to eat and whatnot. So, in my understanding is that since we're all at a distance, that would all apply for all of us differently. I see them every day. You know what I'm saying? They like literally live not too far away from where I live at, like right, literally outside the gates. So I see them all the time. That would be a different understanding for somebody who rarely sees them. Okay, so for me, when I say a solution is to feed them, help them when you can. Someone else it may not even register as an everyday solution. See what I'm saying? Whereas with me, I'm saying like, dog, I see these people. I see not just a couple, but a different group of people every day. They're everywhere. It's homeless people. It's people hungry. I do what I can for them when I have it. But to say that I can solve the whole problem, no. And so then from there it becomes, okay, well, let's start an organization to do it. But how? Okay, so, and this is why I don't do the solutions thing, because how does that work? Y'all send me the money so I can go out and do it and then record it and show you the video of it. I just think everybody got to be responsible for where they are and doing what they're supposed to be doing, and we got to trust that you're doing it. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know if it's a way to do it that works for the people that you're trying to help. If you know what I'm saying, if you're trying to show other people or make sure other people in on it, if you're trying to help somebody, you're gonna help them.
Well, let me tell you okay, so I lived in New Orleans, right? And you know, New Orleans, we have like motorcycle clubs, social and pleasure clubs, second line clubs, and like the Zulus, they're a benevolent club. And all of these are really fall under the benevolent clubs, but it's different. And I have a nonprofit organization myself under that same umbrella. All right. Now we are required to do community service because you know we have a board and all of that. So we're required to do community service. And for the most part, the majority of the clubs and stuff like that, one of the things that they do is that they feed the homeless and they document it as well. So, that works. And then, like the motorcycle clubs, I can't say the social and pleasure. Some of the social pleasure clubs are, sort of like in different places, but the motorcycle clubs are definitely in different places and stuff like that. And a lot of them are doing community service as well, like feeding the homeless, backpack, back to school drives,
Yeah.
and things that
And so here's my thing with that. I don't feel right documenting it, right? So the only pictures I ever took of feeding homeless people was way back in 2012. And when we took those pictures of that event, I felt kind of shitty afterwards because it was like, damn, like I'm not here to exploit them. And like, it's not even about, look at me, I'm feeding the homeless. And so I've never taken a picture of anybody else I've ever done anything for because I felt like I exploited them. Like, I don't need to show you who I'm helping. I'm helping them low key. I'm not helping them so everybody can know they need help. You know
Well,
what I mean?
the documentation, like with us, the documentation is not necessarily for like the mainstream media or the public. It's just to prove to the
Your
board
funders,
that
yeah.
you're doing,
Agency.
you're required,
Gotcha.
you're doing what's required.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not for the public consumption. It's for the agency or whatever.
Right. And you don't
Yeah.
have to film
Yeah,
anybody,
because
like
I
a
know
homeless
for
person.
certain, like with the King James, they ask for that. You have to take pictures and have
Yeah,
video
with most
of it.
nonprofits, you have to document where you're actually, giving clothes or doing something of that nature.
Yeah. I mean, like, say for example, we did they set up a YMC here a few years back, partially because of the shelters not having enough rooms for the men that were homeless. So the YMCA cornered off a certain amount of rooms for the homeless men. And then we worked in partnership with another organization through a church, and they did the whole, um, feeding on the evening. And then we worked with the charity shop who was able to donate clothes to be able to keep the homeless warm, for them to be able to start preparing for interviews and stuff. And then me and a friend of mine who's a photographer, we created a qualification that would allow the people that were homeless or disadvantaged youth to be able to gain a qualification that would give them the opportunity to start putting stuff on their CVs. Do you get what I mean? So it became a multi-pronged situation, and everybody kind of added into the pot. And the number of those young men were able to go into get a job, or go into an apprenticeship because they've got the qualification under their belt, and work up the ladder to start earning money and, get themselves straight. So, and then me and Mac, we went and we photographed the different events so that when it came to funding or applying for future funding or just showing the community what they invested in, they've got their photographic albums of proof of what we've done in
Portfolio.
the community. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, a portfolio.
Yeah. So I'm not saying you necessarily have to do it like that, but that's, you know what I mean? That's the kind of things that we've done in the past that has helped with those kind of
Yeah,
things.
that would probably work though.
Like for the nonprofit that I have, pretty much that's like most of what we do, in which I'm a founder. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have to do a lot of this stuff individually anymore. But most of what we do is party, you know what I'm saying, and support other clubs and organizations. But we have to do the nonprofit part and things of that nature, and that's all that's been required to have the nonprofit. So it's not like, what I'm saying is, a lot of this stuff is not as hard or as privacy invading as people think.
Yeah, I just don't fuck with white folks like that. Like tomorrow, just running
We
down there and
don't.
signing
I
some shit.
mean,
That ain't me. Like, I mean, I hear you, but like, I'm just being real with you. Like, I don't give a fuck what it is. I ain't just gonna hop up and run and sign shit. Like, they was giving away 20 bands on the PPP loans and shit. I ain't signed up for a motherfucker. I don't want that shit. I gotta sign something. Nah, I'm good.
Now that's different. That's different now, because that right there come back and bite Negroes. That's different.
Shit, they forgive us. I done seen them forgive some of them shits now though.
I guess they would. It depends on which one it was too. It depends on.
I would say that's what they were supposed to do. They supposed to forgive it. It was
the PPP or the what you call, and it depends on if you already had a legitimate business too.
Yeah.
That's what.
You better have a legitimate bid.
Yeah.
But it was a lot of
niggas that didn't.
Oh my life! I was just gonna say it's a lot of dumb people.
A lot.
I mean, dude got caught. They talk about this. You got $1 million, bro.
Yeah, and what you use the money on. There's some churches up for some criminal charges. It depends on what you use the money for as well. Because they can track that now. See, that money was very trackable, and see, people didn't think about that because now it was a time when all of the government agencies weren't able to see each other and communicate with each other and connect with each other. Now all of these government agencies are, and you have people out there hustling, and so they getting these people who on Section 8 and food stamps and all of this kind of stuff to talk about that they done made $100,000 within the year, and not thinking about that they about to have to file taxes coming up here, and if they don't file that $100,000 on their taxes, that there's going to be some stipulations. And if they filed $100,000 on their taxes, you going to lose your Section 8, your food stamps, and all that.
What a
I think it was Dwayne out a lot of low-level crooks.
Well, you just have to be, it's like this. Just like the other, what was the other loan? The other one.
I ain't getting none of them.
The ILD or something loan or whatever. Now that one, that one right there, like if you had a registered business or whatever, because that one right there, I think people have to pay it back, but you only made low payments. Like you might get $6,000 and you only have to pay $30 a month. Okay. Well, boom. Like it just depends on which one. I think which one you did and what and then they definitely looking at what you use the money for, because it comes on a debit card. It comes on a bank card and a debit card or whatever, and that money is trackable. You can't go in there and just get all 20,000 off in the same day.
That's crazy.
Suave, was you in the kitchen cooking up? I thought I heard somebody frying something. Somebody's making me hungry.
He was tearing it up. I heard it was like shh, like I was like, I need to go get in the kitchen. But I already ate.
Yeah, man, you gotta look at that EDD video, bro, man. Them niggas had hit a lick off the shit, bro, and went and did a goddamn music video off that shit, bro. Was rapping about that shit.
Oh Lord.
Now that's
bars though, nigga. That nigga was spitting, bro, about hitting that lick off that
When you would think with all the Vlad and the what you call it, being able to change things now and use people's statements on lines, and in going back to the rule that they've changed with the lyrics, that they'd catch a clue. But, oh, Lord.
Hey Suave, look up Nuke Bizzle. Nuke Bizzle EDD.
Yes, let's laugh. Because this stuff, some of that stuff is funny.
It's a shame because I like that fucking song. I like the song. I ain't gonna lie.
When you start looking up that PPP loan fraud stuff and the stuff that people were doing, some of that stuff is like, wow.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people that told the people, they're in jail, of course. I found it in the mud. Get the fuck out of here. If y'all don't go with that old saying, everybody and their grandmother knows somebody found something in some mud. Come on now. Y'all couldn't go better than that. And yeah, they're in jail now. I hope they find another patch of mud if they ever come home.
Oh, there's a debate tonight. Suave is debating tonight. What? Oh, we got some time, huh?
Well,
He on.
You're we can't hear you, Suave, if you're talking.
Play that shit, Suave. You gotta play the video. Them niggas wild, bro. That nigga said, I gotta give a shout out to Donald Trump. That nigga said, I'm smarter you ain't. I hit the bank. Some shit that nigga said. And he was talking that shit.
Taz, what's going on with the polite situation, man? I know you on it, but I don't see nothing else,
Man, that nigga finna plead out, probably, for real. That's what I think. Ain't been no updates, and I don't like that because
right.
The fact that they mentioned a possible upgrade to his bond, and I didn't see that happen. I have an issue with that. I didn't even see a motion filed for it. That nigga Suave must be sitting there listening to that shit.
We see you.
Oh, he listened to the bars. I'm saying them niggas told on themselves in that shit. Them niggas told on themselves in that shit.
Is that the little dark skin boy he had on a white type top? He started off, he was on the porch. Is that the little dark skin guy with the white tank top?
Yeah.
I don't know their names, but he started off on the porch, and yeah, I seen that.
Yeah. I mean, shit. Them niggas ain't got no name. I mean, them niggas famous for getting knocked. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't like they was. You know what I mean? That's what's fucked up about it. Like, nigga, y'all niggas wasn't even known. You only known for being the niggas who was rapping about PPP loans and got knocked.
Yeah,
that's what you famous for, nigga.
Look, can't even benefit behind the clout.
Oh.
But did you see?
Them niggas shot that music video. That nigga was laying on a Gucci spread with a Gucci backpack.
Yeah, I see that.
I want that percentage of that music video.
That shit wasn't on your channel. Shit, I know I seen it on somebody's channel, but I seen it.
Yeah, I had well, what happened? I played that. I ended up playing it like last year one time during the news. I seen a news story about it, and so I went and I just happened to click on the video while I was live and shit. We were sitting there watching. I was just getting weak off that shit. So yeah, I play that shit every now and then. I like the song. So yeah, you done seen it a couple times on my channel.
Don't tell how much I listening to that kind of music now.
That some of that PPP loan stuff is pure comedy though. It was one dude all in Mexico with his beer. With his beer was one dude in the barber shop.
Oh, we've seen a lot of barbershop situations up here in Baltimore with the PPP loans.
Yeah, Baltimore?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was a lot of, the comment, especially in the city.
What's the situation over there like now after the like the whole Freddie Gray and all of that? What's like the temperament on the streets now with the police?
The government doing everything to everybody because everybody else quiet. And I ain't scared to say it. Honestly.
Baltimore is simultaneous to like Chicago. They like off the chain. They still on their wire stuff.
But for real, everybody now, the people I know, the street people I know, and it's the street people that a lot of people talking about that don't know what they talking about. I'm gonna leave that right there. They are in their, legacies, I'm gonna say, or their monies, they all sit back trying to figure out what the F is going on. And I'm not subjected to just one area in Baltimore. I mean, it's yeah. And it's the OGs and it's the little young niggas out here. Everybody trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And it's been since Freddie Gray.
What's the environment in Chicago after these RICOs?
I ain't been back yet, but them niggas still drilling according to, you know what I'm saying, the streets. Like, ain't shit. Like, them niggas ain't stopped.
It was it was somebody from the West Side that just got a RICO too.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen that, and they didn't have no damn pictures, but they had it on the DOJ website. But I did see that they just hit another 18 niggas over in the West Side of Chicago.
And then Muwap, they said he got an attorney, and then they just did a new discovery, but they said the discovery was too big to post. So everybody been talking about the discovery.
Yeah, they sealed the indictment to that one.
Yeah, they just generalized it, and I just gonna go in there and look it up and break it down.
I think because of the other child mother there's a lot of things that been
changed. They talk too much though.
Yeah,
it's just too many videos.
I shouldn't know none of this stuff, right? That's why it makes me think it's not real, because I never seen. Well, the game has changed, so.
I say, nah, it's real. Them niggas really was coming on there snitching on shit on themselves. Like,
that's cool.
You know what I'm saying? Like, even cause like it fucked me up. Even like when King Von died, and it was like, yeah, he had murked that girl before he died. And shit was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all niggas this fucking reckless.
And
I believe 110% of it. You hear me? And then the stuff that I still haven't seen yet, but it's just, it's unreal. You understand what I'm saying? We ain't do no shit like that.
And
then you had to catch us, and then we gonna be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There is, what is really going on? And you can't say it's today's generation, because it's always doing this shit along with the young generation. So what is really going on?
So basically, if King Von hadn't, died, he was gonna get locked up again, because that would have been 2 federal charges. That would have been that murder, in which they were like very sure about that, and then
I'm sorry, Suave. I've been living in Baltimore all my life. I know what I'm talking about, and I'm sure a hood chick. Far from, I could be bougie, but I'm a hood chick all the way. So right now, like I said, our streets is quiet. Everybody trying to figure out why everybody, friends and family dying, and ain't nobody on no serious beef. This been going on for a minute. Like I said, since after Freddie Gray.
And then that Alpo stuff sort of shook up, because DC ain't that far from Baltimore, so it's like that Alpo stuff. You know what I'm saying? Sort of shook up.
Man, that went past us. We just doing the
got what was coming to him though. On some real shit.
What'd you say?
I said that nigga Alpo got what was coming to him. Like, you can't be that deep in the game and still dibble dabbling though. Like, you're supposed to get somewhere and sit the fuck down. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I don't even know why niggas like that stay in the same location.
I'm concerned for his son, though. I'm concerned for his son. I'm real concerned for his son.
But you had mentioned Vaughn on that indictment. But see, I want you to think about it like this though. I think they would have added that indictment to that RICO case.
I think it is added, but not added.
No, well, King Von did though.
Right.
So you know what I'm saying? But that KI case, I think they would have added that to that RICO charge, and that's why they just went ahead and released it, because he died.
Right.
But that would have been about gaining position in O Block. That's what the RICO case is.
Yeah, he was gonna be the leader.
Yep.
And then that was gonna be like basically about three because you still got that he still got that thing working in Atlanta, or basically Lil Durk gonna have to deal with that right now.
Yeah, he should beat that case now though. Now that Vaughn ain't, because that's the one thing about it when you got a co-defendant. Like if anything happens to that co-defendant, you kind of get lucky on that. So he should
Vaughn
be
did
cool on that case now.
Vaughn did it. That's fucked up.
Straight up. I mean,
Vaughn
shit,
did it.
that like nigga, that's what you like. Hey, yeah, that's just the streets, nigga. That nigga ain't here no more, nigga.
That nigga Vaughn did that shit.
I ain't want to tell the truth, but
yeah, he was gonna kill me.
I agree.
He'd killed me, man. Like shit.
And I heard that Wooski brother about to get out.
Yeah, they're probably that. Again, that's one of them. You better be watching around you when you get out, nigga.
For real.
Them niggas gonna be looking for you, bro.
Like I'm just trying to figure out where he gonna go. Is he gonna go over here to O Block or he gonna go over there to 63rd? You know what I'm saying?
That nigga going to
I don't think he gonna last. I mean, because that's a nigga that was rapped about. You know what I'm saying? Like when your name in lyrics and they throwing your name around and shit, like niggas out to get you just for the stripes.
Right. And then
you
got that other situation where allegedly they're saying that Cash was the one that took down what's his name?
LVG.
What's his name from Gyro City? Skinny.
Bro.
Oh yeah, I did see something about that.
They said
I did see something about that, but I didn't know they had FBG Cash in that though.
Yeah, they got pictures of him because you read the police report, right? It says somebody in a green hoodie. They posted these online snitches posted pictures of Cash before he went to the party in a green hoodie.
It's time for the battle, y'all.
Taz, guess who jumped? Who was in the chat earlier? That pulled up for a hot second.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit! Ain't no telling who was it.
THT.
Yeah, dishonest THT.
THT.
Hello.
In this chat?
In this chat.
Yeah.
Nah, that's a
fake
fake account.
Fuck? You think so?
That's a fake account. That's one of them trolls, dog. That nigga ain't know where I'm at. I can guarantee you that. He ain't trying to talk to me. That was a troll. Yeah, old Jonathan that went on hiatus on niggas. I don't know where Jonathan at right now. I guarantee you he ain't randomly in chats.
I don't think
You're
so.
trying to figure out how to get out of that shit.
People done disappeared. A lot of people. You called them out. And I'm just looking like, damn, even some of the people he didn't call out that he talked to, where the hell they go to? What's going on?
Yeah, nobody warns these dudes about the call outs when they come from me. I'm not one of these people who just get on here and call you a bunch of names or none of that shit. We're going to get to the bottom of your issue and we're going to create some issues. I mean, that's just
job. You did a good job on that Dane too.
I want the intellectual smoke with that nigga, man. Like I don't like Dane Calloway be talking that bullshit. I don't want to argue with that nigga. I want to debate.
I don't, like you said, I don't think it, because I've never seen it happen, and it was embarrassing. It was embarrassing. It's a guy named Hemok Bay. I can't remember how to spell his name, but that's Dane's master teacher. I've been one. Yeah, Hemok Bay, and he's a scammer. He's one of the I don't even want to say that because then people will start saying this or that. But you know, he just his name is Hemok Bay. And you know, he's everywhere scamming. He's like trying to invade tribes and everything. There's another dude, Kalanago, and you know, they be selling like licks. They was trying to sell them fake membership cards, making membership cards and stuff themselves and stuff like that. So like hey, I know from the inside out, because I that's why I had to leave that alone, because that's why I make it clear I'm not Aboriginal. I'm family, and I'm a member of a real tribe. I know my genealogy. This ain't BS. To separate myself from that right there. But what I'm trying to say is that's a whole agenda. That's an agenda behind an agenda, and you was right on. But the rabbit hole goes a little deeper.
Yeah, a little deeper. That rabbit hole go above all our pay grade put together. And I don't have to know nobody's.
It's like the sovereignty paperwork and all of that. The sovereignty paperwork and all of that.
There's so much shit out there now that came to light that I don't know if I want to know anymore. Honestly. Because the shit, man, and like I said, ever since I've been on Brad Taz's page, he been knocking them out the box. And that's how I started listening.
And he used to be a rapper from DC.
Who did?
Dang.
He used to be a rapper.
From DC.
That don't mean London on from because you from Baltimore.
I'm just
You don't know what his rap name was?
I think it's the same. Or I gotta go back. I don't want to say who did it, because like that's why I can't. This person, like I have to, even though I don't like a lot of the stuff that this person has done or whatever, but it's one particular person that exposed him. And you know, I think he shut his channels down, so it's not up anymore. But I don't know. I gotta figure it out or ask somebody. I still got, I got one of my people, like, do they remember what his rap name was? But the rabbit hole goes deep though.
Is the ovum alive?
Crazy.
Y'all niggas debating some wild
Just
shit.
keep doing what you doing, bro. You, your sister, your wife.
Y'all niggas debating.
Keep doing what y'all doing, man.
I know. I can't even do the ovum.
That's big bro, man.
That's education in itself. Whether people want to face facts or not, it's education.
You say you about to go what?
I'm about to go over here. I know I ain't about to laugh at you. I know I'm about to laugh though.
Hey, let's laugh. Let's laugh together. I ain't gonna hold you up.
Y'all, how I get on this debate? How I get this to the debate?
Doctrine, man.
I gotta go online.
And then they got another one tomorrow. And it's like,
how do you do what?
How do I get to see the debate? You gotta go on there.
Television Debate League. Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Oh, I'm on book right now. I don't have no credit cards.
But see, I was.
That's why I haven't gave to none of y'all yet.
You ain't
got. I said it's free on YouTube. It's a YouTube
channel. B.O.S wrong too. Oh, he's on Battleaxe.
He gonna post the link.
Suave on Suave personal.
It's time for us to go.
Look, I told you I'm really learning this stuff.
We trying to help you. You be. I love you, sister, but you be ready. I can tell you from Baltimore.
Yeah, I'm from Baltimore.
Good night. That nigga Locks, bro, he called me the other day, man. He was solar, bro. Like thinking he was gonna redo the motherfucking debate and shit, bro. Like hell, I tell that nigga, fuck no. These niggas think they can cancel debates and then just pop back up when they get their PowerPoint done.
How much much research can you do from the Bible?
Shit, it sounds like it's endless to me the way they be talking.
Even the person that studied the Bible got to branch off past the Bible. So I don't understand that one. If they really study in the Bible.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to tell y'all I cheated yesterday and I felt bad about it, but it was my subject though. It was my topic. I listened to Satan yesterday debate. And I gotta say, 7,000 did good yesterday. I was proud of him. He opened up. And you should like that was talking about what you was talking about with Dane though. But man, all I gotta say about that is that man, it's real thirsty over there. And it is. It's real thirsty to the point where
It's real thirsty over there.
Yeah, they
you back, Suave?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right,
Yeah, I'm logging off, y'all. I'll be in the chat and I'll be listening in. Suave, break a leg tonight with your debate, okay?
Thank you so much, Queen Cascade.
And he
Go
didn't
enjoy the
even
rest
use.
of your life.
And then 7,000 didn't even use he went against his own doctrine to prove his point. So I was like, wow, that is new. But at the same time, he offended a lot of people. Just like he basically blew a hole in the Dagger Squad and
That's what they trying to do.
Yeah, they trying to, he trying to get like y'all. But he trying to get like y'all. That's why y'all got the master plan. I don't know, we got to figure out a better way of marketing.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to be like her.
Because he's trying to get away from that's why I said y'all don't do what they doing. You know what I'm saying? What he did. But he trying to get away from the religion.
Who is that? Who you talking about?
Satan.
You say you're trying to get away from the religious debates?
Shit, I can't see that.
You can't make
all
no
I
money.
see is religion over there.
But you see, he realizing that he can't make a whole lot of money off of religious debates anymore.
Damn.
The religious, and then the only people who step into the plate is Tazariak with the Hebrews and then Jabari. Yeah, for real. And how many times are you going to hear the same rhetoric over and over again?
Same debates every couple years.
Yep. Because at least if I listen to it, let me learn something. It's like, I can't do, like this one going to be interesting because it's going to be funny. But to be honest with you, I can't sit and listen to a bunch of scriptures being thrown out. And no offense to anybody out there that's religious or whatever. It's not like that. It's just that, I don't like to feel like I'm being sucked in or whatever. I don't know how to explain it. I like to hear something that's more on an intellectual level where I can think about it, where I can grow, where it's more universal instead of thinking, something that like something I don't want to go back to. A state of mind that I myself personally don't want to go back to.
Looking forward. Man, that nigga Battleaxe didn't hit the panel today. He didn't do no promo or nothing, man. That's what I be saying, man.
Because he picked a topic I'm really interested in seeing how this is going to carry out. You have a lot of methods of means of carrying it out. But, I'm just interested in trying to see how this is going to be carried out.
Yeah.
And then it's like, see, like my homeboy, Yashar was on the channel. See, this is what I be talking about. why is it that, you know, like I understand you, Suave, right? But I know the topic wasn't brought forth by you. But why is it that these Negroes want to debate on female topics?
Yeah, no, it was like I said, it was like it was the Garvey debate for me. You know what I'm saying? Like Battleaxe came into the league and he was yelling that shit like, you know, the womb is a corpse. Ain't no life in there. Da-da-da-da. So I'm like, what the fuck is you saying? You a dumb motherfucker. You know, all of this shit.
Right.
So it's been a year in the making. You know what I'm saying? Or however long Battleaxe been hit. You know?
Yeah. Well, I understand why you have somebody got to do it. Somebody got to do it. Somebody got to do it.
Yeah, man. Once and for all. And then we gotta have the soul and the sperm tomorrow.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. You motherfuckers have the soul.
What time is that one?
It's at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
Morning
9
or at
Eastern
night?
Standard Time. Night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I usually set mine for 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Man, I'm still trying to find all of y'all channels. I don't know who's who
But
yet.
go ahead and subscribe to Solar Vision, Solar
I'm
Vision
already on
Debate
here.
League. Solar Vision Debate League, so you can be able to catch these debate systems.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let me
I'm on here.
check too. Oh, you already did. Okay. All right.
Because we gotta support, because you know, like it is an opportunity for learning. And then
Right.
in time the topics are gonna expand. They're already expanded because we got new debate. They got new. I'm like but they got new.
Don't take yourself out of it. Shout out to
It sound like you got some
We got
seniority
new
on here.
debaters.
You know a lot about a lot.
We got new debaters coming to the table, like Brother Moses. Now, whatever happened to Josh? Now, I'm very disappointed, but I can't say I didn't think this would happen.
Oh, young Josh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with him. I ain't heard from him.
He ran
I
out.
was on
He ran out the
Solus, but I don't know who else. I'm on Taz. I'm on Solus. I don't know nobody else's, none of the other guys' channels, and
Now
if
if
I'm on it
young
or not.
Josh, now Taz, now if young Josh was out here, then you would be debating a Dane Calloway person.
What do you mean?
No, I think I'll stay quiet
He's a
because
Dane
I be
Calloway.
hoarse.
He's a Dane Calloway. He's a Dane Calloway believer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So if young Josh was out here, that you could have, you know, that would have been your way. That would have been it. But see, I think that what happened was either they intimidated him or something. Because you know, they already know they can't stand up to the plate, right?
Sounds like a lot of them.
That's why they don't accept debates. And then the ones that will, now it's one dude you can call out. Aboriginal Power. Aboriginal Power will debate. And I'm gonna tell
I
you
think
something.
I've talked to him before too.
Right, it's gonna be it's gonna, like, now out of all of them, he has the most knowledge, but he comes from that thing. I don't know. I think he has knowledge, but I think that he is afraid to leave the fold.
So he's not an alpha male.
No, it's not about alpha. It's not really about alpha or nothing like that. It's just that, you know, when you got your like I'm like Taz. Like, I don't care nothing about I want to say what I want to say. Who gonna follow me, gonna follow me. I'm not gonna do nothing extra. I want to be able to say what I feel and what I
Right,
think.
I'm just asking questions. I'm you know.
I want to, and that, because like I'm the guilty party behind organizing all of them. And then, I got attacked because they're anti Indian culture, because the Indian culture was matriarchal. And and so, like, after I became organized, they came in with some strong attacks against me, and I found that it wasn't worth it because, you know, they were mad at me because I'm telling people to research your family tree. They like, oh, you ain't got to research your family tree. And then, you know, I'm just like, I'm debating, I'm like debunking, like, just like you said, I'm not like the slave trade didn't happen. You know, I don't, you know, the slave trade did happen. It may not have
You
happened
keep
to the
echoing.
that you thought it
I
happened,
know I
but
ain't
the
that
slave
high.
trade did happen. Like a lot of what you said yesterday, I agreed with.
Yeah, I don't make nothing up. You know what I'm saying? I don't be reaching none of that. Like, cause I don't do it to undermine nobody's culture. It's just the fact of the matter. Once we get outside of individuals' families, a lot of these tribes is fucked up. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
because it's based on that's what it is. It's based on your own genealogy. And if you can't, and in order to, like, even with any tribe, you have to have your genealogy down pat, period. So, like, to be out here thinking that you about to claim something, or to be out here trying to think that you're gonna claim a government, can't nobody start no new government. Just like they be talking about this sovereign citizen stuff. The only the only thing that can be sovereign is a government. Individual people cannot be sovereign. And then your government or your tribe has to already have been documented in history. So you can't come out here creating something new.
Yeah, niggas don't want to hear that shit though.
That's why I got
Yeah, I see.
That's why I got attacked, because I was telling the truth, and then it was like, I need to silence you. So Chief stepped to me first time I need to stay in a woman's place. And I started looking at it like, you know,
Who are they to say what? Nothing. Okay.
nah, but see, at the end of the
Say that
day,
Chief
it wasn't
Holiday?
worth it. Yeah, at the end of the day, it was not worth it because of the simple fact that when you start pulling up how people are listed for doing some major federal crimes and things of that nature, then I started saying, I don't want to be associated with these people. Y'all can have it.
Right. Well, I feel like it's a matter of respect, male or female. But as society and with the man, he is supposed to lead. So if the man in the situation is like they said, Taz take up for us. So what they gonna say now? Suave and Taz take up for us. You understand what I'm saying? Because and I'm speaking from when I jumped on. I don't know anything.
If Taz takes up for me and he gets attacked, then I need to take up for him too. We need to have each other's
Well,
back.
I'm not saying that we don't do that. What I'm saying is this is how I came on board. So it's like the other people that you're talking about, I'm learning from what you're telling me. I'm not going against it.
Yeah, that's how
Mhm.
we roll though, man. That's why motherfuckers hate that shit. Like you ain't about to be talking shit about us, like on because like when I got to YouTube, it was like that where a motherfucker be sitting there, they'll talk shit about a motherfucker, and then a couple days later they'll be on the same panel with each other laughing. I'm looking like
that's fake
just talking shit about this nigga.
That's fake as fun. You know what
I
I'm
just
saying?
ain't never been able to do it.
Say not disagreeing, talking shit about each other.
Yeah, talking cash.
Like not
shit,
disagreeing.
But that's fake.
On some bullshit with each other. And I'm like, nigga, what's up
That's
with
fake. I never. That's my thought, my opinion.
yeah, man, niggas kicking with niggas they don't like every day, B.
But I know as a woman how to, hold my place. Now I will say this: I do got a problem with cutting people off, but I don't think it's a
Oh
woman thing.
shit.
I think
Oh
that's
shit.
just a thing with me. I do it to male and female, but with men, I try to, and women, I hope y'all don't get mad at this, but I try to catch myself or remind myself a whole lot more when it comes to men because one, I was so used to being an alpha female, and I don't like being an alpha female because one thing, I don't think women are alpha. Nothing.
Oh. But you think men are?
Some.
and beta stuff, man.
Some. If that's what I'm saying. If you wanna, if you wanna categorize. See, I don't know about all the manosphere, womansphere. In my logic, if you want to categorize it, I just know that when like all of them started talking, and Suave was like, hold up, sis, hold up, sis, I need to stay the hell back. You understand what I'm saying now that I'm learning how, they talk. Past the argument lead.
What is an alpha female?
I have no clue. I don't know. I'm not one.
What is it? That alpha and beta stuff, that's crazy. That I don't know. That's just, it makes no sense.
That's homosexual.
It's limiting. It's very limiting.
Well, I'm not homosexual, so then
no,
maybe that's probably why I don't know when I'm not one.
I'm talking about the men that be trying to say they alpha males and shit.
Bro,
just like I think a man shouldn't have to say I'm a grown ass man, just like a woman should.
A lot of times, I've never said that about myself, but I've heard women say, "Yeah, Taz is an alpha and blah blah blah." But I don't say that shit because I don't. The only time I've ever even acknowledged it one time, bro, I did a stream swap with the list.
Could I be real?
I just think real
nigga.
Hold on,
niggas in there and shit, bro. I was showing them niggas as being gamma males and whatnot, and going through the traits of what a gamma male would be. And,
you were speaking their
so that's the only time I ever did that shit. I don't believe in that shit.
Yeah, you were speaking their language, just like with the what she just say, the real niggas. I be hearing them.
Yeah, I just know real. Yeah, and I ain't saying on the ignorant note, black people niggas. Because I was listening on that debate. No, I was saying for everybody. But no, I just know I could sense real and fake.
Right. So. Don't take offense to what I'm about to say. But like a lot of guys think that when you dysfunctional, that means that you're a real nigga. No, that means you dysfunctional.
Well, that's
a real nigga.
That's one word that has so many different meanings, and everybody has their own personal meaning. That's why I didn't get into that debate.
What it normally applies to is somebody that's from the streets.
Well, that's what the white man said that the meaning was.
It applies to something criminal or negative. General.
Right.
Yeah.
But we use it in slang. And slang, it could be on the good side and the bad side.
Get on the stream and get to doing some content. Like, I'm a real nigga though, bro. Like, everything I'm saying is true. See what I'm saying? Like, everybody don't approach it as what you walk in and whatnot. A lot of people with real nigga mean like, nigga, I'll really fuck you up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
nothing to do with putting your fist up or putting a gun out or nothing. It's sticking with truth. You stand with truth, and that's what matters. Truth. It ain't because of what somebody told you or what his belief is. All what became to be a fact as truth.
Being you, no matter what. When motherfuckers want to try to make you out to be something else, even if it come with privileges and perks, you stand up and be like, hey, yo. You know what I'm saying?
A real nigga ain't got to be the loudest person in the room, or
They usually not.
No.
Unless we all sitting back enjoying ourselves, then yeah, we get loud. But when motherfuckers we move a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people want all the attention on them. I don't think that's the correct way to move. But I appreciate you doing it because he allowed me to stay low.
Real G's moving silence. Real G's moving silence.
Yeah, but that's just real people. Period. That's how I think.
But then,
see, I'm the only girl to 5 brothers, so I am a woman, but I seen a lot of how
yes, a bitch can be a real nigga too, y'all. Damn, get your street code ass out of here.
See, that goes to
Alpha was a real nigga.
You want me to get my street code ass out of there?
No.
I'm talking to whoever said that street code ass out of here.
No, I was talking to y'all Daniel in the chat.
Oh, I ain't read. My bad. That was like, what? Fuck.
Look, sis, I need you to sit back, relax. We understand that you're you know that you came here to learn, and we're gonna teach you. You know what I'm saying? So don't feel like you gotta.
But see, I learned first because, like, with Taz, right? No, hear me out. No, hear me out. Don't think that I might ask some of the simplest questions, but that's because I'm so used to dealing with children and special need children. So I like to ask the simplest questions because a lot of adults don't like to admit the capacity levels of their,
When you love your
intellect.
people, you try to deal with
So,
them, and the difference
right.
is when you being willing versus non-willing. As long as I see you willing to see things from different angles, then I'm fine. But like I just don't like dictatorships.
No. No.
It is no dictatorships.
But I do know how to respect a man when a man is present. Now, just because you're a male, do not mean you're a man.
But look, sister, you still got to respect a woman when like your sister.
I was speaking on the opposite step. I respect us to the utmost and try to guide the ones that are not clearly guided to help them. Right?
Let me say that a different way. Respect, like they say, respect is earned and not given, right?
Right.
I'm gonna give you respect until you prove yourself disrespectful. Once you prove yourself disrespectful, I no longer owe you any respect. And then so we have to start looking at character, because just like Suave and Taz and then Goldmine, it's just like I look at people as an individual, right? Just like what was his name? Yashar. He's an Israelite, but I don't look at him like the rest of the Israelites. Or now I ain't gonna even say the rest of the Israelites. I don't look at him. I look at him like Yashar. I don't look at him like an Israelite, because it depends on your character and how you treat people. And
that's kind of hell of offensive to someone who's an Israelite, right? Like, I think you shouldn't look at them other niggas as Israelites if they not moving like this.
And since I want to ask some questions, you want me to be honest with you? I don't look at nobody. I don't look at nobody's religion, their culture. We're all different, like I say, in one way or another. But the only one that I wonder about, the only one that I do wonder about, honestly, is Taz, and that's because he seems like he's a threat in some capacity to a lot of the men. And at the same time, he don't. It's like he don't believe in nothing. So he's the only one I'm trying to. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
as the intellect, trying to figure out where he coming from.
I hear you.
But look, the only what I'm trying to say is, I said that right though.
I'm talking to her. I'm talking to her so I can hear your ass.
Yeah. But let me say this first. I said, let me clarify myself first. I said that right because I look at you I look at everybody as a person, because them titles and all of that other stuff is just that. But like you gotta look at a person for their character and their heart and what they stand on. Other than that, I don't care what you call yourself. It means nothing to me.
You're Sharnacorn, nigga.
Yeah, but it was without saying with women. I was just speaking on
for you. No, that wasn't for you. That was like that was Suave. Like I look at your character. I look at your character. And if
I just that's just how I chose to look at shit. I understand what you said. That's just how I chose to look at. I look at the dudes that's not moving a certain way. Like, y'all the fake Israelites. You know what I'm saying? Like, the real Israelites, they do this. You know what I'm saying? I just reverse the shit.
But I don't know everybody's doctrine. I know a lot about. Now, I'm not religiously ignorant either, but I choose not to hold the, because I'm me. I feel like. Well, let me just go and be truthful. It's like this. I just feel like what they did was they took a lot of sacred knowledge and they broke it down into certain sectors to save it or whatever. Okay, whatever. But different religions have different components of a lot of different things, right? But at the same time, I feel like it's watered down versions, and I feel like, you know, and I feel like a lot of man-made stuff was put into religions. So instead of me, like, I'm just like, go to the source. Like, I don't want to go halfway. Let me go all the way. Like, I ain't gonna go to Taz and ask him something about Suave. I'm gonna come to Suave and ask Suave what I want to know about Suave. And I feel like sometimes, you know, I feel like that's what religion does. Instead of us boiling it down to the natural essence of things, you know, a natural essence of life, I feel like that's what it is. Because when you understand these different religions, because like, I'm not opposed to the Bible, but Bible in Hebrew terminology, because then we're dealing with astrology, then we're dealing with science. I'm not opposed to the Quran, because the Quran deals a lot with a lot of the sacred sciences. So if we can talk from that level, then we can get an understanding. But if we're talking from a surface level, then, you know, I don't have that same understanding. And I think that our religions have components, but the average person don't understand the doctrine.
Yeah. And I mean, that's because it's so easily just to be interpreted by each group of people that you meet along the way. I got a problem with mainstream religion, you know, because it directly just ties right to the upside of things. Like, and it's an allegiance there. You know what I'm saying? Like the Pope got the Quran, the Torah, and the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And he deals with all of the heads of these religions. You know what I'm
And
saying?
it's
They
mind
play that
control.
divided shit, but they the same shit.
Right,
They
it's mind control. It like
man.
it serves as mind control and colonization to me. I feel like, because just like I do need to go and have a debate with T Duck, but I don't want to be, you know, like, I will, because I finally learned how to write a premise, you know, and I already got like everything down pat. But it's like this. All right. So it's like, once you got a person's mind, you got that person. And that's pretty much what's happening with us. They have our minds locked into so many different boxes. And that, first of all, provides the division. And then that limits us to like how far we can think about things like science, how far we can think about things like growth, how far we can think about things like economics. It limits us in so many ways. And I feel like if we were to if people would go back to an open mind, and this is what I'm opposed to with religion. If we go back to an open mind, I feel like that will solve a lot of our Black problems.
I can give you that. I'm fucking with you, man. I know Taz being merciful.
He agreed, but then he has a different way of
Problem
looking at
one.
it.
You know me, it's okay. Problem one. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
he has, because I can agree with like sometimes we have to realize, like, we need everybody, right? We need everybody,
Everybody
and
need everybody.
we need every type of energy, and Taz's energy is very needed. And a lot of times he's still on the same page with us. It's just that some stuff that he don't do, because he was built, like, he is fulfilling, like we was talking about earlier. He is fulfilling his mission and purpose in life.
I am going to weed out the bullshit. That period. And if it means I need to separate because it's too much of y'all that's fake, then that's what will happen. Like, that's who I am. I'm not, like, I don't believe we're supposed to be on this motherfucker just doing anything. This is not your fucking journal for you to get on here and write about what happened in high school, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people operate that way. And so, like, I mean, I would be lying if I said I didn't get kind of fed up and just said, fuck it, it is what it is. Niggas gonna have to deal with this shit, you know, on some
But
shit
we
that they
need that
call
energy. We need
energy.
now.
Yeah, that's
We
how I
need.
felt. You
We
know how many
need.
times I done lost my goddamn mind on this motherfucking panel, bro?
Right. We need that energy. It's like
Right.
that's what I'm saying. Everybody has a mission and a purpose, and like that's your mission and purpose, and it's needed.
Yeah, I don't.
Like
Yeah, I
we
don't.
all balance each other to a degree. We all balance each other out. Just like I was saying earlier. To me, in my opinion, in my own personal opinion, I love you and Nyla's relationship because I can see
Mm-hmm.
how you both balance each other out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Man, what the hell? Yeah,
At
that's.
least that's what the outside. We don't know shit about the inside, bro. But yeah,
Yeah,
y'all
she.
set a very
But
good
see that,
example.
and that's what the rest of
Yeah,
the
I
the
mean,
unique,
but I
that's
fucking feel
dynamic.
you though. I mean, she really does. Like, I mean, because she's the opposite of me in a lot of that
right,
time. Like I said, she
right,
playing for the crystals and shit, man. I don't like that shit. You know what I'm
and
saying?
that's
But
But
what
you
the rest of
accepted her regardless of what you
if
don't
it's
like. That's the
and
if
thing.
that
that's what's
shit
You
so
if that
know.
shit
hard.
real, I'm covered though.
Yeah, and
That's
that's
my
what's
point,
so
man.
hard about, and Taz, that's what's so hard about, so hard for other people to understand, and that's what they're intimidated and jealous of, is the fact that God, dog, because the average person out here can't have a beautiful relationship. Just like with Suave, like they did their anniversary today. And it's like,
Do you know what today is?
Tell my life.
it's
It's
like,
our
yeah, happy
anniversary.
anniversary.
Hey, that's that shit, nigga. That's my shit. Wow. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that was
Congratulations
beautiful.
too,
Like,
fam.
and that
Thanks,
was
bro.
beautiful. And then it's like what I love about Suave
Yeah,
is he's
congrats, bro.
natural. He's natural. Just like, he's like, I don't care what y'all think. Hey, I love my woman.
Facts.
Supposed to.
Yeah, it's sad that we live in a time where a motherfucker gotta even question though somebody saying that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that, I'm gonna say that shit, nigga. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, that's
You
true
know?
though.
Like,
Because
man, I
that's
love
how
my
I grew
niggas,
up.
man.
That's how I grew up. I grew up with, love is deep though.
bruh,
Love is a test. Like these
it made
people,
me,
like, love
you
is
know
a
what
even
though?
loving
Let
your
me say this
family is
right quick
a
before I
test.
forget. You just made me think of Suave.
Huh.
Cynthia did a video back when a little girl got killed in Chicago, and the fucking dad was
Man,
on Instagram or
Used
one
her
of
as
the
McDonald's
a tool.
drive-through. McDonald's
Used her as a
drive-through.
yeah,
tool.
that shit. But it just reminded me of that shit. But that motherfucker said, "I die for the guys. I can't die for her, but I die for the guys."
Yeah.
Facts.
That was fucked up.
That was
I
real
had put that
messed
shit
up.
to the
And
back of
I'm
my
trying to
mind.
make it make sense in my head when he's saying, I'm like, do he know he said it backwards? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like, is he traumatized? Like, what's up? But
Nah,
No,
that
he's
nigga
because
said
definitely.
that
that's how he was
dumbass shit.
raised though. But see, that go back to the simulation conversation. It's like he who teaches you. Okay, so like let's be a buck. In Chicago, you get taught, you get like, it's just like that. Larry Hoover, my homeboy, shout out to David Barksdale, my homeboy, shout out to my homeboy.
Shout
But
out to the fam.
yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
they like they're raised under street rules,
Mm-hmm.
and so that street code. And so, that street code is how they live. Just like that's why the rest of the world can't understand why they do some of the things that they do. And that's why I study so that I understand, but the truth be known, it's like the way that they do things is like religion. It's a way of life. It's a real way of life, and they don't see anything outside of that. And that's what I mean. They're living in a assimilated gang world. And if they will wake up, they will realize like now is the time, because it's being shown to them that ain't no such thing as loyalty. When it really come down to it, people gonna
But
tell, and
I
people
ain't
gonna
never
tell.
been in those streets and hear nobody say that they wouldn't die for their kids. Like, that
Not
ain't
now.
That
even
was good.
street.
It depends
that's a
on
new
which
You know what I'm
shit.
gang
saying?
got you. But it depends on which gang doctrine too, because a lot of these gang doctrines go back to religion.
I know.
What religions say that?
No.
I never heard nobody
Each
even
one
come
of them
close
go
to
back to
saying no shit like that,
different
though.
religions.
That's a whole nother level of
That's some
ambiguity.
that sentence right there did not coexist until he said that shit. Did not exist until he said that shit. That is not a sentiment I've ever saw anybody display. I wouldn't die for my kids, but I'll die for my nigga.
That's some gay shit.
Yeah.
No,
Period.
it ain't necessarily gay. It's just
Shit.
that
I'm gonna paint it as that.
now let's be realistic.
That shit definitely
It's screwed up. It's screwed up. But the
Or
way
he
that
got some homosexual tendencies. Okay.
he be fucking his homeboys.
that's we throwing it off. There we go, throwing it off. Now, what this Negro is doing is like when you raised as a little kid and your mom and dad might have been on crack, you might have been living in this house, and the only way that you got a meal was from your homies off the street.
Man, you know how many
Bro, we giving
crackhead
him too
kids
much
out on the
leeway.
only way?
No, I'm not
That's
giving
not
him no
mine.
There's
leeway.
no
I'm trying to
excuse for
show you a
that.
frame of thinking.
No,
You
not to
trying to
be
give him an
wrong,
It's
excuse.
man.
messed up.
What you're
It's
doing is
messed
giving him
up.
an
I'm not.
Being
excuse.
a
No,
sympathizer,
we have
man.
to understand how he thinks, though.
And
Like
I
we have to
can't.
understand how he
Bro,
thinks.
no, that dude really got on the news and was
But
fake crying.
but
And
I'm
then
trying to
he
understand
talking
how
about
he
he wouldn't
thinks.
die for his
But
daughter. No.
that's not it. If I would make sense of it, it's niggas know he know who killed her. Why the fuck you live and not at them niggas?
Because he's
And the
somebody's bitch.
smartest thing he could think of was that. That's what I truly believe it
But
was.
this the same Negro that used her as a shield. He put her in
No,
front of him, ain't it?
no,
Ain't
he
this the
didn't.
same
No, he
one?
didn't. No,
Oh, so that's another one. This y'all
no.
talking about
She was
another
sitting in
one.
the passenger seat. He was in
Yeah,
the
I'm not
driver's seat.
supposed to get hit
Somebody
on.
jumped out at him at
Oh, the
McDonald's in
one,
the drive-thru and shot the
the
cop. Yeah.
McDonald's. Okay, the McDonald's. Because that didn't happen multiple times in Chicago.
Mm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like it ain't like little kids get killed all the time in Chicago.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
they do everywhere, but that story right, that one right there, that's crazy.
No, they don't everywhere. They do in some places a lot more often than it
Everywhere I
should.
know.
They do. It's pretty much everywhere. Any city.
Everywhere I know is a hood. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Not,
pretty
not like
bad. It's
like
pretty
not
bad.
like that. Not I'm saying not like that
It
with
is though, for
your
real, man.
father.
I'm
I don't
telling
know.
you, it
Maybe I
is
am
bad.
tripping. Maybe I'm tripping
Bad.
because I wasn't raised like that. I
It's
can't say that
bad.
I
Yeah,
was.
it's a different. It's kind of different, man. I like to say I'm still 100% in tune with the street, but I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Like it's different, man. Them dudes different, man. I done seen some shit. I'll be like, what
Yeah.
But it
the
ain't no
fuck?
loyalty nowhere though. They ain't even like that right there shows you that he wasn't even loyal to his little girl or his child.
Man, loyal. They not loyal to their self.
That's what I'm trying to say, sis. That's what I'm trying to point
They
out.
have no
Man,
morals. They do not use they don't use no sense that they have. If they go to sleep, they wake up. When they wake up, the first thing they doing is whatever they do to survive for that day. By any means necessary. That's their mind process. That's it, and that's all.
So that's a selfish way of thinking, right?
Well, look, the world is becoming more and more selfish. You can't take that away.
Is the world becoming more selfish or are individuals becoming more selfish?
The individuals in the world. All of us in the world. Yeah.
Moonflower, come on, bring your speech because you came up here to say something. Y'all, one day y'all gonna give me some credit for lighting up the panel. Then Tad, then Suave, and then Taz. I be lighting these panels up though.
Look, she just woke up like, man, I'm fucking with this. Oh, we fucks with you. You already know, man. And that's just like I said. The argument really came out of that frustration that people was only arguing. You know what I'm saying? Like every day, like a bunch of grown ass men would get on here and have no solution. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be really trying to build. I'm trying to build, but it's like they knew something I didn't. You know what I'm saying?
I think
So,
this is great. I love it. I'm addicted to it. Like I said before, I be over here every day You know, y'all be on the big screen when I ain't in the chat. I like it. I see the purpose and it stimulates my brain and I love it. Because it creates like versatility. Like you hear all different perspectives. So it allows you to grow.
Sorry.
You know, you can learn something.
Facts. People that died that ain't never died before.
That ain't never died before.
And then like people be bringing it. That's why I'm saying like sometimes Taz energy be neat. Like Taz came. We was having that. We was getting down right. It was beautiful conversation. I ain't
Yo,
gonna
Mike dreaming like a motherfucker.
And then like
Like you seen the people down that ain't never died before.
And then Taz came along and it shook
How
the table.
And shit, I want to know.
But it you know, and it be a good shaking the table. Sometimes we need the table shaking. So that's what I'm saying. Then we got Moonflower that then joined that came. Moonflower, I want you to speak. Cause you came up here for a reason, and normally you be dropping some gems.
Yeah, on my life. I don't think she I be
Moonflower, are you with us?
Let's go. Let's go.
Muted.
Moonflower, let's get it.
And she be quiet. She be off mute, but she be quiet. All you hear is that ball, like.
Y'all didn't realize we like at any moment this.
And then where is Goldmine? Because Goldmine be dropping
Go
some.
Mizzle. Yeah.
And but he be quiet, like, and that, like, I be looking at them people that be quiet, like Goldmine be quiet a lot. Then when he do talk, he say a lot.
Mm-hmm. The nigga snap off.
But I love it though because I like it. The Kim like it's
what I'm getting, trainer. I'm sorry, Hurricane Trainer. What I'm getting? Get him. Get him, got. People done died that ain't never died before.
Hey, he really said that in real life, dad.
Yeah.
And what was fucked up, that's a line that Mr. Brown said on Meet the Brown.
Yeah.
But this nigga Trump said that shit in real life, bro, in public.
Trump
People are
said
dying that have never died before. No shit, you only get one and done.
Well, we gonna say both of them said that shit.
You think that's worse than the
Because in my state, Biden said it. I'm just being
the George
honest.
Bush one, the fool me once.
You can either go with the fool me once or what about the gynecologist statement?
What he say about the gynecologist?
What the fuck was the gynecologist thing?
Man, that motherfucker said some shit like, we should leave gynecologists alone so they can practice their love for women. Like that, some weird shit, some shit
like
that
he
didn't
had,
sound right.
like he seen roaches before,
Yeah,
and then he was like the little kid
that's
rubbing on his legs under the water.
That's on one of them compilations.
Them motherfuckers be crazy. And I don't even want to start with Orange Man Bad because it won't stop. All that shit crazy.
You look for it.
That's what's making us wake the fuck up because we see the fuck shit. And that's why I said, yeah. Motherfucker said people then died that ain't never died before.
They never died before. That's a hard bar, man. That is a hard bar.
I looked at Madea because I thought Madea had said that shit. In one of them damn movies, that shit was so fucking funny. Either him playing her or the father.
Now to leave the gynecologists alone so they can practice their love for women, make you never want to go back and get another pep.
So the gynecologist at all. I'm trying to remember. Did I hear that, man? That sounds like some bogus shit I heard.
I ain't never going to get another pep smear. Nah, but like, shoot.
He was he stayed fucking up though. Only person who could ever beat him was Biden though, because Biden got more to come.
He's still on stage. He's still up. Hey.
You think he gonna finish out his 4 years? You think he gonna live past that?
I'm sorry, what you said?
I think he's gonna run.
No, Biden. I said, do you think he gonna survive the whole 4 years?
Yeah, he gonna survive. If Trump can survive the whole 4 years, Biden gonna survive the whole 4 years.
Yeah, he'll be there 4 years. I said that wrong. I meant he's gonna serve 8 years.
Yeah.
Oh, so you say he gonna do 2?
Yeah. They ain't got nobody.
That's normally how it go though. It normally go Democrat, Republican.
That's because
Democrat, Republican. And then it'll switch up Republican, Democrat. You know,
you would need to be preparing a candidate now, and they're not.
Right.
And that's what we don't do, because Black people have been talking about making a new party and grooming the candidates forever, and we ain't did that. So
there's no need to. I mean, you can't necessarily place them into politics for sure. Like, we don't have the luxury of the family name. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you can try, but
this is true.
It's just not a guarantee you raising a politician. You know what I mean?
Well, I get what you're saying, but sometimes, so we have this misconception that only family names are only white, right? But that's not true. The elitists is not just white people. They put in play who they need to put in play for the time. But a lot of Black people might come from royal lineage, especially if you one of them ones where, like, what's his name, Jefferson.
So wait, so you telling me you would be willing to go into play? Because I ain't.
Not me. Because I'm like you. No, not me, Taz. Because I'm like you in a lot of senses. I don't like to be censored.
But see, when you say put a motherfucker in play, that sounds like something completely different, though.
Now we need a person, because that's all they do, right? Is they find, just like Trump. Trump was a celebrity sensation, right? And they put him in play.
A celebrity, I don't know about a sensation.
He was like he was out there. He was right, and they put him in play to fit a certain purpose. A lot of the stuff that Trump did was scripted. It wasn't necessarily for his own interest, and they knew Trump was about that dollar. So whoever, to the highest bidder, and that was Trump's problem. Trump was like,
so you think he was in on it?
Yeah.
See, that's where we would differ at, because I think they were railroading him. I think he really did want to win that second election. I think he was serious about being president. And so he
did. But see, this is what they did.
Both can exist at the same time then.
No, see, this is what they did to Trump. So Trump was a Knight of Malta, right? So Trump has lineage on both sides.
That's literally irrelevant information for me.
Got that StreamYard link.
But just listen to this next part, though, because I'm building a case. But Trump.
1 minute. We're on the clock. 1 minute.
All right. Well, let me just say this right quick. Trump has, like, his daddy now are Russians, right? The snake oil salesman was a Russian. So that's all they had to do to get. That's all them Russians had to do to win Trump over. And so Trump was really siding with them Russians, though, and that's where he faced the problem with, politics.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
30
Yeah.
seconds.
Okay. Hey there. Hey. First of all, nobody has to defend Trump, but my thing is this: when you look, I don't know about his affiliation with the Knights of Malta. Mandela was a part of that too, but one of the, I think it was one of the politicians came on and said Trump. They got on Trump a lot because he wasn't establishment, and he came in like a bulldozer with talking about the media. When you go back in this man's past, going back 40 something years, this man has been talking about China, how they what do you say about some of what they do with their currencies?
He
He's
went
been talking
against the
about how
grain.
this country is not, how it's being ripped off, and how we have insiders who are the problem too. He talked about how the jobs are being sold off, and that was during the Clinton administration, but they've been doing that, sending jobs overseas. So my thing is this: I know Black people are always told who you shouldn't like, but my thing is this: don't so much look at the person, look at their history, go back and see what they've been talking about. Okay, and something about he was with the Russians. It didn't Hillary Clinton's. Didn't they sell? Was Russia the enriched uranium? Yes. So my thing is this: it was easy with these. Oh, he was with the Russians and all this stuff. So my thing is, do the research on it. It's easy to hate the person
Even
because
if
of
they
what they
don't
told
want
to
to go
do.
that far back,
I agree with you,
Melinda, they could
Melinda.
just go back to with the where they started at with the election and they find out the truth.
But see,
I
Melinda,
like playing devil's advocate, so I see you in the chat. You feel the same way.
yeah, Melinda, I agree with you. I agree with everything that you have just
He
said.
wasn't okay. If he was a problem, then everybody before has been a select, chosen in a problem. But somehow, Black people, when they tell us who to hate because someone's, let's say that their personality might not be. How about this? When he did come in, he told Black people what the problems were. He said, your schools suck. You need to be looking at vouchers.
What we fighting
The prison system has done you wrong. So my thing is this: it's just look at what the person did. You don't have to like the person. I don't have to like somebody, but when they tell you the truth about what's going on in your community, just listen.
Okay,
And it's not about a politician with us. We have some we got work to do within our community. These people are not going to fix our problems, and all of them. If he's establishment, they all are establishment.
Exactly.
So it's not just one person.
They don't even have to look at him as the man. If they go back to the beginning of the election, this man,
what about the beginning of the
nobody
election?
knew he was in the woodworks first and foremost.
But see, I
They
agree
blame
with you.
everything on Trump, but it's not even Trump. It's the military.
No, wait.
He talked about the military
He's
industrial
a
complex.
representative.
He's been
And of
talking about
course
the
they
military
put a
industrial complex.
whole lot. Yeah, but I'm saying, all this hate from the majority now, because the majority don't know. We don't know the man, just like we don't know Biden for real. But from what they put out there about that
lie on
man,
Biden. I mean, Biden has a
people, well, yeah, we getting facts now.
I'm not defending
Listen, I'm
anyone,
trying to get
Biden
it
or
out,
Trump.
damn it.
I'm not
But
Biden or Trump, and I agree with everything that you've said, Melinda.
it's from what's right and what's wrong.
Come
It
on, let
ain't.
me finish
Come
the
on,
statement.
what? You cut me off from when I was trying to talk to Melinda about Donald Trump and Biden. But Trump, they need to stop saying with the single man and look at the whole picture, because it's not for Trump to hate. It's for, if you're gonna hate the entire military, because he's just one man. He didn't put all these fucking ideas together by himself.
Black power, Yolanda, black power.
Both of them
this system existed before all these people came in and who were selected. So I'm just saying, in particular, Black people tend to go really hard on, quote, Republicans. I don't think Trump was a Republican anyway, but
he was a Democrat.
That's all I'm saying. I mean,
but can I say something though? I get you, Yolanda. I agree with you. Like, can I have just a minute? Because people be getting me wrong too. I'm not. Now I am Democratic, but I will vote either way I want to vote, whether it's Republican or Democratic, because I'm about voting for the person that best serves our interests.
Democrats have never best served Black people's interests.
But let me finish though, my hot fire sister, and I love you because you be on fire. When you come up here, you pop off like
we are live on the
baby.
We gotta go, y'all. We gotta shut it down. We got a debate starting. We pick it back up.
All right.
Sorry, y'all. We gotta shut it down. Let's get it.
Okay, bye, y'all.
Let me just say this though, sister. Like we have to vote
Hey, we out of
for.
I'm
here.
supposed to go,
Free
girl. Thanks
voting,
again.
baby.
We have to vote for interest. We don't vote on the man. So I'm
Black
not up
people
here.
don't vote because of we vote Democrat
Don't
because
vote.
we were told to. Black people we're called low information voters. We vote Democrat because we're told to.
Thank
Now
y'all.
I'm
No,
not a
nobody
low
votes that in the
information.
90th
No, no,
percentile
no,
of
no,
black
no,
Appreciate
no,
people.
that.
no, no, no.
Nobody does
I'm
that.
not a low information. I'm not a
Well,
low
okay,
information.
all right.
Yeah.
I
Sister,
believe you. I know you're not, but I'm gone.
I'll do respect. I'm not a low information
You're
voter.
very informed. That's okay. I gotta go.
See, there you go. But
I'm listening to you, sis. I'm
Shout out to
listening.
the family, man. I'll fucks with y'all, man.
stick
Okay,
around.
this the link.
Now that's ADHD, and that's that ADHD, and she ain't got time.
I hate the
I'm
show.
listening.
So we
I stayed
opposite
on.
of each other.
All right, there go the link to the
But I
debate
get
in the
what
chat,
you're saying.
man. And
But we shouldn't be voting on the
all right.
person or the party. We should be voting on the interest. And yes, they
Black
are
people
all
vote on the
same.
party. That's historical. Black people vote on the party.
What?
Black people vote on the party.
We vote according to what Pastor said.
We vote on the right, but that party has not served us, and we still vote for it.
That's only because we're politically ignorant.
That's what I said. Low information voters.
But that don't have nothing to do with a party, sis, and that's what I'm saying. We agree.
Yes, it does.
No, just listen to me for 1 second, sis. All right, it's like this. We don't really know American politics. We don't really know American law. So a lot of times what we vote on is what we've been told by somebody or what we assume. But that's our problem. Because a lot of times, because of the fact that we're misled, most of the time by our own people, we vote on things that go against ourselves. And I'm saying that we gotta stop looking at parties. We gotta stop looking at people, and we have to start utilizing whoever is in there, because
exactly, and that's typically not going to be a Democrat, sis. That's all I'm saying. And when it comes to you have a two-party system right now. That's what we have.
But
it's a two-party system.
It's major. It don't matter who it is, Democrat or Republican. It's typically our fault because, like they were saying, we don't go sit at the table. We don't bring our issues to the forefront. We don't fight. We don't put them out there no more. We don't make demands when we have a majority of voters. Our numbers are great. But we go against what is good for us because we're telling people, like the election before Trump, they was telling people not to vote. Okay, this election, they're trying to steer everybody one way. It's the same old agenda, and you can tell by the propaganda that's being run. I go against the propaganda, because the propaganda is one way, and that's why,
and that's typically liberal. The propaganda is liberal, which is Democrat. That's what that basically been overtaken by liberalism.
It's wrong to look at it because you know what? Just because Biden is sitting up there in a Democratic seat, don't make him Democratic minded.
Exactly, he's not, and I think that they kind of trap Biden in something
because Trump is sitting up there saying good speeches. Don't mean that he care about your ass.
He does. Listen, I don't care about they care, but if they tell you the truth about what's going on, what you're doing wrong, I don't care if they care.
Demands. When do
so
we
what
make
they
demands? When do
so why are you voting for anybody if you say they don't care?
When do we push for issues? We don't push anything.
I'm telling you, we don't do that. We just vote Democrat. For some reason, the black population has been co-opted into this party.
We just go vote and sit our ass down. A majority of the time, we don't vote at all. And then we don't vote in the most important elections, which is your state and local elections, which is your mouthpiece.
And if we did, we'd vote Democrat with that too. I'm just telling you, no other people do that. I'm just saying.
It's what you're saying is an scapegoat. Because
it's not the scapegoat. I kind of hate that that's what's happened. Since everybody knows this. This is something, it's about how black people, how we've just been with this party, and it's done us no service. We give them our votes.
That's how
you've been giving them your votes.
That's how everybody is misinformed too, because you hire people, then you just let them sit there without doing any work. So they getting free wage for no work because you don't stand up and you don't put forth anything that you want, like your demands or what you need or whatever. And that's the difference between us and the LGBT community, because they put forth their demands and Then you get
well,
mad.
guess what? Those people tend to ride on the backs of Black people, because Black people usually are on the forefront, and
but
they
it
just
works for
everything
them.
comes in through
it
us.
Works for them. Whatever.
Yeah, it works for them, but it works for them through Black people.
We gotta ride on something. Stop looking at what they do and start looking
ma'am,
at
you're the
what
one that brought up the LGBTQ. I'm saying that Black people have voted along a certain party line. That's all I'm saying.
We need to be more aggressive in politics, period.
Of course.
Just vote and that's it. We just vote and that's it. How do you expect somebody
I'm telling you that.
Huh?
I'm telling you that. They vote without knowing this vote because I'm just voting Democrat. That's my house is a Democrat house. That's what people say.
But that ain't about Democrat or Republican. We vote.
What do Black people vote mostly?
No, I don't care what Black people vote mostly. I'm talking about Black people vote, and then we don't do nothing after we vote. We don't do nothing. No action produces no results. And
so why vote? Exactly. So this is gonna be circular. I don't know what else to say about this.
Action. We need action.
Well, okay. Go ahead and we keep participating in this country's political systems. Okay, get some action. Get somebody.
We built this country's political system.
Oh, really? So how did it get taken over by other people if you built it? You built this country's system. Why don't you then if you built it, you ought to be able to overtake it because it's your system.
I can't do it without
so the other Aboriginals need to. You built it. Why don't you have the key and the information to get it back on track or to overtake it?
Because we're divided in mind frame. Because we go, gang. Which side do you choose? Instead of looking at the issues.
So the Constitution, black people are the Aboriginals wrote the Constitution too?
It don't even matter. Listen.
Okay, I'm saying, but it was. How did you write something that didn't benefit you? Okay,
I love you still. I love you still. I like this fire you giving me, but then listen.
It's not, man. I don't need you to be condescending about the fire. I don't need to bring fire. I'm just trying to bring facts. It's not about fire.
I'm telling you the truth. Learn how to accept
I would say people who built something ought to be able to get their machine back on track. I don't understand that.
Okay.
Right.
Listen to this part. Ice Cube, he presented a plan, right?
Ice Cube has been okay. See, that's the thing. And then behind Ice Cube, he had the jersey with a 32 on it. He had in the background, he had a jersey. Okay, I don't care about Ice Cube's plan when Ice Cube has been an instrument to destroy the Black community. I don't care about his plan.
It don't matter who in office.
Oh, good. Okay, let the rappers that's right, because Black people need rappers. Yes, let's get another rapper to give us a plan.
Apply pressure.
Get another rapper to give us a plan.
Pressure.
That doesn't even make sense.
Pressure. Apply.
He didn't apply any pressure. What did it do? What did it do? What did it do?
Pressure.
Yeah, he was a puppet. He was a puppet, a tool. A tool. Tools apply pressure
being applied.
Oh gosh, what did he do?
Nobody's applying the pressure. It ain't even about him. It ain't about one man. It's about numbers in politics.
The fact that we even think Ice Cube
is applying pressure.
Because Ice Cube has shown us so much political prowess. Okay.
It ain't even about Ice Cube. Now we on Ice. We went from the Republicans to the Democrats.
Right. You brought him up, so I just added to it.
None of them. I'm not.
You brought him up.
I'm about what do we need and getting our needs.
What was his plan? What was his plan?
I'm about what do we need.
What was his plan? What was his plan that he brought forth?
I don't care who does it.
I'm asking you, what was his plan?
My needs.
What was Ice Cube? Why was Ice Cube's plan?
I don't care who does it.
What was his plan, though, ma'am? I'm asking you, what were the points? Did he have like points? What was his plan?
I was using him simply as an example, sister.
Okay, but yeah,
we don't apply.
We have to know their plans, though. It's not about somebody just coming forward with a plan. We have to know. We have to vet that.
We sit back and think somebody's just gonna give us some shit. Ain't nobody gonna give us shit.
Right. So what did his plan say?
But see, it don't matter what his plans was if we still sitting back thinking somebody finna give us some shit and not doing shit
I
to
didn't ask
get
somebody
it.
to give. We've never gotten anything, so I think that's kind of clear.
We sit back and don't do shit.
Oh gosh, this. Okay.
And I love you.
Bye, y'all.
Pieces. Now, Taz, don't be leaving Suave, don't be leaving me up here by myself. Y'all come back. Oh, is the debate on, y'all? Okay, I'm finna mute and go over here to the debate. I gotta laugh. He trying to leave us on the panel by ourselves. Gold Mine, somebody needs to occupy the channel because I got to go over here and laugh. These niggas these nakers just left us on the panel by ourselves.